Was there anyone who understands his body better than him? Xia Qingyi smiled brightly. Third Elder and Deacon Lin gritted their teeth angrily. If the knife was stabbed an inch further to the right, Xia Qingyi would be dead. What a ruthless person. Third Elder gained a new opinion of the obedient and efficient Xia Qingyi. However, he didn't understand why Xia Qingyi acknowledged their enemy as his master. He grew up in the Soul Society and was groomed by them personally. If he was controlled by some poison, he could have secretly reported to them. Was it something the Soul Society couldn't handle? Third Elder didn't believe that Xia Qingyi was forced under their enemy because of a hostage in the person's hand, as his family was fully controlled by the Soul Society. What made Xia Qingyi abandon his family to follow the other party? Third Elder and Deacon Li couldn't understand what was happening. However, there was no time to solve this query. They exchanged glances with one another and attacked Ling Lan simultaneously. The two people wanted to activate their domain but they quickly realized they couldn't. Not only that, they also felt tired. Damn it, what did you do to us? Third Elder glared at Xia Qingyi. Only he was able to do something to them to make them tired. I just added something in your food, Xia Qingyi replied indifferently. Ling Lan smiled. According to our doctor, the effects should be happening soon. It was obvious what had happened. They must have been given strong anesthesia. This anesthesia was odorless and tasteless so they didn't notice it. Despicable. Deacon Lin shouted. He couldn't withstand the effects of the agent anymore and fell on the table. Third Elder was more powerful than Deacon Lin so he was able to stay awake longer. He stared at Xia Qingyi and asked, why? Even if he had to die, he must understand why he died. Xia Qingyi smiled. I don't want to die. Hence, Third Elder and Deacon Lin have to suffer in my place. Third Elder wasn't satisfied with this answer but he didn't have the chance to probe further. Bang! Third Elder fell on the table too. Ling Lan turned and looked at Xia Qingyi. Her gentle aura had disappeared. It was replaced by an icy force of presence. She said seriously, what do you think honestly? Cold sweat appeared on Xia Qingyi's forehead. He felt that if his answer wasn't satisfactory, that scary thing in his mindscape would devour him. Xia Qingyi was afraid but as a hero of his era, he decided to cooperate with the man in the mask instantly when he knew that he was the person who was controlling him back in the hall. He also allowed the masked man to kill Hades and leave. However, the appearance of Ling Lan also forced out the ambition hidden in his heart. At that time, he was the only person who came back alive. Although he escaped the questioning of the Soul Society, he was exiled to the chaotic lands to open a new market for the Soul Society. The Soul Society also sent Third Elder and Deacon Lin to supervise him. Xia Qingyi pretended to be obedient but deep inside, he wanted to take complete control of the chaotic lands. He didn't want to be a proxy person in charge. But, he knew that with his own ability, he wasn't able to touch Third Elder and Deacon Lin's positions. Thus, he hid his ambition perfectly until Ling Lan appeared. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and answered respectfully, Master, since the last time we met, I was demoted due to my mistakes in command. If I want to return to the Soul Society, I must take over the chaotic lands from them. At the same time, Xia Qingyi turned to look at the two people lying on the table. I need their recommendation. So you want them to become your partners? That was why he came to ask if she was able to give him some agent and even took the effort to ask if she was able to come personally. Xia Qingyi smiled. Yes. A clever master made him stressed but it made him feel at ease too. His master wouldn't die easily and that would mean he wouldn't die easily too. Xia Qingyi knew that if anything happened to his master, the thing in his mindscape would devour him instantly. The time he spent with it made him understand that his master mustn't die. This was why he cooperated with Ling Lan. He did think of killing this person who threatened his life before but he couldn't do anything about it now. Ling Lan looked at Xia Qingyi intently. She remembered that he was a righteous young man the last time they faced each other. She wondered if Little Blossom's replica had the ability to lead someone astray. However, as someone who was able to climb to a high position in the Soul Society, Xia Qingyi was definitely not as pure and kind as he appeared to be. At first, Ling Lan planned to let Xia Qingyi be her spy in the Soul Society because the Soul Society had the material that she needed to make a body for Little Four. But, after Lu Furong gave her the information about the mine, Soul Society's importance in her mind dropped tremendously. Ling Lan tapped the table lightly. She started thinking if she should fulfill Xia Qingyi's wish. Xia Qingyi got nervous when Ling Lan was pondering. He continued, with the help from Third Elder and Deacon Lin, the chaotic lands can still pretend to be controlled by the three kings. Oh. What plans do you have? Ling Lan was interested. Soul Society will control most of the important powers within the chaotic lands by pretending to work with Hades. Xia Qingyi told her about the Soul Society's plan. You can pretend to be Frost Monarch while Third Elder and Deacon Lin can pretend to be Hades and Ninja. If Third Elder and Deacon Lin become your men, you'll be able to rule over the chaotic lands. Xia Qingyi told Ling Lan his plan. He was only able to become the second most powerful person in this place if his master became the king. Ling Lan thought the necessity of having a base to herself in case she was not able to stay in the Federation anymore, so Xia Qingyi's plan was very beneficial to her. Hence, she nodded. Let's follow your plan. Xia Qingyi was elated. Thank you for your trust. Since Ling Lan had agreed to follow Xia Qingyi's plan, there was no time to waste. She asked Little Blossom to make 2 replicas of himself. The 2 replicas entered Third Elder and Deacon Lin's mindscape. 1 hour later, Third Elder and Deacon Lin woke up. They remembered what had happened before they fainted and jumped up immediately. They then saw Ling Lan and Xia Qingyi smiling at them. The 2 of them wanted to fight, but they felt the threat in their mindscape. As Domain Realm Masters, they knew what this represented. They knew this fact even clearer than Xia Qingyi. Third Elder's expression changed. He looked at Ling Lan and coldly said, "What do you want us to do?" If Ling Lan wanted to do something to the Soul Society, he wouldn't let her succeed even if he had to die. Little Blossom immediately reported Third Elder's resolute mindset to Ling Lan. Find out why he's doing this and erase his memories too. Little Blossom allowed her to control people's memories too. I understand. Little Blossom quickly looked through Third Elder's memories. When he was about to erase those memories, he suddenly got a new idea. He slowly changed Third Elder's memories so that he would be grateful towards Ling Lan instead of the Soul Society. After some time, Third Elder started relaxing his stance. He said respectfully, "Master, please give your order." Little Blossom did the same thing to Deacon Lin. Deacon Lin's attitude towards Ling Lan also changed. He started being respectful towards her too. Xia Qingyi was flabbergasted at the sudden change of attitude, and he got even more fearful of Ling Lan's capabilities. At this moment, in the house that the Little Four mercenary team rented, there were a few guests. Light and Dark Dragon, who had came back from killing Ninja, were present. Yi Xiao, Dibi Luya, and Xiao Xing were also there too. The member from the Little Four mercenary team were just relaxing the living room while looking extremely tired. Some leaned against the wall, cupboards and chairs. Some were even lying on the dining table and yawning. Only Qi Long and Lu Furong came to welcome these 2 Imperial Stage Domain Realm experts who came suddenly. Dark Dragon was a quiet person. He didn't like to talk, so Light Dragon was in charge of communicating with other people. Light spoke politely with Qi Long. He didn't see Jiang Hui, so he asked in concern, "Leader Jiang is still not back?" Jiang Hui and Frost Monarch's battle occurred in the mist, so they didn't know what had happened. They only knew Jiang Hui was the one who won the battle. They knew that Frost Monarch had lost, but they didn't know if he was dead. Hence, they wanted to take the opportunity of fetching their men to ask Jiang Hui about this. Frost Monarch's death would affect their mercenary team's decision regarding their missions in the chaotic lands. If Frost Monarch was dead, they wouldn't have to worry about anything. If he was still alive, they would have to give up on any missions that required them to come to the chaotic lands. They were unable to handle such a powerful person even with the two of them at the helm of their team. Qi Long wanted to reply to him but he quickly stopped himself as he sensed someone was in their room. He smiled, "Our leader is back." A man in a mask slowly appeared in the room. It was Ling Lan. Light and Dark Dragon narrowed their eyes slightly when they saw her. They detected Ling Lan's presence around the same time as Qi Long. This made them more fearful of the Little Four mercenary team. They only noticed Ling Lan's presence after she had entered the room. This meant that Ling Lan's understanding and control of her domain was higher than them. Plus, an average-looking member like Qi Long was as powerful as them too. When Ling Lan appeared, the tired members of Little Four mercenary team were instantly reinvigorated as if they got their engines started. Some stood up straight while those that were sitting sat up straight too. Their tired expressions were all gone too. Light and Dark Dragon were astounded. From the frightened and nervous expressions of these members, they could tell that Jiang Hui was not a kind person to his team members. He might even be someone who was vicious and brutal. This kind of people would change their minds whenever they felt like it, so the two of them quickly dismissed their thoughts of forming a good relationship with the Little Four mercenary team, as they felt like Ling Lan was not a good partner to work with. Ling Lan calmly walked to the sofa. Qi Long and Lu Furong quickly stood up and waited at her side respectfully. Ling Lan hung her windbreaker and sat down like a mafia boss. Li Lanfeng also passed her a cup of hot tea, making her look more like some Chinese emperor who had just came back from some excursion. Ling Lan lifted the lid of the teacup and blew her tea. She took a small sip of it and then passed the teacup back to Li Lanfeng. Then, she looked at Light and Dark Dragon and asked, "What is the matter?" Ling Lan's actions and demeanor had stunned Light and Dark Dragon. Damn it! This person is so arrogant. Light and Dark Dragon had climbed up from the grassroots. When they were at Ling Lan's age, they were just nobodies in mercenary teams. They slowly climbed to their position now. However, when they could be haughty, they were already too old. They knew how to be humble at this age and weren't as hot-blooded as they were when they were young. Yi Xiao and Dibi Luya were shocked too. They were envious of Ling Lan. Xiao Xing, who was only 12 years old, also looked at Ling Lan with awe and respect. This was how a leader should act like. The other children in Little Four mercenary team were all staring at Ling Lan with stars in their eyes too. Ling Lan was now their ultimate hero in their hearts. Her position in their hearts would be really difficult to change. Light and Dark Dragon managed to regain their senses after a short while. They went straight to the point, "We want to know if Frost Monarch is still alive." Ling Lan shook her head. "I was lucky to win the fight but I couldn't kill him." Light and Dark Dragon's face turned serious. This was not a good piece of news. "What about Hades?" Dark Dragon continued asking. "He is dead," Ling Lan answered calmly. Light and Dark Dragon relaxed a little. 2 out of the 3 kings were dead. This was not too bad. However, when I was chasing Hades, I met 2 half-step Imperial Realms warriors. They should be from the same side as Hades. Ling Lan's words made their hearts drop again. Luckily, I was faster than them. Hades is dead but we can't stay in the chaotic lands for long. I'm preparing to leave tomorrow. Ling Lan's eyes were deep and dark. 2 half-step Imperial Realm warriors. No matter how powerful Jiang Hui was, he couldn't handle 2 half-step Imperial Realm warriors by himself. It was indeed a good decision to leave the chaotic lands as soon as possible. Light and Dark Dragon understood Jiang Hui's decision and they exchanged glances with each other. Light said, "Your information is very valuable to us. In that case, we'll leave with the Little Four mercenary team." Although they were half-step to the Imperial Realm, there were many powerful people in the chaotic lands. They didn't know if there were other half-step Imperial Realm warriors hiding in this place. Even if there wasn't, 1 Frost Monarch was enough to defeat them, so it was the best decision to leave. They wanted to leave with the Little Four mercenary team because they felt that with 3 half-step Imperial Realm warriors between both teams, the people from the Chaotic Lands would think twice before attacking them. But, that would mean that they needed to give up on their mission. Dark Dragon sighed in his heart. There were many missions they could take in the Chaotic Lands, and the rewards for them were good too. Many powerful mercenary teams would take these missions. On the 17th of June, the Little Four mercenary team reached planet Shanghai on schedule. The moment they left the port and entered planet Shanghai, they felt as though they were in a dream. This place in front of them was so orderly and prosperous that some of the members exclaimed in awe. As for the Rainbow Raiders, they parted ways with them after leaving the territory of the Chaotic Lands. Compared to how enthusiastic they were when they left for the Chaotic Lands, this bunch of people were sad after they came back as they knew that their time with Boss had ended. They needed to return to 250 Ace Mecha Clan soon and had to suffer all kinds of questionings again. TSK, what is this? Qi Long couldn't help but complain. Han Jijian was frustrated too. The stress and frustration he had were more than Qi Long. Qi Long still had 2 brothers to bear the burden with him while he was the only son of his family. He couldn't escape the responsibilities that he must take. During this period of time, the pressure from the elders in his family were suffocating him. He looked at the calm Ling Lan. If Boss was still their regiment commander, everything would be great. He got emotional as he thought of this and shouted, "Boss, you must come back to 250 Ace Mecha Clan. As long as you come back, I'll have the courage to reject my father and stay at 250 Ace Mecha Clan with everyone else." Han Jijian's words triggered everyone's thoughts. They raised their heads and looked at Ling Lan in anticipation. They hoped that Ling Lan would give them a promise as an assurance. Ling Lan sighed in her heart. She patted Han Jijian's shoulder and said, "I'm not able to interfere in this matter. Everything depends on fate. However, if there's a chance, I won't give up." Ling Lan was sincere. Her wish in the past was already forgotten. After the battle on planet Haijiao, she didn't want to leave the military anymore. But, she still had to consider her father's safety. The battle on planet Haijiao pushed her father and her into the spotlight. To reduce the burden on him, Ling Xiao had to make some sacrifices. Ling Xiao had already preempted her when she came back from the battle. She was still too weak. If she was stronger, she might be able to help her father and not be pushed around like a piece of chess. Ling Lan retracted the unwillingness from her eyes. She was calm and cold again. She turned and looked at Lu Furong. "I'll send Aunt Lu to the Ling family. It's not suitable for you to bring them around now." Lu Furong looked at Ling Lan gratefully. He was worried about what he should do with Aunt Lu too. After all, it was inappropriate for a supposedly single man like him to bring back a wife and 2 children suddenly. Plus, he was also in a very complex and dangerous situation. Thus, he couldn't implicate his family and friends by bringing them along with him, but luckily, Ling Lan's solution solved this problem for him. What about their identities? Lu Furong could only ask his regiment commander for help. If not, Lu Aijuan might not be able to attend the Scout Academy next year. He had already implicated his daughter, so he didn't want to affect the future of his son too. "I'll solve it. However, Aunt Lu and you might have to suffer." Ling Lan looked at Lu Furong apologetically. Lu Furong was confused. Ling Lan explained, "I'll give Aunt Lu a new identity. She'll be the daughter of my Chamberlain Ling Qin and her name will be Ling Huayun." Aunt Lu's surname was Hua. Ling Lan didn't want Aunt Lu to give up her surname, so she used her surname in her new name. Aunt Lu smiled gratefully at Ling Lan. She was touched by Ling Lan's selfless help, and she also very excited about having foster parents, as her actual parents had died when she was very young. She never expected to have 2 respectable elders as her new parents. She was overwhelmed with emotions. Most of it was excitement and gratitude. She was finally able to fulfill her wishes when she was a child. Aunt Lu decided that she must be filial to her new parents. As for Aihua and Aijuan, they'll be part of the Ling family too, so that they will have the right to study the hereditary family martial arts of the Ling family. However, Lu Aihua's innate talent is amazing, so you must groom her carefully. Don't waste her talent, Ling Lan spoke to Lu Furong seriously. At first, Ling Lan took pity on Lu Aihua because she had no father and she couldn't study in the Scout Academy. Now, after realizing that she was Lu Furong's daughter, she decided to not take her as her disciple. After all, she was Lu Furong's responsibility, right? If Lu Furong knew that Lu Aihua had the possibility of becoming Ling Lan's disciple, he might have pleaded her to take Lu Aihua in. But, he wasn't aware of that now. He just knew that his regiment commander had done a lot for his family and it wouldn't be right for him to trouble Ling Lan any further. Thus, he listened to what she said and started considering how he should groom his daughter. These were all future stories, so we shall not mention them for now. Ling Lan finished making arrangements for everyone before turning to look at President Tu's camp. She then showed an evil smile. It's time for us to take our rewards and mechas. President Tu was afraid that his merchant team would be implicated by Yi Shao and Dibi Luya, so he escaped from the chaotic lands the moment he came out of the black market. Of course, he brought the mechas that belonged to Ling Lan along with him. If Ling Lan didn't leave with the Rainbow Raiders, she might have to snatch a spacecraft from someone in order to leave the chaotic lands. As expected, it's troublesome when she didn't have her own spacecraft. For the first time, Ling Lan wanted to buy her own spacecraft. Little Four felt Ling Lan's thoughts. He clenched his fist tightly as he decided to fulfill Boss's wish. He was going to give her a huge surprise. Boss's birthday is coming. Let me give her a spacecraft as a present. Will she be happy? Little Four felt elated as he imagined Boss kissing him out of happiness. Little Four was extremely motivated by this thought. It was actually quite easy for Little Four to get a spacecraft. He just needed to move his fingers and the money would come to him. However, Little Four didn't just want to buy any normal spacecraft for Boss. He wanted to give her the most extravagant, safest and steadiest spacecraft, so that would be a little difficult to acquire. Little Four felt that his brain was not big enough to think about this. He quickly grabbed Little Blossom, who had an indifferent expression on his face. They started talking secretly among themselves in a small corner of the learning space. Well, Little Four was the one who was talking most of the time. Little Blossom just sat there and listened to him patiently. Ling Lan found President Tuesday. When he saw that Ling Lan was safe, he was elated. He didn't forget how Ling Lan protected him. However, when he was running away, the place was a mess, so they lost each other. To thank Ling Lan for being so professional, President Tu instantly gave Ling Lan all the money the Little Four mercenary team should get. He even gave her the portion for Yi Shao and Dibi Luya's team. This proved how much he hated those two people. Since everyone needed to go back, Ling Lan rented a warehouse to put their mechas in. At that moment, Ling Lan really wanted to have the space button that Little Four had mentioned in the past. If she couldn't get a space button, a spacecraft would be a fine substitute too. It was really troublesome if she didn't have her own spacecraft. Ling Lan was frustrated. It looked like she needed to get a spacecraft soon. She had always wanted one, but this time, she put it in her list of urgent matters she needed to do. She watched as her comrades boarded different spacecraft to leave planet Shanghai. Then, she went back to Doha with Aunt Lu and the rest of the people. Chamberlain Ling Qin was already waiting for them on Port Doha. He welcomed Ling Lan and the guests to the Ling family. After settling the guests down, Ling Lan left Doha again to continue her holiday. This time, her destination was Meyer Fa. Another reason why she left so hurriedly was that she didn't want her mother to show her any of her loving concern. She couldn't stand her mother's concern sometimes. It was too stressful to be constantly questioned about your love life, especially from a family member. Planet Bailing was an ecotourism planet. Many nature lovers would be attracted by the sight of this planet every day. In the port of Planet Bailing, a luxurious private starship was parked inside. A lifelike mythical wild beast with a purple ring around it was carved in the head of the starship. It was the symbol of an elite family. Purple was a color used by all the first-rank elite families. Without a doubt, the owner of this starship was one of the 4 first-rank elite families. The huge starship was like a giant as it looked down on all the small starships around it. It also attracted the attention of the tourists. Even the staff in the port were amazed at this extravagant starship. Leader, who is the owner of this staff member? It is so huge. It's almost as big as the starships from the Federation. One of the staff asked his leader as he exclaimed how big the starship was. His colleagues were thinking about the same thing too. They looked at their leader and hoped that their leader would give them an answer. Their leader was a middle-aged man around 50 years old. He smiled and stretched out his right hand as if he was smoking. The staff member understood what their leader wanted. He quickly took out a cigarette from his pocket and passed it to his leader. He even lit the cigarette for him. The leader took a puff of the cigarette. He whet everyone's appetite before saying, "That mythical wild beast is the symbol of Old Marshal Beitang. Old Marshal Beitang is one of the first-rank elite families in the Federation. They have always kept a low profile so most of you don't know them. This starship probably belongs to their family head." The staff member never met such a situation before, so he thought that only the family leader had the right to board this luxurious starship. Ignorant fool. If it is the family head, there would be more than one starship. There would be another starship for his bodyguards. The leader reprimanded that staff member. Since there's only one starship, and it arrived on our planet which is full of natural sceneries, the person on this starship might just be a direct descendant of the family. How lucky. The staff member looked at the starship in envy. He hoped that he was lucky enough to be born as a direct descendant of the elite family too. In a passage within the starship, a young man with working attire was sweeping the areas where the cleaning robot couldn't reach. "Little Yang, it's already very clean. You can stop sweeping now. Go and have some food." A lady saw the young man working so hard that he didn't notice that time had passed. Hence, she decided to remind him. Little Yang heard the voice and looked up hurriedly. A young-looking face was revealed. By right, he was quite a handsome person. However, there were a few white scars on his face. Although his face was destroyed, it didn't look hideous. Instead, it made him look weak and pitiful. Sometimes, when little Yang smiled, he would look weirdly cute. Most of the ladies would want to take care of him, for instance, the lady that just walked past him. Elder Sister Noah. Little Yang smiled and greeted the lady. "There's still a part that's dirty. I'll go eat after I'm done. Why are you such a pushover? If you go later, there won't be any food left. Those old fools will eat all the food and you'll only be able to eat plain rice. Don't you want your health to improve?" Elder Sister Noah grabbed little Yang's broom angrily. Well, little Yang looked at his unclean spot and hesitated. "Stop hesitating. Hurry up and eat your food. I'll handle everything here." Elder Sister Noah snatched the broom from his hand and asked him to go for his meal. Little Yang touched the back of his head shyly and said gratefully, "Thank you, Elder Sister Noah. Hurry up and leave. Stop wasting time. If you can't get any food, my efforts will be for nothing." Elder Sister Noah waved her hands in contempt and chased little Yang away. "Okay, Elder Sister Noah." Little Yang listened to her and rushed to the cafeteria. Elder Sister Noah looked at little Yang's back and smiled. She then saw another staff member trying to sneak past her. Her smile disappeared. She said fiercely, "Hey, why are you sneaking around? Come over here." The staff member cried in his heart. However, he didn't dare to ignore her. He walked towards Elder Sister Noah and greeted in a low voice, "Elder Sister Noah. Here, here, and here. Clean them up for me." Elder Sister Noah glared at him. "Don't think that I don't know you're bullying little Yang. Clean all these for me and I'll pretend that I didn't see anything. If not, I might tell young miss. I understand. I'll definitely clean them properly. The staff member didn't dare to offend the personal servant of their seventh young miss. Humph. Elder Sister Noah scoffed and left haughtily. Elder Sister Noah returned to Miss Seven's room. There were a few other ladies around her age in the room. One of the ladies noticed Elder Sister Noah's unhappy expression and asked curiously, "Elder Sister Noah, why are you in a bad mood?" Those bunch of lazy workers were bullying little Young again. Elder Sister Noah pouted. Little Young. The young man who was saved by young miss. The bunch of ladies seemed to be familiar with little Young. Yes. Young miss took pity on his plight and took him in. Unfortunately, those bunch of bastards bullied little Young together. They're getting overboard. They gave all the hard and tiring work to little Young who had just recovered from a heavy injury. He shouldn't do so much heavy work when he had just recovered. For some reason, Elder Sister Noah felt close to little Young the moment she saw him. If her little brother didn't get lost that year, he would be around little Yang's age now. It's okay. Little Noah, I just gave little Young an opportunity to flourish. Whether he managed to flourish here depends on himself. A light and clear voice resounded in the room. Young miss. All the ladies stood up and shouted respectfully. A beautiful young lady walked out of the room beside them. Elder Sister Noah walked towards the lady and guided her to the sofa. She said, "Young miss, I know your intentions. However, little Young is a hard-working and serious worker. I just don't want him to suffer too much here. Sometimes, suffering is not a bad thing." Miss Seven shook her head when she noticed that her confidant wasn't able to understand her. She stopped talking and asked the people around her to serve her some tea. Miss Seven. A lady in uniform entered the room without knocking. She should be a servant too. However, her attire was different from Elder Sister Noah. She smiled and said, "My young miss asked me to see if Miss Seven is free. If Miss Seven is free, she would like to invite you over for a gathering." Miss Seven smiled calmly when she heard this. "Since Sister Lee invited me, I'll go even if I'm not free." The lady smiled happily when she heard Miss Seven's reply. She said, "I'll go back and tell my young miss." After that, she left the room without bidding farewell to Miss Seven. Tisk, no manners. Miss Lee is just someone from the side family. Her servants also don't act like someone from an elite family. One of Miss Seven's maids was furious when she saw the other party's impolite behavior. Seer. Miss Seven's expression turned cold. Seer knew that she said the wrong thing, so she looked down silently, not daring to say another word. Seer, all your words and actions represent me. Other people might be disrespectful towards me, but I don't allow my people to be disrespectful towards others. Miss Seven reprimanded Seer and then looked at her other maids. If I notice any one of you acting like Miss Lee's maid, you can leave this place immediately. Yes, young miss. Everyone replied respectfully. However, they could tell that the impolite maid of Miss Lee had really angered their young miss. After some time, a pleasant voice came from outside the door. Sister Beitang, is it convenient for me to come in now? Is it Sister Lee? Hurry up and come in. Miss Seven happily called the person into her room. Compared to her impolite maid, Miss Lee's aura and presence were as elegant as a direct descendants like her. That was why Miss Seven decided to be friends with Miss Lee even though she didn't like Miss Lee's maids. A beautiful lady walked into the living room. The entire room seemed to light up in her presence. Miss Seven was already a pretty young lady, but compared to Miss Lee, she was nothing to awe about. This lady was the renowned and famous idol, soul singer Lee Yinfei. Miss Seven wasn't as cold and distant as she normally was. She quickly pulled Lee Yinfei's hand enthusiastically and sat down with her on the sofa. Is there anything you need? Miss Seven was curious about why Lee Yinfei came to look for her. Well, I've been thinking about it carefully for these few days and I think that you shouldn't go to Mailer FA with me. Li Yinfei seemed worried. Li Yinfei accepted a casino's invite to perform during the opening of its mecha tournament. The casino was at Mailer FA. When she accepted the invite, Miss Seven was beside her. Hence, she excitedly told her that she wanted to come along and take a look at the world. Li Yinfei was in the moment so she agreed rashly. However, after traveling for so long, Li Yinfei had calmed down and she regretted her rash decision. Mailer FA was a huge planet full of dark dealings. Even if it was legal to gamble there, it was still a really dangerous planet to be in. If anything happened to Miss Seven, she would offend the entire Beitang family. She was from an elite family too, but she was from the side family. If the Li family wanted to give up on her, they could do so easily. Of course, she was the only one who knew what her position was like in the Li family. Outsiders would just think that she was someone irreplaceable. Miss Seven was a smart lady. She instantly knew what Li Yinfei was worried about. She quickly consoled her, "Sister, don't worry. Whenever we go out, my family will send domain realm masters to protect us. I'm just going to Meyer FA to take a look. I won't cause any trouble. The people on Meyer FA won't dare to offend us too." As the top few families in the Federation, even after they left the Federation, other factions outside the Federation were afraid of them too. Li Yinfei was jealous and envious of Miss Seven. This was the difference between a direct family and a side family. She did many things for the Li family but no one cared about her safety. She had only heard of domain realm masters before but she never saw one. The Li family would never send a domain realm master to protect her. Li Yinfei had complicated feelings but Miss Seven's words made her feel at ease. With Miss Seven along with her, she would be safer in Meyer FA too. That was the main reason why she agreed to bring Miss Seven along in the first place. The two of them chatted for a while before Li Yinfei bid farewell to Miss Seven. Soon, the starship left planet Bailing and flew towards its second destination. Along the way, Li Yinfei spent her time interacting with Miss Seven. Li Yinfei was a lady who talked well. After a few days, her relationship with Miss Seven got closer. By the time they reached Meyer FA, they had become best friends. "Wow, so this is Mailer FA." Little Yang leaned against the window of the starship and looked at the port below as he exclaimed. The moment they entered Meyer FA, he saw how prosperous and lively this planet was. It was packed with people. "Little guy, this is just the tip of the iceberg. Once you enter Mailer FA, you'll realize what packed sardines in a can means." Another old worker laughed at Little Yang when he saw his shocked expression. "Really? I want to look at it immediately," Little Yang said with anticipation. "Hey, stop being lazy. Hurry up and do your work." Someone behind Little Yang shouted angrily. Ever since elder sister Noah spoke up for him, he had been bullied even more. Little Yang's face was expressionless but when he turned around, he had a bright smile on his face. "Okay, Brother Yao." He looked as though he didn't know that he was being bullied. The older workers shook their heads when they saw this. Little Yang was a hard worker. Everything about him was good except for his shy and non-confrontational personality. He didn't know how to stand up for himself. However, that was his own life. They weren't so kind as to help him. The younger workers smiled arrogantly when they saw Little Yang walking over to them obediently. Even if Miss Seven took special care of him, he wasn't helping himself. They didn't feel any guilt at all when they bullied him. Hence, while everyone was preparing to get off the starship, Little Yang was still cleaning the inner parts of the ship. At that moment, Miss Seven and Li Yinfei slowly walked out of the starship. Elder sister Noah was beside Miss Seven. The guide of Mailer FA that was receiving Li Yinfei was already waiting at the port. He was there to direct Li Yinfei through a special passage instead of letting her just registering at the registration counter. Li Yinfei's entourage went with Li Yinfei. However, not everyone from Miss Seven's side was entering Meyer FA, as some needed to stay back at the starship to take care of it. All the workers wanted to see the famous gambling city along with Miss Seven. Hence, all of them waited for Miss Seven on the deck of the starship. They hoped that Miss Seven would notice them and choose them to follow her. Elder Sister Noah looked at the workers working, waiting for them on the deck. But, she didn't see who she wanted to see. She frowned. Why isn't little Yang here? The moment she said this, the young workers gave looks of envy. Fortunately, they were intelligent enough to know that they couldn't offend the most beloved maid of Miss Seven, so one of them hurriedly replied, "He hasn't finished his work yet." Elder Sister Noah frowned. "Not finished with his work? I'm afraid that it's your work." Elder Sister Noah knew what was happening among the workers, so she exposed them instantly. The young workers' faces turned red in shame. However, no one refuted her. Elder Sister Noah knew she was right when they didn't say anything. She scoffed, "Hurry up and call him over. As for you all, go back and continue what you're supposed to do." The workers' faces dimmed. They knew they had no chance of stepping into Meyer FA anymore, so they turned around angrily. Miss Seven sighed and shook her head. The better Noor treated little Yang, the poorer little Yang would be treated by them in the starship. However, it was normal for one to lose something when gaining something. After some time, little Yang ran over panting. He only stopped when he saw Miss Seven and Elder Sister Noah. He touched the back of his head shyly. "Miss Seven, Sister Noah, are you looking for me?" Elder Sister Noah glared at him. "Didn't I tell you not to do the work that doesn't belong to you? Don't you know how to say no?" Little Yang said honestly, "The work is not tiring at all. Plus, I feel obligated to do more. Miss Seven has took me in and even treated my wounds. I'll feel better if I do more work." "Fine." My goodwill went down the drain. Elder Sister Noah stared at little Yang angrily. Little Yang felt flustered under the angry glare. The other maids beside Miss Seven covered their mouths and laughed sheepishly. Miss Seven and Ling Fei couldn't help but laugh too. Elder Sister Noah walked beside Miss Seven and followed her down the starship. Halfway through, she turned around and noticed that little Yang was still standing on the deck, looking at them with a smile on his face. She felt helpless. "Hurry up and catch up with us, you idiot." Little Yang's face was initially filled with confusion, then realization, before he hurried forward happily. At least, he's not too stupid. Elder Sister Noah turned around and muttered to herself. "Looks like our Elder Sister Noah is attracted to this man." Another maid covered her mouth and laughed silently. It was obvious that Elder Sister Noah treated little Yang differently from the others. "Pfft. Him. I'm attracted to him." Elder Sister Noah appeared disgusted. "If he isn't like my stupid little brother, I won't have cared about him so much." Elder Sister Noah was saying the truth. However, we wouldn't know if her sisters around her believed her. Miss Seven treated her maids like her close friends, so their teasing didn't affect her mood much, very unlike some pompous miss of an elite family. She smiled happily at the scene too. Ling Fei listened to Miss Seven's maids chatting among themselves and smirked secretly. Miss Seven's maids didn't like her maid. They thought that her maid was someone impolite and had no manners. But, they didn't look any better too. They were just discriminating against her status as a side descendant of the Li family. The group of people entered the VIP passage. They saw the representatives from Meyer FA waiting for them there. After hearing Ling Fei's introduction, they hurriedly opened the passage and allowed them into the special shuttle. Besides her personal maid, Ling Fei also brought her manager and 4 bodyguards from the Li family. All of her bodyguards were at the peak stage of Qi Jin. Miss Seven had more people coming with her. She had 4 personal maids, 1 butler, 4 workers to help with her luggage, including little Yang, and 6 bodyguards. 4 of them were at the peak stage of Qi Jin, while the other 2 bodyguards' strength couldn't be determined. The representative from Mailer FA didn't care about this. They didn't even ask for any information from the two mysterious bodyguards. On the surface, it seemed as though they did it because of Li Yinfei. In actual fact, it was because of Miss Seven's identity. She was after all the young miss from the elite Beitang family. If there wasn't a domain realm master protecting her, it wouldn't make sense. Miss Seven didn't know this. She thought that the reason for everything going smoothly was because of Li Yinfei, so she was even more grateful towards her. Soon, the group of them arrived on Meyer Fa. When they walked out of the shuttle, they were shocked by the number of people there. So many people. Miss Seven had traveled to many planets, but this was the first time she saw such a crowd on one planet. The station was almost exploding with people. The representatives from Mailer FA smiled and explained. Most of the time, it's not so crowded. However, the new mecha combat tournament is starting in 3 days, so many tourists who like mechas will be coming to our planet. This is not even the peak period yet. Tomorrow, there will be even more people. Another representative from Mailer FA added on, during the last tournament, I was graced with the chance to welcome a very important guest for our opening ceremony. We were supposed to use the special passage, but in the end, we came out of the normal passage. Why? Li Yinfei's mate asked in surprise. The representative replied helplessly, there were too many people everywhere. We couldn't move at all, so we could only move along with the crowd. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. How many people were there? Translator, Henyi Translations. Editor, Henyi Translations. Right, they were finished speaking, they had reached the end of the special passage. There were many people outside. However, because they stood close together, it made it seem that there weren't as many people as the station. Miss Seven and her group got on a hover recreational vehicle. The RV was huge and had enough space to hold 3 times as many people as their group. It seemed Meyer FA's side had thought that Li Yinfei would take more people with her. Thus, they made sure they were prepared. Everyone was instantly taken to the most luxurious part of Meyer FA's casino city by the hover recreational vehicle, which was the top-class 7-star hotel. Those who could stay in this hotel were either people of royalty and well-known masters. They must also be the VIP customers of Meyer FA. Although Old Marshal Beitang was considered a top-level elite family within the Huaxia Federation, a lady of direct descent still didn't meet requirements to enter this high-class hotel. However, Meyer FA's side arranged for her to stay in it because of Li Yinfei. Of course, she didn't have a presidential suite like Li Yinfei and was only given a normal suite. But, this still made Miss Seven quite satisfied with the arrangement. Li Yinfei was very pleased that Meyer FA saw her as this important. Now, she felt like she actually was not much different from a lady of direct descent from the old Marshal Beitang elite family. It was true. She was indeed not a direct descendant of the Li family. If her background was scrutinized deeply, she wasn't even considered a side descendant. She was a commoner from her very beginnings. However, now, she was the idol of the soul that the entire world loved, Li Yinfei. That poor Li Lin from the past was no longer connected to her. She was definitely going to achieve new heights. Li Yinfei became more confident about herself. Her original elegant face became even more beautiful and eye-catching. She smiled as she invited Miss Seven to stay with her in the presidential suite. However, Miss Seven held back her wanting to do so and refused politely. Little Yang, who was excitedly standing on the side, had inadvertently seen the change on Li Yinfei's facial expression. Little Yang actually stared at her blankly. Not only did he do that, the other staff members and guards also stared blankly at Li Yinfei. However, they were much more discreet. Although this type of discretion was useless in front of experts, it was still considered showing much restraint compared to Little Yang's blank stare. Li Yinfei's beauty not only caught the attention of Miss Seven's group, Li Yinfei's own 4 bodyguards were also moved by Li Yinfei's indescribable beauty. What they should rejoice was the fact that they had always followed Li Yinfei, and was somewhat immune to her beauty. They weren't like those people who were following Miss Seven, gawking and staring. Little Yang. Despite losing her focus for a moment because of Li Yinfei's beauty, elder sister Noah was still a woman, so she was more immune to her beauty. When she saw little Yang's blank expression, she thought to herself that there was going to be trouble if this staring continued. She immediately prompted little Yang as she was afraid little Yang was going to cause trouble. Little Yang was shocked awake and stopped staring. He immediately put his head down in embarrassment and said softly, "Elder sister Noah, Miss Li really looks like a goddess. Of course, she's the first daughter of the Li family and is everyone's idol. You need to wake up. Don't gawk at such an important individual," elder sister Noah softly warned. Elder sister Noah's words scared little Yang and made him shake his head furiously. "No, no, no, I won't. Miss Li is the goddess in the sky. I'm only just looking, just looking." After saying that, he went to the back of the group and put his head down, not daring to look towards Li Yinfei's direction anymore, as though he was afraid the goddess would get angry at him. Despite their conversation being softly spoken, it was still heard by those around them. Little Yang's honest behavior made Miss Seven smirk. Even Li Yinfei, who hated people looking at her to get something out of her, wasn't unhappy at the fact that little Yang was looking at her. Instead, she felt little Yang's stare was pure and sincere. Of course, the word goddess that little Yang had said made Li Yinfei happy. Everyone liked hearing good things about themselves, especially the words that came from their hearts. Li Yinfei and Miss Seven was preparing to return to their rooms to rest and clean themselves up. Then, they made arrangements to go to Meyer FA's largest casino at night to see how it worked. Meyer FA's side was also quite efficient, as they instantly gave Li Yinfei a VIP card. This card would be able to be exchanged into betting chips at any of Meyer FA's casinos for 50 million chips. It had to be said that in order to invite Li Yinfei to be the special guest for the opening ceremony of the Mecha betting tournament, Meyer FA was quite sincere and didn't care about the costs of accommodating Li Yinfei. Faced with Meyer FA's VIP service, the business-like smile Li Yinfei had on her face at the beginning had changed and became more sincere. At night, Li Yinfei met up with Miss Seven, who brought elder sister Noah, another female maid and 2 guards. Originally, little Yang was not allowed to go in, but not sure whether if it was elder sister Noah or Miss Seven who said something about him, that let them bring up taking little Yang with them. Their reasoning was that he needed to help them hold the betting chips. It was a reason that had flaws everywhere. However, the pure and sincere little Yang didn't discover that. He actually thought Miss Seven and the others really needed someone there to do manual labor, so he followed them gladly. I really don't King understand. Why would Miss Noah like such a dumb person? Why isn't the person that Miss Noah likes me? Seeing little Yang's shadow slowly disappear, the workers who were sent back were all green with envy. They didn't dare to think about Miss Seven, but the head of maids, the beautiful Miss Noah, was everyone's dream girl. Now, they saw their dream girl being snatched away by a dumb kid. It was no wonder that they were feeling annoyed. One can imagine that when little Yang was to return to the starship, he would definitely be considered public enemy number 1 by all the workers. His life would be very difficult in the future. Li Yinfei and Miss Seven chose to go to the casino that was situated below the hotel. Casino was the most luxurious casino on Meyer FA. They were told that the Mecha betting tournament was going to be held at this casino and Li Yinfei would sing at the opening ceremony of this tournament, so Li Yinfei came to this casino to get familiar with the entire place and spend some time having fun with Miss Seven. Once they entered the casino, the manager of the casino gave 50 million betting chips to Li Yinfei. Li Yinfei wanted to exchange some chips for Miss Seven, but Miss Seven graciously refused. She was already grateful enough to Li Yinfei, so she didn't want to continue to take advantage of this lady from the Li family. Although her wealth wasn't as plentiful as her elder and younger brothers, she still had the power to move around billions worth of assets. A few million for gambling was still within her power. Miss Seven's refusal didn't cause Li Yinfei to hold any grudge. She still smiled and patiently waited for Miss Seven to go exchange for some chips. Not long after, Miss Seven's followers had exchanged 30 million worth of chips for her. Miss Seven didn't want her guards to continue to follow them, so she gave them a total of 10 million worth of chip for them to go do their own thing. Miss Seven was originally planning on giving Little Young a few thousand to play with, but Little Young firmly refused. He replied earnestly that he was only there to hold the chips and not to gamble. The earnest look on his face made Miss Seven and Li Yinfei laugh hysterically. However, their laughing just resulted in a more confused Little Young. However, when he saw Miss Seven handing over the betting chips, Little Young had a difficult expression on his face. He finally understood why Miss Seven and that goddess, Lady Li, laughed. It turns out, the leftover 20 million chips were actually just two circular chips that were made with some unknown material. When they were put in his hands, he couldn't feel any weight at all. In other words, Miss Seven didn't actually need him to do any manual labor or hold her chips. Even the physically weak elder sister Noah could successfully throw the chips miles away if she wanted to. However, Little Young quickly felt the pressure and stress that the two chips were given him. With the chips in the palm of his hand, Little Young suddenly thought about the resulting issues if he were to lose one of them accidentally. Little Yang's hand began to sweat and tremble. The terrified expression on Little Yang's face when looking at the 20 million chips caused Li Yinfei to be a little playful. She smiled as she handed over her 50 million chips to him. "Here, Little Yang, help me hold them as well." She wanted to add into the pot and see how Little Yang would react. Before Little Yang could react, Li Yinfei had already put the chips in Little Yang's hand. Little Yang unconsciously held on to the chips, then seemed to have discovered something. His entire body began to tremble in fear as he said weakly, "Miss Li, don't give it to me." The chips in his hand were as light as feathers, but the responsibility they represented weighed tons on his shoulders. Little Yang felt like he couldn't endure the pressure much longer and began to have countless drops of cold sweat running down his forehead. If he lost them, if he lost them, if he lost them. His brain was full of thoughts about what would happen if he were to lose them. "Alright, I'll stop teasing you." Li Yinfei saw the terrified and pitiful expression on Little Yang's face and understood she couldn't continue her teasing any longer. She reached out with her hand and grabbed her 50 million chips back. "Thank you, Miss Li, thank you, Miss Li," Little Yang said gratefully. "Have I bullied you?" Little Yang's behavior also made Miss Seven want to tease him, so she said this purposely after seeing him behave like that. Miss Seven's words instantly caused Little Yang to go into panic mode. He held the 20 million chips in his hand and didn't know what to do as his head just kept turning from left to right. Hee. Miss Seven couldn't help but laugh again after seeing Little Yang's pitiful expression. "Alright, I'll stop teasing you. Just don't hold anything and follow us as we play." Hearing this, elder sister Noah grabbed the two chips out of Little Yang's hands. She then sternly rolled her eyes towards him, "So weak. You're already afraid with just this little amount of money?" Little Yang could only smile earnestly. After seeing the millions leave his hands, he finally could breathe a sigh of relief as he used his sleeve to wipe away the cold sweat on his forehead. He wasn't afraid of lifting weights, but the chips that had no weight made him feel that he would collapse under the pressure. If he was to lose them, even selling his body wouldn't be enough to pay it back. Li Yinfei's beauty was phenomenal. In addition to how she was a famous individual in the world, each of her actions and movements drew the attention of the other casino-goers around her. She especially drew the attention of a few guests in the casino when she showed the warm smile she had when she was teasing Little Yang. "That person is the Huaxia Federation's queen idol, Li Yinfei," said a 30 to 40-year-old young man who was blonde and had greenish eyes. "That's correct, my duke," the servant beside him replied with certainty. "As expected, she really is a one-of-a-kind beauty. Luo Lin, help me ask her out." The young man couldn't help but lick his lips as though he had just seen his prey. "Oh, there's another little beauty beside her. Who's that? If it's possible, I won't mind a threesome." The young man's eyes blinked perversely. It seemed that he would always look for pleasure. "My duke," looking at the logos on the uniforms of those around her, "they should be from the first-ranked elite family, Old Marshal Beitang family. The Federation's top 4 elite families are always very secretive, so we shouldn't provoke them." Luo Lin quickly wiped away cold sweat as he reminded his duke. His duke had an eye not only for the queen idol Li Yinfei, but also for a troublesome lady from an elite family. Although Li Yinfei was also part of an elite family, the Li family, she was considered to be a political asset that the Li family would leverage whenever they could. However, as long as they gave the Li family enough benefits, they would be able to easily acquire Li Yinfei. This was why the servant didn't refuse his master from preying on Li Yinfei. In the eyes of the common folk, these queen idols of the soul, well-known actors and other famous idols held high positions in their hearts. Some would even become gods among the public. However, when they fall under the watchful eyes of those with limitless power, these people were only considered to be playthings of those with power. On the other hand, they wouldn't dare to lay a hand on a lady from the elite family who was to the public knowledge, a nobody. **T. I just don't understand why you're all afraid of the Federation. If we're talking military, they have Ling Xiao, so he will breed fear in us. I can understand that. But, must we be afraid of elite families in the Federation? When the Duke heard that he couldn't lay his hands on the other beauty, he was unhappy. My Duke, please watch your words, Luo Lin said softly. The reason every country was afraid of the Federation was not only because they had more god-class operators than all of them in each generation, for example Ling Xiao in this one. It was also the reason that the Federation's elite families had kept their power a well-kept secret. There was once a king of a small country who had his eyes set on an elite family's daughter of direct descent. He wanted to take her as a concubine, and in the end angered the second-rank elite family. The results of this anger was the destruction of this king's country. This incident made all the other countries understand that the power the Federation showed to the public was not only the military power on the outer surface. There was also hidden powers among the elite families. If it wasn't for the fact that the Federation's military and the elite families were on guard against each other and exhausting their resources through civil disputes, the strength of the Federation may reach a point where Caesar would have difficulty dealing against. The Federation might even take control of the entire galaxy and become an existence that could not be matched by any other country. Understood. I'm also satisfied if it's only Li Yinfei. The Duke saw his subordinate's stern expression and knew he had spoke out of line. On the other side of the casino, in the VIP lounge on the second floor, one of the young men also saw Li Yinfei's group while he was standing near the window looking down at the crowd in the atrium. Hey, our queen idol actually came here as well. The young man had a sinister smile on his face and spoke to another person who was sitting on the sofa trying out some red wine. The young man holding the red wine glass hands shook. Li Yinfei. Other than her, who else would be invited to perform for the opening ceremony here? The sinister young man looked towards the vague poster on the wall in the VIP lounge. Just from the hint of Queen Idol of the Soul, allowed them to basically know who was coming to this event. If she's here, she's here. Don't make a giant fuss about it, the red wine drinking young man said indifferently. I'm not surprised she's here. I'm only surprised that she had brought someone that I didn't think would come here. The sinister young man had a weird smile on his face. The red wine drinking young man saw the other man's expression and knew something was off. Who? That servant who is standing beside them has a chimera totem embroidered on his uniform. The sinister young man looked towards little Yang, who was following Miss Seven closely, and frowned. When he first looked at them, little Yang gave him an odd feeling of familiarity. However, when he had a closer look, that feeling of familiarity disappeared. The young man instantly jumped up from the sofa after hearing the word chimera and leaped towards the window in one step. He saw Miss Seven down below and instantly gritted his teeth. Tang Yingying. Didn't she go travel the world? Why would she come here? Traveling the world and ending up here is quite normal. Especially when she familiarized herself with Li Yinfei. Seeing Tang Yingying and Li Yinfei familiarity with each other, he could tell that the two of them had definitely not known each other for just 1 to 2 days. The sinister young man half smiled towards the man beside him. Are you going to go say hi to your younger cousin sister? We're here for a mission, so we shouldn't expose our identities. I only hope this girl doesn't cause any trouble for me. said the man in dismay. I mean, it's fine if you meet up with your younger cousin's sister. But, you will need to use your identity as a master of the Beitang family, the sinister man suggested. Don't cause trouble for me. We only got our identity so we can enter Mailer FA with our leader as his assistants. The young man glared at his companion. Plus, when I entered the Flying Dragon Special Forces, I no longer have any connection with that family. I'm just Tang Ningyu from the Flying Dragon Special Forces. It turns out, these two people were actually Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran. Their trip to Mailer FA this time was because they had received orders from the higher-ups. They were told to disguise their identities as assistants of a chairman of a merchant group and sneak into Mailer FA to investigate the reason behind Magic Ace Mecha Clan's annihilation 15 years ago. Although the battlefield where the Magic Ace Mecha Clan's tragedy occurred wasn't in Mailer FA's star sector, it actually begun from here. It was just the military didn't know what Magic Ace Mecha Clan had done 15 years ago to cause them to be killed and in the end become completely wiped out in a public star sector. Tang Ningyu frowned. He looked towards Tang Yingying, who was playing around and having fun, and said in dismay, Chaoran, looks like you'll have to work a bit harder. I have to go outside less during this time, in case I encounter Yingying and cause big problems to our mission. As they were speaking, Tang Ningyu's eyes were fixated on Little Yang. Little Yang, who had his head down as he followed Tang Yingying's group, gave him a feeling that he wasn't a stranger. However, he wasn't too familiar with his younger cousin's sister and her entourage. Thus, he decided to ignore Little Yang. Mu Chaoran saw Tang Ningyu's questioning gaze at Little Yang. Mu Chaoran couldn't help but send a glance at Little Yang again, but this time, he didn't have the same familiar feeling he had at the beginning. The feeling Little Yang gave him was like a stranger. This made him doubt the feeling of familiarity at the beginning. Mu Chaoran couldn't help but laugh silently. Ever since Planet Azure, his senses were very off. When he saw people who spoke or acted similar to his younger brother Xiaoyun, he would feel that slight sense of familiarity. He didn't think that Xiaoyun's death caused a huge void to appear in his heart. Mu Chaoran remembered what his team leader had told him. If he wanted to get stronger, he must quickly fill this void. Otherwise, it would become a roadblock that would hold him back from achieving his peak. As expected, Xiaoyun was not in his heart. Mu Chaoran sighed in his mind. He put his hand out and pushed a button on the window for effects. The transparent window slowly began to turn black, cutting off all of the excitement from the outside. This made the VIP lounge return to its original peace and also allowed Mu Chaoran come out of the flashback of Pei Xiaoyun in his mind. Little Yang, who had his head down the entire time, raised his head as Mu Chaoran darkened the windows. He then slowly and silently looked towards the window on the second floor. Who knew that I would actually meet up with people I know here and they're both troublesome people, Little Yang thought in dismay. It turns out, Little Yang was Ling Lan in disguise. She wanted to use Tang Yingying and Li Yingfei to successfully infiltrate the central location of Mailer FA's casino. The reason she made such plans was because Mailer FA would have guests at the central area to sign the guest book, and these guests must have their own personal invitation letters. Of course, Ling Lan could get her hands on an invitation letter, but the letters could only be used by the person named on the letter. Even if she managed to get a letter, without the actual person with her, she still wouldn't be able to get in. Thus, when Ling Lan thought of how to perfectly infiltrate this place, she got word that Li Yingfei was invited to do the opening ceremony. With that, she decided to hop on their backs and let them take her into Mailer FA. Afterwards, Ling Lan purposely provoked two mafia groups to fight against each other. She then disguised herself as someone that was being chased and barely got away with her life. After encountering Miss Seven, she activated her spiritual power and hinted towards Miss Seven for her to save her. The reason elder sister Noah was so concerned about her was also the results of subconscious hinting. From the very beginning, Ling Lan had prepared to enter Mailer FA with them. It was just every step was made so it seemed that it was Miss Seven and her group's decision and not something Ling Lan forced upon them. Her originally perfect disguise had some flaws that were seen through by Mu Chaoran because when he looked towards her suddenly, Ling Lan couldn't restrain her force of presence. Luckily, she was above Mu Chaoran's physical stage so she was able to hide her presence quickly. This was also why when Tang Ningyu looked at her, he didn't have a familiar feeling. It was also because of this reason, Mu Chaoran thought his senses were off, which allowed Ling Lan to have a chance of not exposing herself. Ling Lan took back the glance she threw towards the second floor and silently looked towards the perverted blonde young man who was greedily staring at Lin Fei and Miss Seven. Although Mu Chaoran and Tang Ningyu were troublesome, she wouldn't be exposed as long as she was careful to not let them discover her. She could even use them to her advantage. However, the real problem was this person. Ling Lan closed her eyes and brushed away the coldness in her eyes. If that person was to make a move on Lin Fei and Tang Yingying that them couldn't handle, Ling Lan decided that she would personally lend a hand. This wasn't because Ling Lan had a heart of saint but rather because Ling Lan had her own morals. She must return the favor since she borrowed Lin Fei and Miss Seven's influence to enter Meyer Fa. The least she could do was to not let anything happen to these two ladies during their time on Meyer Fa. Although Meyer Fa was a well-known casino city, it was still relatively safe. At least in the casinos, there wouldn't be anything like rape or kidnapping women. Lin Fei and Miss Seven played their hearts out for the entire night. As their servant, Ling Lan also followed them for the entire night. This trip opened her eyes and let her understand all of the tricks for different casino games. Despite Meyer Fa being publicly known as the fairest casino, it didn't factor in the fact that all the dealers were gambling masters. These dealers knew very well how to take all the money from the guests' pockets. When these dealers met with other experts, they would politely invite them to the upper floors where the guests could participate in higher stakes and higher level gambling games. As expected, dealers are always the winners. After she had lost down to her last 10,000 chips, Miss Seven saw Little Yang's interest in the game. She then handed the chips to him and said, "Our luck was terrible and we lost almost all of the round. This is the last round so I'll let you bet." Miss Seven, two of her maids and Lin Fei's group, won small amounts on the first two rounds, then kept losing afterwards. They had already lost to the point of no longer having any interest to gamble. I see I can't. Ling Lan shook her head furiously as though she was surprised by the 10,000 chips. Stop being a sissy. If Our Lady told you to go, then you go. If you lose, she wouldn't ask you pay it back. Elder Sister Noah wasn't pleased with Little Yang's cowardliness and instantly pushed Little Yang towards a betting table. This table was betting on big or small. It seemed Elder Sister Noah was afraid Little Yang didn't know how to gamble so she pushed him towards the easiest table. I won't have to pay it back, right? Little Yang stuttered as he spoke. If he lost, he wouldn't be able to pay it back. No, but if you win you don't get a share either, Elder Sister Noah said in an annoyed tone. TT then I'm betting now. After hearing her words, Little Yang breathed a sigh of relief. He held the chips in his hand as he looked at the many choices on the table with a face full of confusion. Place your bets quickly, the round is about to start. The dealer smiled as he reminded. When he saw Little Yang, he instantly knew Little Yang was a newbie who had never participated in gambling before. How do I get the most money? Ling Lan pretended to not know and asked. That, of course, would be betting on specific numbers or betting on the dealer to take all or lose all. Smiled the dealer. As expected, this kid is just a newbie who likes money. Ling Lan was seemingly thinking about which option would give her the most money. At that moment, the other guests around the table were all telling her to hurry up. If you don't bet, I'm going to start the round. You can wait for the next one. The dealer didn't care and was about to not wait for dumb little boy. I'm not going to wait, I'll bet this one. Ling Lan was seemingly anxious from all the hurrying and instantly tossed in the 10,000 chips. She originally wanted to toss it into the part where the deal would win against all, but it accidentally landed on the part where the number 7 was at. I tossed it wrong. Ling Lan cried out. If you want to change it, I can still let you change it. The dealer was surprisingly nice. If the bet leaves the hand then it's set in stone. Mr. Dealer, you can't just let him do that just because he's a newbie. A few of the guests were unhappy and began to yell. The dealer wasn't affected and only smiled at Ling Lan. Ling Lan pretended to be scared by the other guests beside her and immediately shook her head. I am not changing it. Really not changing? Asked the dealer. Ling Lan saw the other guest around the table having an expression like they were about to gobble her up. She shook her head furiously to show that she wasn't going to change it. The dealer shouted helplessly, round start. He opened the cover and there were 3 dice. 2 were on 3 and 1 was on 1. It was exactly 7 points. Ah, little Yang, you won. Elder sister Noah jumped up in excitement. Even Miss Seven and Lin Fei clapped their hands because they were happy. They finally won, and it was a 10-fold return, letting them earn 100,000 instantly. The dealer handed the chips to Ling Lan using his ruler and smiled, boy, your luck is quite good. Do you want to play another round? Ling Lan held the chips she had won and shook her head, no more gambling, no more gambling. Why? Your luck is so good right now, said elder sister Noah. My daddy said that nobody will have good luck all the time. A person should definitely stop when they are winning, in case they use up all of their luck. Ling Lan replied sternly and earnestly. Winning 100,000 is already by my luck skyrocketing through the roof. If I keep playing, I will definitely lose. Elder sister Noah still wanted to say something, but Miss Seven seemed to have understood something and stopped her. We've played all night and should rest. Let's just call it a night. After her lady spoke, elder sister Noah politely replied with, yes, and no longer forced little Yang to continue to gamble. Milady, these are for you. Ling Lan handed Miss Seven the chips in her hand. You won them, why are you giving them to me? Miss Seven asked with smiling eyes. Elder sister Noah said that I would only bet and the result has nothing to do with me, Ling Lan replied earnestly. But it was because of you that we won. Shouldn't you take some money for your hard work? Miss Seven asked with a half smile. My daddy once said I shouldn't be greedy for things that don't belong to me. It'll just create problems. Ling Lan decisively chose to be an obedient child who always listened to her father. If Ling Xiao knew these words that Ling Lan were speaking right now, he would definitely bawl his eyes out. Unfortunately, the real Ling Lan was usually obedient on the surface and rebellious on the inside, making Ling Xiao unable to do anything about it. Seeing Ling Lan's earnest expression, Miss Seven knew little Yang was speaking from his heart. She then reached out with her hand and took the chips, purposefully leaving one in Ling Lan's hands. Ling Lan immediately shouted, Milady, you missed one. Miss Seven smiled, that's your reward. But it's not my money. Ling Lan's honesty made the maids beside Miss Seven almost want to beat him up. I am your master. Your performance today was very good, so I gave that to you as a reward. Didn't your daddy ever teach you that your work should be compensated? Miss Seven replied with a full smile on her face. Being so familiar with the wars within the family for power, little Yang's morals of not taking things of others and only give to others through the kindness of his heart, made Miss Seven like him a lot. Originally, she was only sympathetic towards Ling Lan's situation, but now, she was actually starting to like little Yang. Perhaps I should take of little Yang in case those disgusting and savage individuals on the starship were to bully him. Miss Seven secretly made this decision. The dealer's eyes had a hint of approval as he saw little Yang decisively take the money and leave. It was very rare to see someone who could maintain a clear head under the lure of money and knew that leaving after a good round would be a better idea. He hoped that little Yang could hold on against all lures of possible profits during his time on Meyer FA and not lose his morals. Nothing happened during the rest of the night. In the morning of the second day, Lin Fei received an invitation from Duke Edward. Li Yinfei knew very well that she had definitely caused this duke to have the thoughts of conquering her. Although Li Yinfei had entered the entertainment industry, she didn't want to become someone who socialized in this way, so she decisively refused the invitation. Despite the fact the Li family had determined that she had secrets she couldn't reveal to the public, the elite family's dignity was not allowed to be stepped on. On the surface, she was under the Li family. This was her background that gave her the confidence to refuse these powerful nobles. What? That woman refused my invitation. After learning that Li Yinfei had rejected his invitation, Duke Edward's expression turned sinister. A low-class singer actually dares to refuse to serve me. Duke Edward had a hint of anger in his eyes. He felt his dignity was being trampled on by a singer, who he looked down upon. This humiliation must be repaid by Li Yinfei herself. My duke, please be patient for the time being. Li Yinfei was invited by Mailer Fa. During this time, she definitely would be protected by them. We can't risk offending Meyer Fa just because of this, Luo Lin carefully comforted. As the standalone gambling planet, Mailer Fa never leaned towards the other praying nations. Its strength was unfathomable and terrifying. It would be a stupid idea to offend or provoke them at this time when they were at their most alert. Although Edward seemed impulsive, he still knew about the powers behind Mailer Fa. Hearing Luo Lin speak of it, he nodded in agreement. However, he ordered that once Mailer Fa's guards were to leave Li Yinfei's side, they would make a move. When that happens, he would definitely humiliate that woman. If she was obedient, he wouldn't mind marrying her as one of his wives. After all, he had never seen any woman as beautiful as Li Yinfei. Just her beauty was enough to make his heart throb. After returning to the regular guest rooms, Ling Lan held the $10,000 chip in her hand as she slept under the envious gazes of the other servants. Little Four, did you take control of the casino's mainframe? Ling Lan, who seemed like she was fast asleep, was actually in her mind space asking Little Four about the situation. She didn't expect that Mailer Fa's casinos were not connected on the same mainframe. Instead, they had their own virtual worlds. Even if they were to stay in a guest room, they still wouldn't be able to infiltrate it. They would only have a chance to enter the mainframe if they enter the casino. Ling Lan was lucky that she had Little Four who could silently infiltrate the mainframe. Even Imperial-level hackers might be discovered by them the moment they hack into the mainframe. There were even 2 Imperial hackers standing guard for a standard casino atrium. Mailer Fa had indeed lived up to its name, as the powers they wielded were abundant and bottomless. I've pretty much got it fully controlled, other than a few core locations that I can't get into. After seeing that there were so many Imperial hackers on guard, Little Four also became more careful with his actions. Above Imperial-level hackers were God-class hackers. Legend has it that these God-class hackers were considered gods in the virtual world. After playing around in the virtual world for so long, although Little Four hadn't encountered these legends, it was still possible for the existence of such hackers to be in Mailer Fa because there were no less than 10 Imperial hackers in the main area of the casino. Little Four didn't forget what his boss had told him. Thus, if it wasn't completely necessary, he wouldn't go and touch those core locations that were clearly heavily guarded. Not bad. We still can't figure out how deep the rabbit hole goes for Mailer Fa. We should be careful first. Don't touch on the core locations for now. Controlling the other regions are enough for us to use. Little Four, help me surveillance Mu Chaoran and Tang Ningyu. Check what they're here to do, ordered Ling Lan. She didn't believe that these 2 people were here on vacation. Although the restrictions of the Flying Dragon Special Forces were not as strict as standard divisions, they still wouldn't allow their soldiers to take a vacation in a casino, so there was no doubt that they were here on a mission. Understood, boss. Little Four began to investigate Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran. Soon, Little Four had found out why they were here. Boss, they're here to investigate how Magic Ace Mecha Clan was wiped out. Ling Lan's heart skipped a beat, something that wasn't investigated in 15 years, but yet they began to investigate it after those people, who kept the Lu and Wang family under surveillance, died. Boss, Could it be the person standing behind those people? Little Four said excitedly. He loved digging up the truth. That's a possibility. Someone who could control the Flying Dragon Special Forces. This person definitely holds a high-ranking position. Ling Lan frowned. Captain Lu's enemies were really not that simple. Could it be the third marshal? Little Four asked. Other people can be greedy, but the marshals will never be like that. Ever since Ling Lan read the distribution of power regarding the marshals, she eliminated the 3 marshals as suspects. Why? Little Four didn't understand. Every marshal has the power to command one God-class mecha. As long as the mecha operator had indeed advanced to God-class level. Marshals on the other hand were unable to become top-level mecha operators, so they wouldn't need the mineral to build a God-class mecha. If they were to acquire the mineral veins, other than making money, there wouldn't be much to benefit from it. If the marshals wanted money, there were many factions, merchant groups and elite families that will be willing to give it to them without asking for anything in return, so the marshals didn't need to take this risk. Plus, if they did it, they will have to completely wipe out a legendary titled Super Mecha clan. No matter how this was looked at, it wouldn't be beneficial for them, Ling Lan explained. Why can't marshals become top-level mecha operators? Little Four didn't understand this point. Marshals exist to control everything, while God-class mecha masters are the ultimate weapons of the country. The two would develop in 2 different directions. In order to not mix up the 2 groups, the Federation had a rule known to everyone. The highest level marshals were allowed to reach was the ace level. Once they advance into the imperial level, they must give up their position willingly. After saying that, Ling Lan had a thought: there is still one possibility for a marshal to not care about the consequences and try to take the mineral veins. That would be this marshal had suppressed his level to not advance into the imperial level. This suppression of many years might let him already have a chance to peak at the God-class level. In order to not expose this secret and still become a God-class mecha master, he would want to create a God-class mecha for himself in secret. No, although he can restrain himself purposely and fool those of the same level, he still wouldn't be able to fool those 1 level above him, and the 3 marshals all met up with Dad before. If one of them had reached the imperial level, even if they were to suppress their level, they still wouldn't be able to fool Dad unless they have special method. Ling Lan began to rebut her own statements. Looks like I have to immediately notify Dad and tell him to be careful. I should tell him to find a chance to get close to the 3 marshals and see if something is actually off. I hope it's not what I'm thinking. Ling Lan's face turned cold. If that was the case, then her father was in danger. In order to make sure their secret doesn't get out, these people would definitely take out her father, who had the biggest chance of seeing through their disguise. It was no surprise, since her father was the only God-class operator in the Federation who always appeared near the marshals. After feeling his boss's worry, Little Four also began to worry for Ling Xiao, who was currently in the Federation's military office center. He didn't dare to delay any longer and quickly sent all of Ling Lan's guesses to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, who was currently within the military headquarters, had been busy arguing, plotting and scheming against the military's other factions and higher-ups in order to reap more benefits for his division and Ling Lan. When he received Little Four's encoded message, his eyes widened in surprise. Someone among the 3 marshals may have advanced into a God-class operator. Is that even possible? Ling Xiao thought about the times he met up with the 3 marshals and didn't feel that there was anything odd. Is Lana worrying too much? Or maybe she was right. Someone may be helping them block off the divine secrets. God-class mecha operators were not like Ling Lan had previously thought. Not only could they operate God-class mechas and have keen senses, they also could peek into the realm of the divine. There was definitely ways of making him unable to sense anything. If he couldn't sense something odd, then there must be someone helping block off the person's divine secrets. Imperial Zhuge? Ling Xiao's finger lightly tapped on his desk. Only Imperial Zhuge had this type of capabilities. It seemed that he had to investigate the current generation's god machine of the Zhuge family, as only that person had the ability to cause him to not be able to see the truth. Is the world going to change? Ling Xiao's gazed deeply towards the window. Suddenly, his expression steeled and he contacted Ling Lan's communicator. Ling Xiao knew that no matter where Ling Lan was, she would have the ability to not expose herself. Although Ling Lan continued to tell him that she had awakened talents of a hacker, Ling Xiao could tell that it was not the case. However, his daughter was older now and had her own secrets, so he just pretended to not know. He would wait for the day when his daughter would willingly tell him, or perhaps never tell him in this lifetime. Soon, Ling Lan picked the call on her communicator. Ling Lan showed her scar-filled face on it, which made Ling Xiao's expression darken. "Dad, you're looking for me." Ling Lan didn't care about that part of her face and was not saddened by it in the least. Ling Xiao knew that it wasn't part of the disguise, but rather because Ling Lan didn't care about it. He sighed once again. He raised his daughter poorly. Girls should put their looks first. Perhaps for Ling Lan, it was the most unimportant feature for her. Seeing Ling Xiao sigh, Ling Lan knew that it was because of the scar on her face. She couldn't explain to him that her face was going to return to normal soon. That was because after a few days, Planet Juhao's local products and resources would be publicly auctioned off by the Federation. The representatives of the 3 chemical product corporations that she had told Little Four to develop in the past few years were sent to the auction. In order to confuse others, these 3 corporations were planning on buying all of the local product from Planet Juhao. Of course, Manhwa agent's main component must be acquired. After thinking about this, Ling Lan didn't know what Little Four was thinking in the beginning. This Little Four just randomly created 3 corporations who dealt with the same products. He also made these 3 corporations compete to the death, which caused them all to become enemies with each other. All 3 of them wanted to destroy the competitor and didn't know that their boss was actually the same person. However, it was because of this that Ling Lan was able to arrange everything perfectly. If the plant wasn't paid any attention by others, she would arrange for a smaller company to buy it secretly. If it drew the attention of other companies, the 3 large corporations would make a move. This would create competition between enemies, with neither of them willing to give in. In turn, causing the price to rise up exponentially and scare off others who want to take the product. This way, no matter which of the 3 corporations brought the components, she wouldn't worry about obtaining Manhwa agents. Of course, Ling Lan had already thought of the reason to explain why she needed large amounts of that plant. Her military doctor, Li Shiyu, had long discovered that the useless bits left from experiments could still be used. By adding in some standard ingredients, the bits could be used to create a top-of-the-line skin care products that could help women stay young and age slower. In this world, the money of women and children were the easiest to acquire. Even in this intergalactic era, these wise words from Ling Lan's previous life still rang true. Ling Lan didn't want her father to continue to worry about her face that was going to recover soon. She thought for a moment and then decided to tell him everything. "Dad, don't worry. My body's recoverability is increasing. It will disappear after a while." The earnest look on Ling Lan's face made Ling Xiao know that she wasn't lying to him. Having been worried about Ling Lan's scars for a long time, Ling Xiao finally had a large smile on his face. Seeing Ling Xiao's expression become less worried, Ling Lan smirked slightly. As expected, her decision was right. Despite telling Ling Xiao everything honestly would increase the risk of her secret and Li Shiyu's research becoming exposed, she still believed that it was worth the risk to comfort her father, who blamed himself for her injuries. Ling Xiao didn't ask Ling Lan how she was going to recover. He only told Ling Lan to be more careful and not be injured again. Ling Xiao was afraid that if she were to injure herself again, she would become a vegetable in the end. Ling Xiao knew very well that there was definitely a special reason for a person who had lost their recoverability to regain it. However, since his daughter didn't want to tell him, why should he ask? Plus, he didn't want to receive the method of recovering for the injuries from operating above one's level. Ling Xiao knew very well that this was a Pandora's box. Once it opened, there would be many troubles coming their way. Ling Xiao continued to ask Ling Lan why she had the thought that one of the 3 marshals hid their level. Ling Lan then told him what she had discovered, along with how the Flying Dragon Special Forces had moved out to investigate Magic Ace Mecha Clan from 15 years ago. She also included the mineral veins in her explanation. Ling Lan probably couldn't hide the fact of existence of the mineral veins anymore since the Flying Dragon Special Forces had been sent here. Ling Lan sighed in her mind and thought it was unfortunate. She then decided to tell her father about the mineral veins. Back then, that person wanted to put the mineral veins into the public after discovering he couldn't take control of Lu Furong. But, he suddenly changed his mind and didn't want others to acquire the secrets of the mineral veins anymore. He would rather destroy it than to let others have it. Instead of the Flying Dragon Special Forces finding out that the mineral veins were taken by her and misunderstand as Ling Xiao and her wanting to take it for themselves, it would be much better if she handed it over willingly and let her father ask the military for the merits they rightfully deserved. It wasn't because Ling Lan didn't trust Lu Furong. Instead, it was because there were too many people who knew about it. She had to hand over the mineral veins since she couldn't kill off everyone who knew about it. Luckily, there was still the Soul Society. Ling Lan originally thought the materials at the Soul Society were no longer important. She didn't think that after going around in a circle, she still needed to go to the Soul Society for resolving the issues with Little Four and the instructors' bodies. What she rejoiced was that she still had Xia Qingyi as a backup. Ling Lan thought frustratingly. If the mineral veins did not need to be handed over, she would just mine out a bit and resolve the issue of Little Four, Little Blossom and the instructors' materials for building their bodies. However now, she needed to start from scratch again. So, you're in Meyer F.A. After hearing Ling Lan explain the information regarding the mineral veins, Ling Xiao instantly understood where Ling Lan was situated at currently. Yes. I just want to know whether Lu Furong's words are true or fake. Ling Lan, of course, wouldn't tell her father that she wanted to secretly mine the vein. Ling Lan, who usually held a stern expression on her face, now couldn't help but blush for a moment. Luckily, there were many scars on her face. The slight redness was not obvious among the red scars. Laner, you're too impulsive. Ling Xiao's thoughts were focused on the danger his daughter was in and didn't see that Ling Lan was embarrassed. He frowned and said, even the Federation don't dare to provoke Mailer F.A. These mineral veins have been preserved on Meyer F.A. and not excavated is probably because of this reason. I even suspect that Meyer F.A. knows about the mineral veins. That's why they opened the casino city there. Ling Xiao didn't believe that Meyer F.A.'s faction wouldn't first investigate this planet before building their gambling hub. They are probably afraid it will be discovered by other nations and cause them to be attacked because of the immense profits there, so it's better for them to pretend to not know anything, secretly hide the mineral veins and slowly excavate it, Ling Lan said while in deep thought. Back then, the mine investigators were quietly allowed to enter probably because Meyer F.A. was afraid it was too obvious and it will draw too many people's attention. Then afterwards, that case with the mine investigators being wiped out made Mailer F.A. have a reason to prohibit more mine investigators to enter. Ling Xiao thought about the situation deeper than Ling Lan. There's also another possibility that it's a trap. A trap? Ling Lan didn't think the mineral veins could be a trap and was stunned. Dad, you're saying the mineral veins could be faked? The mineral veins could be real or fake. However, as for Magic Ace Mecha Clan meeting their end accidentally and somehow obtaining the map to the mineral veins, that seems too much of a coincidence. Although there's the saying that coincidences make history, this was still too much of a coincidence and has its own unexplained issues. Ling Xiao explained to Ling Lan. Ling Lan began to think more deeply about it. Her original thought of Magic Ace Mecha Clan accidentally getting caught in the situation was pushed behind her head. If this trap was planned for Magic Ace Mecha Clan, then, who would want to wipe out Magic Ace Mecha Clan? Ling Lan's eyes glimmered. I will find Senior Colonel Lu and ask about the details, Ling Xiao said decisively. Laner, leave this to me. Don't meddle in it anymore. Someone so cold-blooded and calculating who could flick his finger while plotting to destroy a titled Super Mecha Clan, wasn't someone Ling Lan could go against at her current level. Ling Xiao didn't want Ling Lan to take any risks. Understood, Dad. Nodded Ling Lan. She wouldn't cause trouble, but if trouble was to look for her, she wouldn't retreat either. Ling Lan's eyes became cold for a split second. She didn't know why, but she always felt that she had no chance of getting not involved in this incident. Ling Lan didn't want Ling Xiao to worry, so she didn't tell him what she felt. Ling Xiao saw that his daughter was obedient for once and let out a soft sigh of relief. Knowing his daughter, he knew that she would do as she said. If she said she wouldn't meddle with it, she would not meddle with the incident with the Magic Ace Mecha clan and the mineral veins. After being relieved, Ling Xiao thought for a moment. Then, he finally said the real reason he called Ling Lan. "Laner, I called you today because I wanted your thoughts on something." Ling Xiao's expression became stern. Seeing this, Ling Lan earnestly replied, "Ask away, Dad. I want to know your honest thoughts about this." Ling Xiao's eyes stared at his daughter intently. He didn't want Ling Lan to tell him anything other than the truth. Ling Xiao's unusual seriousness surprised Ling Lan. She didn't know why Ling Xiao would talk to her in this way. Perplexed, she asked, "Dad, what do you want to know?" "I just want to know whether your thought of leaving the military is real, or is it to just keep the promise you had with your mom?" Ling Xiao asked what he wanted to know. Hearing this, Ling Lan frowned slightly and stopped to think seriously for a moment. Everything she had done in the past 2 years was for the promise she made 2 years ago. She took troops into the battlefield last year in hopes that before she left, her comrades would be able to get used to war. All in all, she was worried about the comrades she had grown up with. If it was possible, she hoped that her mom would give her 3 years, 5 years, or even longer. That way she would be able to arrange everything better and protect her comrades until they could hold their own. Plus, if she were to leave now, her heart wouldn't be at peace. Ling Lan unknowingly spoke out what she was thinking under the gaze of Ling Xiao. Hearing this, Ling Xiao's expression became cold. Even if it was only a projected image on a screen, Ling Lan could still feel an intimidating gaze from the image. Ling Xiao snapped, "Ling Lan, I'm asking you for what you want, not what you want to do for others. Ask yourself, did you really join the military to be beside your friends? Are you not the least interested in it? Or perhaps, you hate the military, hate the battlefield, bloodshed, and wanted to be far away from this kind of life?" Ling Xiao's question went straight into the depth of Ling Lan's heart. Ling Lan didn't know what she wanted to do. Back then, in order to not let Ling Xiao's merits be taken away by the Ling family, Lan Luofeng lied that Ling Lan was a boy and took everything that originally belonged to the two of them, causing Ling Lan to have no choice but to pretend to be a boy. When she was 16, it was originally possible for her to regain her femininity. However, because of Ling Xiao's return, she had no choice but to continue to pretend to be male and enter the first men's military academy. This decision made it so that she had to enter the military for some time. When she entered the military academy, Ling Lan had already accepted the fact that she would be a soldier in the future. She didn't reject the idea. It wasn't because she liked it. She just had never thought about whether she was willing to do so or not. She only felt that it was something she should do. Hated being a soldier? Ling Lan shook her head. She definitely didn't hate being a soldier. Even now, soldiers guarding their own nations would be granted honor and merits. Hated the bloodshed? Ling Lan had probably already gotten used to this type of life. If she was to return to a peaceful life, she wouldn't become used to it easily. Thus, when she felt she was actually going to leave the military, she didn't stay at home. Instead, she chose to create a mercenary team and adventure into the galaxy. She was no longer the simple little girl from her previous life, who only hoped to have a healthy body and be able to move about freely. Ling Lan seemingly returned to the battlefield on planet Haijiao. She could feel the feeling of her blood boiling when she piloted her mecha and fought with enemies. Ling Lan couldn't help but clench her fists. She really wanted to step into a mecha once again and fight against enemies. Dad, I like the military. I want to become a soldier. Ling Lan finally saw through what her heart wanted. Standing beside her friends and becoming a soldier because she had no choice, were all excuses. These were all there to fool herself. In reality, she wanted to become a soldier, piloting mechas, moving around the galaxy, and expand her nation's influence. So you don't want to leave the military? Ling Xiao smirked. She was definitely his daughter. I don't want to anymore, but what about the 2-year promise I made with Mom? Ling Lan tossed out this question to Ling Xiao, for him to resolve. Women have nothing to do with a man's decision, Ling Xiao said nonchalantly. Women. Ha. Ling Lan half smiled as she looked at Ling Xiao. Did her dad forget that she was also a woman? Ling Xiao also realized it and had a slight change in expression. He then said, in that case, you will be taking over 250 as a standalone clan when you return. Then, he hung up the communicator. Ling Xiao watched as Ling Lan's face disappeared in front of him. Then, he punched the table in frustration. How could I forget that she is my daughter and not my son? She and her mother are usually in cahoots with each other. I'm doomed. When I return home, Luofeng will definitely kick me out. I just hope that it won't be too long. No, for his own livelihood, he definitely couldn't let his daughter tell those words to his wife. Ling Xiao contacted Ling Lan once again. On the screen, Ling Lan's confused expression showed up. Dad, what's up? He just hung up, so why did he contact her again? Could it be he had forgotten to say something? When did her heroic father become so forgetful? Lanner, those words just now, don't tell your mother. Understood? Ling Xiao gave a stern warning as a father and then quickly hung up the communicator once again. He didn't even dare to see his daughter's expression, as it was so embarrassing for him. Ling Xiao had his head down helplessly on his desk. At that moment, he didn't have a hint of the heroic figure of being a general or a god-class operator. Ling Lan looked at the now black screen once again with a complicated expression on her face. In the end she helplessly sighed, no surprise, my mom is the bane of my dad's existence. In a 6-star hotel, 2 people were chatting in a room. Ichio, we're busy with the preparations for the assessment of the Flying Dragon Special Forces. Why are we wasting our time here? A warm and gentle voice asked with a hint of curiosity. Su Pei, although we want to enter the Flying Dragon Special Forces, we can't let them govern our lives forever, a lazy voice was heard from the handsome young man on a sofa. The fingers on his right hand were dancing in the air. A silver light flickered faintly on his fingers. Don't be too nervous. It might affect your performance. It's better to play hard and work hard. These 2 people were Ling Lan's schoolmates during her mission on planet Azure more than a year ago. They were Su Pei and Xiao Ichio. Su Pei scoffed in response. No matter how much you need to relax, you shouldn't have come to the casino, right? He was fooled into coming here by Xiao Ichio. When they were deliberating on what to do for their holiday, he was told by Xiao Ichio that they were going to a faraway planet to have a short break from the military. Xiao Ichio laughed. What is a better place to relieve your stress? That is kinda true. Su Pei thought, and his anger of being fooled slowly died down. Plus, he knew Xiao Ichio wouldn't harm him, so there must be a reason why he wanted them to come to a well-known gambling hub. Did you bring me here to watch the mecha tournament? Su Pei asked. Although their mecha piloting had improved significantly, battling in the virtual world and battling in the real world was vastly different, and they had both reached a bottleneck in the former. They now needed more experiences in real battle or gain experiences from monitoring other people's battles to improve their skills. If not, they wouldn't be able to achieve a breakthrough for a very long time. This was what caused Su Pei to feel agitated about their lack of preparedness for the assessment. Xiao Ichio clenched his right fist in happiness and smiled brightly. Su Pei, you finally noticed it. However, that's not all. Xiao Ichio changed his tone. We're participating in it too. Su Pei frowned. Ichio, what do you mean? The Su family forbade their descendants from gambling. Xiao Ichio knew the rules of the Su family very clearly, so he understood why Su Pei was acting up. He smiled and explained, I won't make you break rules. Here, take a look at this. He flicked his fingers and a small black plate flew towards Su Pei. Su Pei grabbed the black plate easily. He opened his hand and saw that it was a miniature chip. Without needing Xiao Ichio to say a word, Su Pei gently inserted the chip into his communicator and an image of an invitation slowly appeared in front of him. The words on the invitation stunned Su Pei, so he took a while to react. His entire body started trembling in anger. He was planning to hold his anger in, but he could no longer control his anger anymore. He turned around and shouted angrily, Xiao Ichio. A leather whip materialized in his hands and it slashed towards Xiao Ichio, who was lying lazily on the sofa. The whip slashed the sofa forcefully. A deep scar formed on the sofa. But, Xiao Ichio was not there. Su Pei, don't be angry. I'm participating too. Take it as if you're accompanying me. Xiao Ichio quickly slammed his door shut after he finished saying his piece. Su Pei looked at the closed door helplessly. The mainframes in Mailer FA were very advanced. Even in the same suite, if the door was closed by the person inside the room, the people outside the room would never be able to open it. There were only two ways to open a closed door, either opening it by force or by hacking into the mainframe. However, doing any of these two actions would be seen as a provocation towards Meyer FA. They would be punished accordingly. Su Pei couldn't vent his frustrations at Xiao Ichio anymore. He looked at the electronic invitation again and smiled bitterly. He didn't expect Xiao Ichio to be so bold. He actually went to participate in the mecha tournament, and while doing so, his good friend also helped him to register. That's right, this invitation was for the mecha tournament on Meyer FA. Su Pei and Xiao Ichio wouldn't be spectators this time. They were participants. After Xiao Ichio hid inside his room, he retracted his smile before it turned into a cold sneer. The game is starting. The next day, the two young miss didn't stay in the casino. They came to the biggest trading center in Meyer FA for shopping. Ling Lan followed beside them quietly. She was the human shopping bag holder for Miss 7. This, and this. Pack them up for me. An arrogant voice resounded through the entire shop. Miss 7 looked over curiously. It was a handsome young man. Of course, in this era, no one looked bad. The young man noticed people frowning at him, and he, in turn, glared at them. When he saw Miss 7 and her group, the arrogance on his face disappeared and instead was replaced with an expression of surprise. The young man rushed towards Li Yinfei and said in an excited but deep voice, Miss Li. It wasn't a question. It was a statement. Although Li Yinfei had put on a disguise, she was unable to fool people with sharp eyes. There were two men hovering behind the young man. When they saw Li Yinfei and Miss 7, they held their foreheads in their palm helplessly and muttered, trouble. Ling Lan looked at the two people behind the young men. Her innocent smile froze too. In her heart, a word popped out, trouble. Li Yinfei seemed used to such a situation. She smiled and nodded as a reply. The young man seemed rash, but he was very thoughtful. He knew that exposing his idol now would cause trouble for her, so he didn't make any other sound. He just stayed beside Li Yinfei excitedly. It seemed like no one would be able to pull him away. Cough, young Master Lin, Chief Lin is waiting for you. Mu Chaoran coughed to remind his stubborn young master, who was enchanted by beauty. When Tang Ningyu saw Miss 7, he immediately hid among the crowd. If his identity got exposed by his cousin, his plan would go down the drain. Since Tang Ningyu wasn't here, Mu Chaoran had to persuade the young master himself. They were Chief Lin's assistants, so only the two of them were able to hold this stubborn young master back. It's still early. There's no need to go back so soon. Young Master Lin replied impassively. He turned around and looked at Lin Fei. His attitude turned a 180. It's my pleasure to meet Miss Li here. This must be fate. How about this? You can get whatever you want, take it as my gift to you. Lin Fei frowned when she saw young Master Lin's attitude. He acted like someone who suddenly became rich overnight. However, as someone who had befriended many elite families and powerful people, Lin Fei was a professional at interacting with such people. She didn't like this young man, but she didn't outwardly show it. She just smiled gently and said, "Thanks for your kind thoughts. We still have things to do, so we can't stay for long. Why don't I find you again when I'm free?" Young Master Lin looked disappointed. But, he didn't want to cause trouble for his idol, so he replied, "In that case, let's meet again soon. This is my name card. Please remember to contact me again." He took out a gold and shiny name card from his pocket and passed it to Lin Fei respectfully. Unsurprising for a new come-up. Lin Fei hid the disdain and contempt in her eyes. She smiled and took the name card. Then, she nodded at young Master Lin before leaving with Miss Seven and their group. Ling Lan walked past Mu Chaoran. Once again, she crossed paths with Mu Chaoran and Tang Mingyu. They just didn't know it. Mu Chaoran watched as Lin Fei disappeared from his eyes. Tang Mingyu quickly appeared beside him. "What do you think?" Tang Mingyu asked in a low voice. Mu Chaoran said calmly, "If you have a chance to contact your cousin, ask her to leave Lin Fei." Others might not have seen the contempt and disdain in Lin Fei's eyes, but he saw it. Although young Master Lin didn't have a good character, the way she jeered at someone who acted respectfully towards her showed how heartless she was. Tang Mingyu had the same thoughts too. He nodded. He was worried. As the direct descendant of an elite family, it was hard to have a close friend. He didn't want his cousin to befriend the wrong people. After Ling Lan left Tang Mingyu and Mu Chaoran, she came to a name-brand clothing shop in the trading center with Miss Seven. As she was waiting patiently in the shop, she saw a familiar person walking over. Ling Lan felt speechless. If meeting Mu Chaoran and Tang Mingyu was fate, then this person might have purposely followed her. No wonder he listened to her obediently when she asked them to leave on planet Shanghai. He was waiting for her here. The person who came was wearing a plain metal mask that covered half of his face. Although Ling Lan's face was filled with scars, it was unable to fool her comrades who grew up with her. What's more, this person was a shrewd person to begin with. The masked person walked over elegantly. He walked past Ling Lan and chose an expensive diamond collar bar. Then, he asked the attendant to pack it for him. From the moment he entered the shop to the time he walked out, he only spent 3 minutes. Besides the smile he gave Ling Lan when he entered the shop, he never looked at Ling Lan again. However, Ling Lan knew why he appeared in front of her. He was just informing her that he was here. He didn't need to disturb her any more than that. She would be able to find him if she wanted to with hacking skills. Li Lan Feng. Ling Lan gritted her teeth. As expected, she shouldn't have let down her guard on planet Shanghai. When they came back from the chaotic lands, Ling Lan noticed that her comrades seemed restless. However, the rules of the military couldn't be broken easily. Li Lan Feng cared about it, so he still had to go back. She just didn't know what method he used to get out of the military again. That person must be from an elite family too. One of Miss Seven's maids looked at Li Lan Feng's back intently. What elite family? Miss Seven and Lin Fei had finished trying out clothes, so they heard what the maid said and got curious. The maid quickly told her young miss what had happened. Miss Seven knocked her maid's forehead and teased her, "What an idiot. Anyone who comes to Mailer FA is not always rich or powerful." "But, most people looked like that young Master Lin," the maid answered weakly. "That's because you met too few people in your life." Miss Seven covered her mouth and laughed. She remembered the funny young Master Lin too. Anyone who had eyes could see the mythical beast on her maid's clothes. If they knew about the elite families of the Federation, they would know what this symbol meant. Li Yinfei smiled too. But, in her heart, she took notice of the young man the maid was referring to. In order to mesmerize the maid of a first-rank elite family, the young man was not someone simple. In the middle of the night, Li Lanfeng, who had been waiting for Ling Lan to contact him, finally received a call from her. Li Lanfeng let out a deep exhale through his mouth before he calmly picked up the call. A cold and familiar face appeared on the screen. It was filled with scars, but he still recognized Ling Lan. "Why are you here?" Ling Lan went directly into the main topic. "A 4-star mission." Li Lanfeng smiled. Although the military made a decision for Ling Lan, they still had to reward her men. As the leaders of the 10 small teams, Li Lanfeng, Qi Long, Zhao Jun, and a few other people jumped ranks and became colonels due to their outstanding performance on planet Haijiao. Even people who performed normally, like Li Yingjie and Xie Yi, got promoted to a lieutenant colonel. Yang Mingji became a major general of the Federation. He was the only general rank officer in 250 Ace Mecha clan. Lu Furong got suppressed by his hidden enemies, so he didn't get promoted. He maintained his rank as a senior colonel. Since their regiment commander's merit wasn't ascertained yet, the ultimate rank of her comrades was still uncertain. 4-star mission. That's dangerous. Ling Lan frowned. It looked like Li Lanfeng snatched any mission that allowed him to get into Meyer FA without bothering about the difficulty of the mission. "You're here, right?" Li Lanfeng smiled. He had already decided to follow Ling Lan from the start and ask her to help him with his mission. "What mission?" Ling Lan was unhappy, but she couldn't leave her comrade in danger. "To investigate the truth behind the destruction of Magic Ace Mecha clan." Li Lanfeng smiled. This mission was difficult, but it wasn't a total waste of time. This was something they wanted to know too, as it was Lu Furong's hope. Ling Lan's teeth went sore when she heard this. "Huh, boss," Li Lanfeng snatched the Flying Dragon Special Forces mission too. Little Four suddenly realized what happened and started laughing. "You don't have to tell me. I know." When she heard that Li Lanfeng's mission was the same as the mission of the 2 people from the Flying Dragon Special Forces, she knew what had happened. In order to find a reason to come to Meyer FA, Li Lanfeng immediately snatched the mission without looking at the detail. Just like last time, the Federation had to give out the mission again so that the people from the Flying Dragon Special Forces could take it up. This mission was specially created for the Flying Dragon Special Forces, but after the team leaders of 250 Ace Mecha clan received their merits from the battle on planet Haijiao, their status was the same as the 2 people from the Flying Dragon Special Forces. Hence, it was normal that Li Lanfeng was able to snatch the mission. In the middle of the night, even in the busy casinos in the City of the Night, didn't have many people left inside. Only those people who were addicted to gambling and were unwilling to leave were left behind. In a blind spot of a safe passage in the office district of a casino, a figure stood there silently like a statue. A red light flashed past him. Someone appeared beside him suddenly. "The interference device is on. We only have 60 seconds, the figure said softly. The statue-like man turned alive when he heard this. He nodded. A purple light blinked and disappeared. The person that came later flew into the central control of the casino, followed by the flash of red light. In the control center, a middle-aged man stared intently at the multiple images on the screen. He was afraid that he would miss something on the surveillance cameras. T2, G9, everything is normal. Based on similar data, everything is normal. The staff member beside him reported his findings. Watch them carefully. The higher authorities told us that someone will sneak in these next few days. The middle-aged man didn't relax after hearing what his staff member said. He just reminded his workers to be more careful. Yes. All the staff members shouted in unison. They started attending to their jobs with even more care. If they made a mistake after they got reminded, they would be dead. The 2 figures that sneaked into the office district dashed all the way. They didn't stop at all. They seemed to know where their destination was. There was a metal door at the end of the passage. The two people shifted to the two sides of the door. They entered the blind spot of the surveillance cameras again. This was their final destination. Their most difficult task was to open this door without alerting the guards. The other people who took this mission before them all got caught here. The man with a cold aura saw a surveillance camera looking at the door shifting away. The surveillance camera on the other side started shifting to the door. In an instant, he flicked his fingers and a transparent paper flew out of his hand before landing on the metal door. Since they dared to come, they had made ample preparations. The tiny transparent paper blinked. The numbers 0 and 1 started shining. They disappeared in a second and the paper turned transparent again. The people watching the surveillance cameras could see the paper. When the two surveillance cameras changed their positions again, the sound of the door opening was heard. A small crack formed on the door. Without any reminder, the two of them turned into two flashes of light and entered the crack. They were so focused on sneaking in that they didn't notice that when they entered the door, a black and a blue aura floated in after them. Head, there's something weird with the door. The staff member watching the surveillance cameras noticed something wrong with the door and shouted hurriedly. Are they here? The middle-aged man got excited. Waiting was the worst kind of torment. Since they were there, things would be easier. Activate all the defensive systems in the central district. Let's see how they would pass through all that, the middle-aged man ordered his staff. He didn't understand why young Master Rome ordered him to do this. If it was him, he would send all the powerful people in the organization to kill these intruders. However, young Master Rome was his superior. The higher authorities also ordered him to listen to young Master Rome. Thus, although he had qualms about the decision, he still followed young Master Rome's orders. He then reminded young Master Rome that the people he had been waiting for were here. Xiao Ichio, who was lying on his bed, felt his communicator vibrating. He opened it and smiled. I lost the other time. This time, I won't lose. Again. Knock knock. Someone knocked on his door. Xiao Ichio was shocked. The only person who could knock on his door was Su Pei. Why was he looking for him in the middle of the night? He opened the door. It was indeed Su Pei. He was looking nervously at him. What's wrong? Xiao Ichio asked helplessly. The mecha tournament will start tomorrow. We will be participating too. I'm too nervous to sleep. I want to chat with you. Su Pei seemed nervous about the competition tomorrow. Su Pei, if you get so nervous now, how are you supposed to handle the Flying Dragon Special Forces assessment? Xiao Ichio's smile disappeared. He turned serious. Su Pei was stunned. This was the first time Xiao Ichio showed him another expression besides smiling. It was the first time he saw such a serious expression on Xiao Ichio's face. Ever since Xiao Ichio got saved by the people from the Flying Dragon Special Forces, he turned more oppressive and controlling. Even Su Pei started listening to him. Su Pei felt that it was because he had matured after undergoing so many obstacles. During the time Xiao Ichio got abducted by the mysterious organization, he must have experienced much torment. Hence, he matured instantly overnight. Su Pei never asked Xiao Ichio what he went through at that time. He was waiting for Xiao Ichio to tell him voluntarily after he put everything behind him. As his best friend, this was the only thing he could do. Before his friend's wounds were healed, he didn't want to uncover the wounds and injure him again. Su Pei decided to wait patiently, but he felt helpless too. If he was stronger, he might be able to help Xiao Ichio with his internal conflict. This sense of helplessness pushed Su Pei to become stronger. He knew that Xiao Ichio's dream was to enter the Flying Dragon Special Forces. He couldn't help Xiao Ichio with anything, so he decided to accompany him as he moved towards his dream. He would become his most trustworthy comrade. Many thoughts went through Su Pei's mind in that instant. Yes, if he couldn't control his nervousness now, how could he continue to accompany Xiao Ichio? The assessment of the Federation was the hardest assessment in the Federation. The mecha tournament was nothing compared to it. Many young and promising young men was filled with courage and ambition when they took on the assessment. In the end, they still failed. Su Pei had looked at the results of the assessment in the past few years. Only 1 in 10,000 participants passed the assessment every year. In some years, there was no one that succeeded. If they really wanted to enter the Flying Dragon Special Forces, they needed to take every chance to improve themselves. If not, everything was just empty thoughts. The nervousness on Su Pei's face slowly disappeared. He regained his calmness and gentleness again. He smiled at Xiao Ichio. I understand. Ichio, thank you. He turned around and went back to his own room. Xiao Ichio smiled at Su Pei's back before slowly closing his door. The moment the door closed, Xiao Ichio's smile disappeared. He grabbed his hair forcefully. He used so much strength that he actually pulled out a bunch of his hair. The pain caused his expression to turn hideous. Damn it. Su Pei, you can actually affect me. Is this my emotions or Xiao Ichio's emotions? Xiao Ichio was like a caged wild beast. His gaze turned vicious. I must think of a way to get rid of this threat. Xiao Ichio finally managed to control his emotions. His face turned calm again and the viciousness in his eyes disappeared before turning cold again. After the purple and red light entered the door, they were stunned by what they saw. There were no guards on duty patrolling behind the door. There was just a passage behind the door. A surveillance camera was placed every 10 steps from each other. The two people were in a daze. The people that came to investigate this place told them that there were guards behind the door. Why couldn't they see any? They waited patiently for 1 minute and nothing changed. They thought that the people inside made different arrangements and they just coincidentally came at the time when they changed their shifts. The situation wasn't certain but they couldn't stop their plan. The red light figure took a step forward first. Suddenly, he felt a sense of danger. He flew back instantly. The walls beside him opened, revealing numerous muzzles. Oh no, we got found out. The red light figure exclaimed in surprise. The two people wanted to get out of the door but the door behind them was shut tightly. The transparent paper that was stuck on the door had been found by a staff member. It was peeled off successfully. Enjoy the last moments of your lives. The staff member outside could imagine the sad ending of the intruders. When the door closed, the two people knew that they were trapped. They had fallen into their opponent's trap. Mailer FA had already discovered what they were trying to investigate. The purple light figure took a deep breath. He said calmly, our actions might have been discovered by them long ago. Now, the red light figure understood this too. Let's get past this mess. They made the decision simultaneously. There was no path of retreat so they could only move forward. That was their only chance of survival. They were in their domain elemental form but they stopped using it now. Their body was revealed. During such dangerous moments, it was useless to waste too much energy on their domain territory. It was a suicidal act. 2 black-gowned men appeared in the passage. The two of them hid under many layers of clothes. Nothing that could give their identity away could be seen. They were wearing animal masks on their faces too. These cheap animal masks could be found in many stores on Meyer FA. It was hard to find out their identities from their masks. Interesting. The middle-aged man looked at the two intruders who didn't appear flustered when they were found. They didn't try to break open the door forcefully but instead, chose to pass through the obstacles in front of them for a chance of survival. The first obstacle, ultimate blockade, is enough for you two to handle. The middle-aged man was confident about his defensive system. The 2 black-gowned men exchanged glances with each other. They acted simultaneously. 2 lightning bolts and 2 fire dragons shot out of their hands. One side of the wall was engulfed in flames while the other was electrocuted by lightning bolts. The calm middle-aged man was shocked when he saw this scene. Screams of agony could be heard amidst the heat from the flames and the crackling sound of lightning. The two of them stepped on the ground and shot towards their side of the wall when they heard the screams. There were still people behind the walls that were still able to fight, but these people weren't enough to stop two domain realm masters. In a blink of an eye, the two black-gowned men reached the end of the passage. There were two doors on each side of the passage. One of the men in black gown shouted, "Left." The two of them broke the door and entered. Lightning and fire element. The middle-aged man's expression started turning serious. He didn't expect the intruders to be domain realm masters with the lightning and fire element. He pressed the alarm. Instantly, the alarm within the core district rang. The people walking inside rushed into the room closest to them and shut the door. Almost immediately, no one was walking in the core district. When the alarm stopped ringing, the entire place turned quiet. The two men saw multiple passages after they entered the door. However, all the rooms within the passages were shut tightly. One of them found a room and tried to open it. Lightning struck the door, but the door was not damaged at all. It's made from the same material as the first metal door. It's not afraid of heat or lightning. The man informed his comrade in a low voice. This was why they walked further in when they found out they couldn't escape through the first door. When they used their powers on the walls, they tried to open the door at the same time. However, even after the walls got damaged, the door remained intact. They could use their energy to destroy the entire building to break apart the defensive mechanism on the door. But, if they did that, the actual powerful person guarding Mailer FA would be alerted. This person was not just a half-step Imperial Realm formidable warrior. He was a real Imperial Realm formidable warrior, one of the 9 Imperial Realm formidable warriors in the human race, Sword Monarch. This person wasn't someone they could provoke. They remembered what their leader reminded them before they left. Continue moving. Since they couldn't go out, they had to move towards the darkness inside. They didn't believe that they couldn't break through one of the many doors. The two of them passed through many dangerous obstacles. They walked through the maze-like area using their intuition, and their efforts finally paid off. They finally managed to destroy a wall. They were elated but stunned too. They stopped in their tracks and glanced at each other before walking in. They knew that it was a trap, but they still had to go in. After passing through so many obstacles, they knew that their opponent didn't want to kill them. They were just teasing them. They didn't want to become their toys. Hence, they decided to meet their opponent directly and understand what their intention was. That was the only way they had a chance of escaping this place. It was a suite. They saw a living room and a person was sitting on a luxurious sofa while drinking tea. He was around 60 years old. He didn't look surprised at their appearance. He put down his teacup and said calmly, "You are finally here. Have a seat." The two black-gowned men exchanged glances with each other. Then, they walked calmly to the sofa and sat down opposite to the old man. The middle-aged man suddenly appeared beside the old man. He looked intently at the two black-gowned men. The two black-gowned men felt their hearts drop. The force of presence this middle-aged man was exuding was as strong as them. The most frightening thing was that they couldn't feel the strength of this old man. It was clear that these two people in front of them were enough to give them a hard time. Plus, this was their opponent's headquarters, so there would most definitely be even more powerful people around. Cold sweat started pouring down the faces of these two black-gowned men. They knew that it was almost impossible to escape this time. The moment their emotions went out of control, the two black-gowned men bit their lips and the pain caused them to calm down. They were on their guards. This old man's domain concept must be related to one's mind. That was why he was able to affect their emotions and almost cause them to lose control of himself. The old man turned serious when he noticed that the two people recovered from his mental attack. As expected, the people sent by the other party were not easy to deal with. The living room remained silent for a few seconds. The old man opened his mouth first. "You came here to investigate what happened to the Magic Ace Mecha clan 15 years ago?" The two black-gowned men were shocked. They didn't expect their opponents to know their motives and even asked them about it directly. The old man smiled when he received no answer from the other party. "I know that you came from the Flying Dragon Special Forces too." The two people felt their hearts dropped. Was there a traitor among them? How did they know their identity? The old man didn't give them the answer they wanted. He skipped the topic and went on to the next one. "Actually, I can tell you what happened to the Magic Ace Mecha clan. However, our young master wants to play a game with you. If you win, we'll tell you what you want to know. If not, you'll be dead. You won't need to know anything." The old man sounded calm as though he was having a casual conversation. However, his words were filled with killing intent. "What game?" one of the black-gowned men asked coldly. Their lives were in the hands of their opponents now, so they had to listen to them. Bam! Bam! The old man didn't reply. He just clapped his hands twice. Then, the damaged door suddenly closed and the entire living room shook. The living room started falling down. This living room was actually a lift. The lift started moving the people down. Soon, a giant hole could be seen in the room. Two figures suddenly appeared near the hole. "What do we do now?" One of them looked at the deep hole and turned to look at his comrade. "Since they attracted the attention of Mailer FA, let's go to the control room," the other person coldly replied. The two of them disappeared from the spot. In a blink of an eye, they arrived at the control room. The people in the control room were all staring at the surveillance images, so they didn't know that there were two intruders behind them. "Weird, why is it so cold? Did the temperature system malfunction?" One of the workers tucked his neck as he wondered to himself in puzzlement. He was always very sensitive towards the temperature around him, so he felt uncomfortable at the sudden drop in temperature. He turned to look at his colleagues to see if they felt the same. But, they didn't seem to have noticed anything. He frowned and murmured to himself, "Am I too sensitive?" Just as he was considering whether he should check the thermostat, an invisible puff of steam entered the mainframe. "Boss, we succeeded," Little Four shouted happily as he had finally entered the mainframe of Meyer FA. This was the first time he went up against such a powerful mainframe. The real mainframe of Meyer FA was situated in the control room. The other optical supercomputer outside the control room had its own individual mainframe. However, he couldn't access the Meyer FA mainframe through them. This was why Li Lanfeng and Ling Lan decided to take the risk to enter the core control system. Little Four had experimented many times and found out that they could only get the information they wanted if they enter the real mainframe. "Copy all the information about the Magic Ace Mecha clan," Ling Lan ordered. "Yes, boss." Little Four started collating all the information about Magic Ace Mecha clan and downloaded them quickly. Huh. After downloading everything, Little Four looked through the other information in the mainframe and noticed that there were many things inside he didn't have. Little Four was a fanatic of data. When he saw something he didn't have, he got excited and wanted to collect them. He felt that since he already hacked into the mainframe, it was alright to take some other data away. Little Four, who never met any difficulties in terms of hacking, thought so naturally. He started downloading the secret data. Suddenly, the alarm rang in the control room. A middle-aged man who was asleep in a place that looked at a warehouse opened his eyes suddenly. "There's a hacker who is as powerful as me. Interesting." An old man in a meditation room opened his eyes too. Two invisible sword aura shot towards the wall opposite him, forming two deep scars. The staff in the control room jumped up when they heard the alarm. Someone shouted, "Someone is hacking into our mainframe. Find him. Retreat." Ling Lan knew that Little Four had touched something heavily guarded by Meyer FA when she heard the alarm. She sensed an unprecedented sense of danger, so she decided to retreat immediately. On the other side, the lift had stopped. Just as the old man was about to lead the two black-gowned men into the arena, his expression changed. He shouted furiously, "We're fooled." The two black-gowned men didn't know what was happening, but they knew that this was a good time for them to escape. Almost simultaneously, they turned and attacked the old man and the middle-aged man. A sea of flame and an occasional crackle of lightning could be seen. The old man and the middle-aged man saw this powerful attack and activated their domain. They wanted to stop this frightening attack. Finally, the two forces collided. However, the energy from their opponents was very oddly weak. "You want to escape? Not that easily." The old man was the most powerful among the four of them. He instantly detected the real intention of the black-gowned men. They were trying to use this attack as a cover-up so that they could escape. As air crackled, a shapeless spiritual power went towards the red and purple light. Ugh! A mouthful of blood was vomited out in the air and fell to the ground. After falling to the ground, the blood turned into snakes of purple lightning which instantly flooded the ground with electricity, causing it to be burned to a crisp. The elder and middle-aged man saw the red and purple light flash in front of their eyes and then disappeared in front of their eyes. *T, chased them down. Seeing two younger individuals actually got away from them, the elder shouted angrily and went to chase them down with the middle-aged man. On the other side, Ling Lan grabbed Li Lan Feng and was running away quickly. Suddenly, an intimidating shout rang in her ears, "Impudent brat." A terrifying sword shadow came down from thin air and Ruthless slashed towards Ling Lan and Li Lan Feng. Ling Lan turned around abruptly. In her eyes, she saw the sword shadow's path and power hidden behind it. Imperial Realm Formidable Warrior, a real Imperial Realm Formidable Warrior. That sword shadow was definitely not something a domain realm master like Li Lan Feng could go against. Even if Ling Lan was to use all her strength, she still wouldn't be able to get away without a scratch. If she were to stop even for 1 second, her opponent would be able to catch up to them. Then, she and Li Lan Feng would probably be trapped in this dangerous situation. Ling Lan was not naive enough to think that Mailer Fa would only have one Imperial Realm Formidable Warrior. They definitely had countless domain realm masters and even some people who were halfway into becoming Imperial stage domain experts just like herself. In such a crisis, Ling Lan turned her body and leaned against Li Lan Feng. She then decisively pointed her finger towards the sword shadow that could kill gods and demons. At the same time, she activated her disintegrate domain. Encapsulated inside the disintegrate domain, Ling Lan could feel the weak point of the sword. However, she didn't have time to determine whether what she discovered was true or whether it was a trap set by her opponent. On the verge of life or death, Ling Lan had to take the risk. She snorted coldly, "Break." A large spectral finger hit the large sword shadow. The two terrifying energies struck each other fiercely. The sword shadow that was congregated and the large spectral finger, both suddenly dissipated after going against each for a few seconds. The entire corridor was being destroyed by the uncontrollable overspill of leftover sword energies and spectral finger energies. In the end, the entire corridor collapsed in on itself. Ugh! Ling Lan, who broke through the sword shadow, didn't feel well, as a mouthful of blood instantly came out of her mouth. However, before the blood could fall to the ground, it turned into water vapor before dispersing into the air. In the enemy's headquarters, Ling Lan wasn't going to leave any solid evidence for them to find her. Li Lan Feng, who was grabbing onto Ling Lan as they ran as fast as possible, felt his back becoming heavier. He knew that Ling Lan had definitely gotten heavily injured. At that moment, he had already reached the entrance. The door that Mu Chaoran and Tang Ningyu couldn't break open together had appeared before his eyes. If the two of them wanted to escape, he must destroy this door. Li Lanfeng's eyes quickly turned pitch black and a scythe appeared in his right hand. With determination and resolve, he ruthlessly sliced towards the door. At that moment, Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran, who managed to escape with their lives, also appeared in the corridor. They just barely managed to get a glimpse of the terrifying sword and the ghostly finger. Sword Monarch. That sword definitely belonged to the Sword Monarch. Then, whose finger was that? The person must also be an Imperial stage domain expert if they could go against the Sword Monarch on equal footing. This scene caused the two of them to be shaken to their core. This was after all the first time they saw Imperial stage experts battling each other. They didn't think that it would be so thrilling. However, although shaken, the two of them still woke up from their trance and knew that escaping was still the most important at hand. They also saw the person in front of them trying to break down the door, but they weren't sure which faction he belonged to. However, the two of them knew that at that moment they were allies. The two of them decisively activated their domains and shouted, together. This was to prompt the other person that they weren't enemies who were trying to ambush him. At the same time, the two of them used their strongest attacks. A fire dragon and lightning dragon went around the other person's body and attacked the door. Now, helping the other person break down the door would also save themselves from the situation. Originally, they thought the other person would be slightly on guard against them, but they didn't expect the person to not be vigilant at all and just left his back open to them. He was just fully concentrating on attacking the door with all of his might. The scythe was the first to hit the door. Then, the fire dragon and lightning dragon arrived. A loud bang echoed in the air and the large door cracked open. They were not sure if it was because of the lightning and fire dragon or the power of the scythe. Li Lanfeng didn't even look behind him and just took Ling Lan's body that had already turned into black fog before vanishing without a trace. Despite Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran wanting to know who those people were, those who were chasing them were already on their heels, so they didn't have the chance to go ask. Thus, the two of them quickly retreated from this place through their original planned route. The elder and middle-aged man arrived just a moment too late. When they arrived at the entrance, they saw the indestructible door had already been cracked open and the infiltrators nowhere in sight. If they were to continue their chase, they would just alert the people near the casino. There were many powerful elite families and nobles in this year's Mecha Battle Tournament, and these people definitely had countless experts beside them. If they were to cause trouble for them, it might bring about some bad tidings for Mailer FA. If things got too far out of hand, it'll be difficult for them to clean up the mess. Sword Monarch, what should we do now? The elder asked with his head raised. It's no matter. I already memorized that person's presence. As long as the enemy makes a move again, I can find him easily. In the air, a cold voice echoed. Then, young Master Rong's issue. The elder remembered that he didn't complete the arrangements for young Master Rong and asked in dismay. Meyer FA has Meyer FA's rules. Everything must be done based on the rules. If young Master Rong has a problem with it, then tell him to come and find me, Sword Monarch said calmly. Yes, Sword Monarch. The elder smiled slightly. With the Sword Monarch's words, it would be much easier for him to explain to young Master Rong. The middle-aged man in the virtual pod opened his eyes once again and had an expression of dismay. I actually can't find any traces of the enemy. Could his hacking abilities be stronger than mine? That's not possible. The middle-aged man's eyes reddened with rage. He was willing to accept a loss to someone in anything else but hacking. I will definitely find you. The middle-aged shouted vengefully. Ling Lan, who had escaped with her life, finally had the time to ask what Little Four had actually done. Little Four put his head down, twirled his fingers and said with a saddened expression on his face, "Boss, I just wanted to see Mailer FA's mainframe's data. There's so much that I don't have. That's why I wanted to get more for my database." He shouldn't be blamed though. Every intelligent entity were crazy about data that they didn't have. It was his instincts that could not be controlled. You have always get past surveillance in the past. How come you were discovered this time? Ling Lan only cared about this issue. Little Four thought for a moment, then threw out a guess. Maybe there is a powerful hacker. A god-class hacker. This was the only reason that could explain why Little Four's actions were discovered. Ling Lan had once heard Little Four unintentionally say that when hackers developed to the very end, they would be able to advance into God class. Once they enter God class, they would be able to discover bits and pieces of actions done by intelligent entities. Little Four was shocked by what Ling Lan said. No way, there's a God-class hacker in your world. The technology in this world was so low level. How could there be such a powerful hacker? Little Four was in disbelief. Even in the highly advanced Mandora galaxy, there were not many God-class hackers. However, his boss was right on one thing. God-class hackers were intelligent entities' natural enemies. There are God-level mecha masters and God realm masters in this world. It's not hard to believe that there is a God-class hacker here too. Ling Lan didn't think that the presence of God-level hackers had anything to do with the level of technology in the galaxy. Ling Lan saw Little Four keeping his head down. His body was shivering slightly. She thought that he was frightened by the presence of a God-class hacker, so she consoled him gently, "Don't worry. No matter how powerful he is, I believe that my Little Four is not afraid of him." Little Four looked up with a face red from excitement and said, "Of course. I'll definitely defeat him." Little Four placed his hands on his hips and laughed as he looked up in the air. "Haha, what is a God-class hacker to me? In front of the virtual God, he is nothing." Seeing Little Four's arrogant behavior, Ling Lan knew she had misunderstood him. Little Four was not afraid of the God-class hacker. He was just excited that he finally met an opponent who was on par with him. Well, in the virtual world, Little Four had been too lonely at the peak. Ling Lan felt at ease when she noticed that Little Four was not the least affected by the God-class hacker. After checking on him, she asked Little Four if he had downloaded all the information about the Magic Ace Mecha clan. Little Four turned dejected immediately. Due to the lack of time, he was only able to download 87% of the data. Unfortunately, the 13% that he didn't download consisted of essential information regarding the annihilation of the Magic Ace Mecha clan. Ling Lan couldn't do anything about this too. It was impossible for her to enter the control room again. She had exchanged a blow with the Imperial Realm formidable warrior guarding Mailer FA, so they definitely remembered each other's presence. Hence, if she used her domain technique within the other person's territory, he would be able to instantly sense her. We have to think of another method then. Ling Lan thought that investigating the annihilation of the Magic Ace Mecha clan was a simple thing. Now, she felt that it was hidden behind a dense fog. Li Lanfeng carried Ling Lan to his room. He gently placed Ling Lan on his bed and then started rummaging through his belongings. Ling Lan asked in surprise, "Lanfeng, what are you doing?" "I'm looking for the special recovery agent Shiyu gave me." Because of his relationship with Li Shiyu, the amount of good stuff Li Lanfeng had was the same as Ling Lan. Ling Lan was speechless. The agents he had might be more than the average amount in the team, but she still had more than him. Li Shiyu would only give Li Lanfeng the new Wa agent after seeking Ling Lan's approval. In this aspect, Li Shiyu was a responsible person. He never used his power for personal matters. "I've already drunk one along the way." After getting injured on planet Haijiao, Ling Lan started taking special care of her body. She was afraid that her injuries would get worse and destroy her foundation, so she would always carry a special recovery agent with her wherever she went. She still wanted to go back to the military, so she needed to take extra care of her body. Li Lanfeng was calmed down by Ling Lan's words. He knew that the Ling Lan would have more agents than him, so he let out a sigh of relief. He was too worried about Ling Lan just now, so he forgot about this and lost his cool. Ling Lan leaned against the wall when she saw that Li Lanfeng had calmed down. She started thinking about their gains and losses in this mission. "Lanfeng, give up your 4-star mission." An Imperial Realm formidable warrior was not someone he could offend. Ling Lan looked as if she was on par with the Imperial Realm formidable warrior, but she knew that if her disintegrate domain didn't allow her to see the weakness in that sword shadow, she might have died under the attack. "I understand." Li Lanfeng had already decided to give up his mission when Ling Lan got seriously injured. Merits were important to Li Lanfeng, but it was not as important as Ling Lan's life. Also, take care of the two people from the Flying Dragon Special Forces. She frowned slightly when she mentioned the two people from the Flying Dragon Special Forces. Li Lanfeng narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Were those two people so important that Rabbit was worried about them? People like Qilong grew up with Ling Lan, so he knew he couldn't be compared to them. However, she only met those two people once. Why was Rabbit so concerned about them? Li Lanfeng felt jealous. Their identity might be exposed. She recalled how they entered the control room. This was obviously a trap set by their opponent. Ling Lan remembered what her father told her. The mission for the Magic Ace Mecha clan might be a trap from the start. If that was the case, could it be that this mission was a trap too? Do I need to remind them? Li Lanfeng controlled his unhappiness. No. When shepherds quarrel, the wolf has a winning game. We'll be the wolf. Let's see who set all these traps. Ling Lan shook her head. Li Lanfeng took this mission because he wanted to look for her. Hence, their opponent's target wasn't Li Lanfeng or her. It must be the two people from the Flying Dragon Special Forces. If it was Li Lanfeng, their opponent must see through his intention of looking for her. They also needed to understand Li Lanfeng's virtualization ability. But, this probability was low. There were too many variables. Plus, Li Lanfeng's thoughts were hard to predict. Even she couldn't understand him sometimes. For instance, she didn't understand why he came to look for her on Meyer FA. She felt that he was acting without sound reason. Rather than walking around aimlessly with her, it was better for him to stay at 250 Ace Mecha Clan and help her to protect her Mecha Clan. However, since he was already here, she had to accept him. Li Lanfeng's mood improved significantly after Ling Lan's words. Ling Lan wasn't worried about the two people. She just felt that she could find the mastermind through them. I understand. Don't worry. I'll watch them carefully. Li Lanfeng nodded. Ling Lan started analyzing what happened to the Magic Ace Mecha clan with Li Lanfeng. They wondered if it was a plan by Meyer FA. Unfortunately, Little Four didn't copy all the information, so they couldn't confirm their guess. Right as the time ticked to midnight, Ling Lan stood up with the intention to leave. Li Lanfeng, however, didn't agree with her actions. Rabbit, your injuries are serious. Why don't you rest here and let the person you disguise as disappear? If I don't go back, I'm telling Mailer FA that there's something wrong with me. Ling Lan replied calmly, plus, staying beside you is more dangerous than staying beside Miss Seven. Miss Seven is a pretty lady, Li Lanfeng said softly. Rabbit, are you interested in her? Li Lanfeng suddenly realized that there were many women around Rabbit. A seed of jealousy sprouted in his heart. Ling Lan felt speechless. She wasn't gay. Why would she be interested in a lady? Plus, she already had 2 fiancés. They were already enough trouble for her. She wouldn't want more trouble. Ling Lan glared at Li Lanfeng and said indifferently, Miss Seven is pretty but Li Yinfei is beautiful. Li Lanfeng's face darkened when he heard Li Yinfei's name. Ling Lan reached out her right hand and pinched Li Lanfeng's chin slightly with her fingers. She slowly leaned towards Li Lanfeng and teased him, don't worry, no matter how beautiful Li Yinfei is, she is nothing compared to the original. I already have the perfect face beside me. Why will I be attracted by those average-looking ladies? Ling Lan's sudden change in attitude stunned Li Lanfeng. He looked at the scars that were increasing Ling Lan's ruggedness. His heart started to pound furiously. Rabbit is flirting with me? Really? Ling Lan retracted her finger and flicked Li Lanfeng's forehead. The pain woke Li Lanfeng up. Idiot! Ling Lan disappeared from the room. Only her voice was echoing in the room. Li Lanfeng touched his forehead with a dazed expression. Then, he smiled slightly. Yes, I'm an idiot. Anyone could be attracted by his looks but Rabbit wouldn't. Li Lanfeng confirmed this again. When Rabbit was teasing him just now, his eyes were pure and clear. There were no hidden and dirty intentions in them. Early the next morning, the entire Meyer FA started getting busy. The tourists who were lucky enough to buy a ticket to the opening ceremony of the Mecha tournament gathered around the venue of the ceremony. They were excited not only because this was the opening ceremony of the Mecha tournament, it was also because the sole singer of the Huaxia Federation, Li Yinfei, was present for the opening ceremony. After many years of being in the entertainment industry, Li Yinfei was finally recognized as one of the sole singers in the world. She gained many loyal fans throughout her career. This time, many tourists who came for the opening ceremony were her fans. Miss Seven didn't have a ticket for the opening ceremony but she managed to enter backstage because of her relationship with Li Yinfei. She brought 4 people with her. 2 of them were the Domain Realm Masters sent to protect her. One was elder sister Noah while the other was Ling Lan. Ling Lan knew that she was able to come because of elder sister Noah and Miss Seven's kindness. However, she didn't need their goodwill. Although she had drunk the ultra-effective medical agent, her body's self-recovery system was damaged so she couldn't recover quickly. The effect of the ultra-effective medical agent was minimal on her. After resting for a few hours, her injuries didn't heal much. If she could, she wished that she could lie on the bed for the whole day. As someone subordinate, she had no freedom. Ling Lan once again felt that she needed to become her own master if she wanted to live a comfortable life. Ah, Miss Li, fate allows us to meet again. The moment she finished her rehearsal, Li Yinfei heard a familiar voice. Young Master Lin, what a coincidence. Li Yinfei gave a forced smile. In these few days, young Master Lin had been meeting her through such coincidences. Ling Lan lowered her head and acted like a servant. Actually, she was just trying to evade the gaze of the person behind young Master Lin. The person she was avoiding was Mu Chaoran, her classmate during her mission on planet Azure and the person who got his mission snatched 2 times. Ling Lan was flustered. Why do I have to meet him all the time? Miss Li, you should have time for a date after your concert, right? A golden-haired blue-eyed young man suddenly appeared on the other side and spoke to Li Yinfei threateningly. Li Yinfei was still able to smile at young Master Lin but in front of this person, she didn't even have the heart to pretend to smile. Her face turned cold as she said indifferently, Duke Edward, I'm sorry. I need to return to my country right after the performance. I'm afraid I can't go on a date with you. Edward's face darkened. He said coldly, Miss Li, I'm being nice here. Don't make me force. You. Li Yinfei's expression got darker. Before she could say anything, young Master Lin jumped out and said, Hey, Miss Li already said she's busy. Why are you still pestering her? Force her. Who the hell are you to say that to her? How dare you disrespect Miss Li? Are you looking for death? Mu Chaoran's lips twitched. Does my young master know what he is doing? From the badge on the person's chest, the young man is a duke from Caesar. His status is the same as the 4 elite families of the Federation. Huh? You don't see how powerful the 4 elite families are? Well, based on the military rank, they are like the senior colonels. How can a young master from a small merchant association offend such a person? Mu Chaoran felt frustrated. However, he couldn't do anything. If not, he would expose himself. Only half a night had passed since that incident. The people on Mailer FA was still looking for them. Unfortunately, he couldn't stop young Master Lin. He was just the assistant of the president of the Merchant Association. This young master wouldn't listen to him. He only hoped that the Duke wouldn't do anything to the young master on the grounds that they were on Mailer FA. If not, the results would be terrible. Edward's face turned green with anger. He clenched his hands tightly and wanted to beat this irritating person up. His servant quickly came forward and whispered something to him. Edward seemed to have visibly calmed down after his servant whispered to her. He glared at young Master Lin and sneered. Then, he turned and left. Young Master Lin thought Edward left because of his intimidating presence, so he raised his chin and said to Li Yinfei proudly, "Miss Li, don't worry. I'll protect you from this fellow." Ling Lan and Mu Chaoran sighed simultaneously. They heard everything the servant said to Edward. As soon as young Master Lin left Mailer FA and entered the public regions, they would send people to destroy their spacecraft and turn them into corpses floating around in space. The royal family of Caesar had a very strong personal army. Young Master Lin was looking for death for butting into their business like that. Li Yinfei seemed to know this too. She looked at young Master Lin and wanted to say something. In the end, she just sighed and said, "Young Master Lin, thanks for your help. I need to prepare for my performance later. Please allow me to leave." After Li Yinfei left, the bodyguards behind her looked at young Master Lin with pity. Miss Seven nodded at young Master Lin and caught up with Li Yinfei. Ling Lan and the other 3 people left with Miss Seven. "That back looks familiar. Am I hallucinating?" Mu Chaoran looked at Ling Lan's back and muttered to himself. "Little do, don't you think I'm so cool just now?" Young Master Lin thought that he had performed well in front of his idol, so he was proud of himself. "Yes, you were really cool." Mu Chaoran smiled bitterly. "You are seeking for your own death, how could you not be cool?" Young Master Lin was satisfied with Mu Chaoran's reply. He asked hopefully, "Little do you think Miss Li will have a good impression of me because of my outstanding performance and agree to go on a date with me?" "Definitely possible," Mu Chaoran replied. He finally saw what a man looked like when he got enchanted by a lady. Young Master Lin smiled at the reply and left happily. Mu Chaoran looked at young Master Lin's proud back. He decided to find an opportunity to throw this brat into the military to train him. This was his way of repaying his father, who had always supported the Flying Dragon Special Forces. He couldn't let his father bury his son, right? Young Master Lin didn't know that his comfortable life was coming to an end. The opening ceremony of the mecha tournament officially started. Everyone was immersed in Li Yinfei's dreamy voice. In a room below the stage, Xiao Ichio looked at Su Pei, who was enchanted by Li Yinfei's voice. He said softly, "I'm going to the washroom." Su Pei didn't look at him. He just waved his hand to show that he heard him. Xiao Ichio left the room. It took them much effort to get this small room. After Xiao Ichio left, he didn't go to the washroom. Instead, he came to a lift. The lift door opened. He walked in. A tourist who just came out of the washroom saw Xiao Ichio walking towards the lift. He was surprised that the lift could actually open. He walked over curiously to take a look, but he found out there was no button to call for the lift. He didn't know how the man just now called for the lift door. He is maybe a staff member of Meyer FA. They probably have some special way of calling for the lift. He looked at the mirror on one side of the wall and muttered to himself. The person satisfied his curiosity and left the lift. He returned to his VIP room and forgot about what had happened. The lift went up to the highest level. When it opened, someone was already waiting for him. Xiao Ichio walked out. The person quickly told him what happened when he entered the lift. "Did you find out who that person is?" Xiao Ichio frowned. This was too much of a coincidence. Xiao Ichio thought that his identity was exposed. He is just a wealthy person. We traced his background. He should be clean. It might really be a coincidence. They noticed something amiss with his actions, so they immediately looked up the person without any orders from Xiao Ichio. "Before we leave Meyer FA, watch him closely. We cannot make any mistakes." Xiao Ichio ordered in a cold voice. "Yes, young Master Rong." The people shouted. "Where's Sword Monarch?" Xiao Ichio suddenly turned respectful. Even if his position was high, he still needed to remain respectful in front of the Imperial Realm formidable warrior, Sword Monarch. "He is waiting for you, someone replied. Xiao Ichio nodded and followed the person to Sword Monarch's room. When the door opened, he saw Sword Monarch sitting on the sofa with his eyes closed. This was the most luxurious VIP room in this venue. Half of the walls were made of transparent glass. The room was directly facing the center of the stage. He could see Lin Fei, who was singing passionately, clearly. Besides Sword Monarch, there was no one else in the room. Sword Monarch seemed to be listening to Lin Fei's voice intently. He noticed that someone had entered the room, so he opened his eyes slightly. He looked like a normal old man when he didn't leak his presence at all. "Mr. Long time no see." Xiao Ichio hurriedly bowed and greeted him when he saw Sword Monarch looking over. Sword Monarch sized up Xiao Ichio. "You changed your shell." It was a statement, not a question. Xiao Ichio sighed. "If it wasn't for the accident, I didn't want to change my shell too. My original body was still the most comfortable. Now, I feel weird all the time." Xiao Ichio clenched his fists as he spoke. However, he quickly threw away his frustrated emotions. He smiled and said, "But there are gains too. Besides my own innate talent, I managed to gain the innate talent of this body. It's a plus." Sword Monarch didn't reply to him. He just looked down and continued listening to the singing. Xiao Ichio didn't feel awkward at all. He just smiled and walked towards Sword Monarch. He sat down on a one-man sofa. He closed his eyes and listened to Lin Fei's voice too. The person who brought Xiao Ichio over saw them listening to the concert, so he closed the door quietly. He was afraid of disturbing them. When he noticed that no one was around, Xiao Ichio opened his eyes and asked in a low voice, "Mister, did you notice those people who came yesterday?" Sword Monarch shook his head. "Our opponents are able to control their aura very well. I can't sense them." Frankly, he didn't expect to find them too. People like him were able to hide their presence whenever and wherever they wanted. If he wanted to hide, people as powerful as he wouldn't be able to find him too. Not even the lightning and fire element domain realm masters. Xiao Ichio frowned. He was shocked by the appearance of a highly likely Imperial Realm formidable warrior, but he didn't care much. He couldn't offend such a powerful person anyway. Even if the person appeared again, he came to find Sword Monarch because he wanted to know where Mu Chaoran and Tang Ningyu were. That year, he lost to them and had to change his body. However, he didn't want to admit defeat. This time, he must have another battle with them. Yes. Sword Monarch didn't find the person he wanted to find, but he detected the people young Master Rome wanted. Xiao Ichio was surprised. "Where are they?" "Around there." Sword Monarch pointed in a certain direction. As for how Xiao Ichio was going to find those two people, it was none of his business. "Thank you." Xiao Ichio got up and thanked Sword Monarch after he got the information he wanted. He was supposed to go to the washroom, so he couldn't stay for long. If not, Su Pei would get suspicious. He might even wonder if he had constipation. Sword Monarch didn't open his eyes. He didn't make a sound too. He just sat there like a piece of wood. Xiao Ichio didn't mind being ignored at all. He opened the door and left. Xiao Ichio went back to his room successfully. Compared to the most luxurious VIP room, his room was much smaller. Su Pei saw Xiao Ichio coming back and looked at him with pity. "You came too late. Lin Fei's performance had just ended." Xiao Yijiu didn't mind. "It's fine. I just came to accompany you. I'm not interested in such things." Su Pei glared at Xiao Ichio when he dissed his idol. He snorted and turned his face away. He wouldn't share his hobby with this idiot anymore. Xiao Ichio ignored Su Pei's anger. He sat beside Su Pei and leaned back in his chair while closing his eyes. He seemed to be resting, but in actual fact, he was waiting in agitation for his men to find the two people he was looking for. After some time, his communicator vibrated. Xiao Ichio opened his eyes immediately and looked at his communicator. He was elated. Tang Ningyu, Mu Chaoran, I finally found you. Xiao Ichio smiled. This will make the game more fun. When Li Yinfei ended her performance, young Master Lin dashed out of his VIP room. He wanted to look at Li Yinfei before she left. Mu Chaoran followed him helplessly. He threw a glance at Tang Ningyu. Tang Ningyu was afraid of getting recognized by his cousin, so he always hid among the other bodyguards. When he saw the look from Mu Chaoran, he knew that it was time to carry out their plan. They managed to find out Li Yinfei's schedule. They knew that during the first mecha match, she would be invited to take a look at the central office of Mailer FA to view the live broadcast of the match. That was the place where they almost got trapped in. They escaped after much effort, but they didn't get any useful information. However, Li Yinfei was able to enter easily to take a tour around the place. Of course, this was a special privilege Meyer FA gave Li Yinfei after inviting her as a guest for their opening ceremony. Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran were green with envy. However, this could be their chance too. When Li Yinfei ended her performance, the representatives from Mailer FA were already waiting at the backstage. They smiled and welcomed Li Yinfei to their office area when they saw her coming. Li Yinfei looked at Miss Seven. She asked the representative hesitantly, "Am I able to bring my friend in?" The representative from Mailer FA gave an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry, Miss Li. Our important secrets are all in the central office region. You can only bring one person along." Li Yinfei looked at her manager, maid, bodyguards, and then at Miss Seven. She was in a dilemma. In the end, she gritted her teeth and said, "Maybe Sister Yingying can come with me." The gaze of Li Yinfei's maid turned cold. She thought that her young miss would bring her in. However, she abandoned her in the end and decided to bring Miss Seven instead. "No matter how well I treated her, it is useless. She said that she'll treat me like a sister, but in important times, she always abandoned me." The maid lowered her head so no one noticed anything amiss about her. Of course, no one would notice a small little maid too, except for Ling Lan. Tang Yingying was surprised when she heard this. She thought that Li Yinfei wouldn't bring her in. She was grateful that Li Yinfei thought about her. She wanted to accept the offer, but one of the two domain realm masters beside her said, "Young miss, old master doesn't allow us to leave you." They were stupid if they allowed their young miss to follow a lady whom they didn't know and wasn't familiar with into the core area of an unknown faction. The excitement in Tang Yingying's face died down. She appeared dejected as she shook her head. "I'm sorry, Sister Li. My father doesn't allow me to go to an unfamiliar place alone. I can only thank you for your offer." "Sister Yingying, your father is right. In that case, little Min, you can come with me." Li Yinfei turned and spoke to her maid. She thought that her maid would agree excitedly, but little Min looked up and scoffed, "Miss, you always think about me after other people rejected you. You said that you'll treat me sincerely like a real sister, but that's not true." Li Yinfei was stunned that her personal maid said such things in front of so many people. She exclaimed, "Little Min, what are you saying? Am I wrong? I have my pride too. Since other people don't want it, I don't want it too." Little Min felt relaxed after she finally said everything she had kept in her heart. She felt as though she should have said these long ago. Li Yinfei's face turned pale. She didn't expect her maid to embarrass her at such a crucial time in front of so many important people. This was why Sister Yingying always reminded her to be clear about her status, right? A master is a master. A maid is a maid. The line between them had to be clear. If not, she would be hurt. Li Yinfei had been in the entertainment industry for a long time, so she managed to appear calm even though she was internally burning with anger. She didn't scold her maid but turned to the representative from Mailer FA and said, "I'm sorry. May I go to the washroom to wash up?" After she finished speaking, she immediately walked into the washroom at the backstage. There was no one in the washroom. Li Yinfei walked to the sink and splashed cold water on her face to calm herself down. After Li Yinfei left, the people from Miss Seven's side looked at Little Min with contempt. At first, they just felt that Little Min didn't perform her duty as a maid well, but now, she was someone who didn't know her position. Little Min suddenly regained her senses. She was frustrated. She didn't know why she said those things just now. She must have been possessed. At that moment, Li Yinfei walked out of the washroom coldly. For some reason, the haggard Li Yinfei appeared even more beautiful. She felt like someone whom people could only watch from afar and not get close to. Li Yinfei was not angry now. She was just calm and composed. She glanced at Little Min calmly. Little Min was so shocked by the fact that she hadn't gotten barraged with insults yet that her apology got stuck in her throat. Li Yinfei glanced at everyone around her. In the end, she nodded at the representative of Meyer FA and pointed, seemingly casually, at Ling Lan. "I'll bring him." Ling Lan looked up in astonishment and pointed towards herself in disbelief. She wasn't the only one shocked. Everyone was stunned by Li Yinfei's decision. "All these people will affect my mood. I don't know if they treat me sincerely or not." Li Yinfei looked at her manager and bodyguards, then scoffed at herself. It looked like she was deeply affected by her personal maid's outburst. She didn't believe anyone around her. "Now." Li Yinfei spoke to Miss Seven in a bitter tone, "I rather bring one of your men. He might be able to tell you what the secretive office region in Meyer FA looks like after he comes out." Li Yinfei smiled after she finished speaking. Miss Seven got enchanted by her smile. Li Yinfei continued, "Actually, Noor is the most suitable choice. However, she can't leave your side. Hence, I have no choice but to bring this little servant along." Li Yinfei sounded a little playful here. She didn't appear as elegant as before, but Tang Yingying felt much closer to her. Tang Yingying gave a sincere smile and replied, "Since older sister is so thoughtful, how can I reject you?" She turned to look at Ling Lan. She said sternly, "Little Yang, you must listen to Sister Li after you go in. Don't create trouble for her." Ling Lan was in a daze. She suddenly understood what was happening. She tried to control her happiness as she nodded sincerely and said, "Miss, I understand. I'll definitely listen to Sister Li after I go in." She emphasized the words "Sister Li" to show that she understood what Miss Seven was saying. Her sincere performance made Miss Seven laugh out loud. Li Yinfei gave a slight look of helplessness. Noor glared at her angrily and reprimanded, "Idiot, only young Miss can call Miss Li Sister Li. We must call her Miss Li." Ling Lan finally realized what her mistake was. She touched the back of her head in embarrassment and said, "Yes, yes. It's Miss Li, not Sister Li." Li Yinfei waited for Miss Seven to finish her conversation before turning to the representative of Mailer FA. "We can leave now." The representative of Meyer FA led the way respectfully, "Miss Li, this way please." Li Yinfei waved at Ling Lan. Then, she followed the people out of the backstage. "Hurry up and catch up with Miss Li, don't create trouble for her." Noor pushed Ling Lan's back and reminded her to stop wasting time. If not, she might lose this great opportunity. Ling Lan smiled and waved at everyone. Then, she ran and caught up with Li Yinfei. Just as she was about to get near Li Yinfei, she slowed down and followed behind Li Yinfei like a good servant. Noor nodded in satisfaction at her actions. Little Yang was polite and well-mannered, all thanks to her. At the start, when Little Yang first came to them, he didn't know any manners at all. He was like a country bumpkin. After Li Yinfei and Ling Lan left, Li Yinfei's manager and bodyguards woke up from their stupor. They suddenly realized that they had just listened to the entire conversation and didn't say anything. After Li Yinfei came out of the washroom, her gaze cast a huge pressure over them. They felt as though there was a huge mountain on their shoulders. They couldn't breathe properly. The pressure only disappeared after she left. Maybe she already noticed our disdain towards her. She just didn't have any evidence to prove it, so she never scolded us. This time, she made use of Little Min to vent all her anger at all of us. The manager seemed to understand why Li Yinfei acted like this today. He recalled what the Li family had told him about helping Li Yinfei. He felt frustrated with himself. If anyone dares to be disrespectful towards Miss Li, you can go back and explain to the Li family head. The manager warned the bodyguards. Since they knew what their mistake was, they should rectify it immediately. Yes. The bodyguards were surprised at the manager's warning. This was the first time the manager warned them. Was Miss Li really the illegitimate child of the Li family head, just like what the rumors said? They thought about how the Li family treated Li Yinfei and got their answer. As for you, Little Min, you're no longer a part of the Li family now. You can go back to wherever you came from. The manager looked at Little Min coldly. No. You don't have the right to decide my fate. I want to look for young Miss. Little Min felt a chill down her spine when she saw the heartless gaze the manager gave her. She grabbed her dress and wanted to chase after Li Yinfei. She should have grabbed her young Miss's legs and apologized to her just now. Little Min felt regretful. She didn't understand why she gave up on wanting to do that after her young Miss glared at her. Little Min ran very quickly and left backstage. The manager scoffed and ignored Little Min. She bid farewell to Miss Seven before leaving the backstage with the bodyguards. Miss Seven smiled as she watched the drama unfold in front of her. After some time, she went back to her room with Noor and her bodyguards. They waited for Ling Lan to return. Li Yinfei and the group of them arrived in front of a lift. The moment they arrived, they heard a familiar voice. Miss Li, what a coincidence. We meet again. Li Yinfei frowned. She turned around and saw a young man walking towards her with an exaggerated expression on his face. It was young Master Lin, who had been constantly trying to talk to her. I saw your performance just now. It was amazing. Your voice is like the sound of the heavens. It's my pleasure and luck to be able to hear your voice. Young Master Lin came in front of Li Yinfei. He was totally mesmerized by her. From his expression, he looked as if he was still immersed in her singing. You're complimenting me too much. Li Yinfei gave a slight smile. She wasn't touched by young Master Lin's words at all. Of course not, I'm speaking the truth. Miss Li, every time I meet you, I feel that fate is connecting us together. Heaven must be giving us chances to meet each. Young Master Lin started talking about fate again. Li Yinfei frowned slightly. At that moment, the lift door opened. Li Yinfei interrupted young Master Lin directly. I'm sorry, I still have things to do. Thank you for your support. After she finished speaking, she walked into the lift without any hesitation. Ling Lan hurriedly followed behind her. Young Master Lin was enchanted by Li Yinfei, so he wanted to enter the lift too. However, the representative of Meyer FA stopped him. I'm sorry. This is a special lift for VIPs. Outsiders can't enter the lift. Young Master Lin had no choice but to wave at Li Yinfei fervently behind the people who stopped him. Miss Li, I'll be waiting for you here. See you soon. Li Yinfei's smile disappeared when she heard this. Her entire aura turned cold. The lift door closed slowly. Young Master Lin's attention was on Li Yinfei, so he didn't notice the purple and red light flashing past him. Young Master Lin said to himself, Miss Li has gotten even prettier. Suddenly, he got dejected. Do I have the right to woo such a beautiful fairy? Why do I feel that I have a chance to woo this lady a moment ago, but now, I just feel like I'm just an ugly toad? Who is an ugly toad? I'm just a pile of dirt. Fine, they are both the same. Young Master Lin squatted down and grabbed his head. He appeared to be in agony. I can only watch her from afar. What a painful realization. When Little Min rushed over, she only saw young Master Lin, who was squatting in front of the lift. Her young miss was nowhere in sight. The lift went all the way up. Finally, it reached the office level. The door opened and a passage was seen. The representative of Meyer Fa introduced the layout of the office area to Lin Fei. Then, he led her to the huge closed door at the end of the passage. The representative of Meyer Fa used his fingerprint to open the door. The door opened instantly and another long passage was revealed. Lin Fei didn't seem surprised by the fact that there were no security guards behind the door. However, when the representative explained to her the layout of the walls, she seemed astounded. Of course, any normal person would be frightened when they heard that there were many beam guns hidden behind the walls beside them. Ling Lan's mouth was wide open too. She seemed fearful and nervous. She looked like a frightened, naive person. They walked through the passage until they came to the end of it. At the end of the passage, there was a door on both sides. When Ling Lan came the other time, the doors were closed. Now, they were wide open. Not only that, besides those important rooms, the other doors inside the office area was open too. Everyone there was waiting for Goddess Li's arrival. The workers were anticipating the talk they could have with her. Any man who was straight and had a normal standard of beauty wouldn't be able to reject Lin Fei's charisma and ethereal beauty. They would naturally get enchanted by her. Hence, all the workers were extremely excited when they knew that Goddess Li was going to tour around their workplace, so if they could open their doors, they would. They didn't want to miss the chance to take a look at Goddess Li. Lin Fei didn't enter the rooms. She just stood within the passage and glanced inside the rooms from the door. She looked as though she was in a hurry to do something. Suddenly, she walked in front of a room and pointed inside. She asked curiously, "What is this place?" The representative of Meyer Fa looked towards the direction where Lin Fei was pointing. His face immediately turned red in shame. After a few seconds, he said awkwardly, "This is the emergency room." Emergency room? It sounds important. What does it do exactly? Lin Fei looked puzzled as she asked in a soft voice. Yes, it's important. Meyer Fa felt embarrassed. He cursed the two people who were in charge of this room. Even if they were lazy, they should have closed the door. Didn't they know that there was a special guest coming today? He rubbed the sweat on his forehead and tried to explain generally, if anything happens to the operator during the mecha tournament, they can call for an emergency to end the match. Is this room used to protect the lives of the mecha operators? Lin Fei was a soft-hearted person. This was the first thing she thought of. Of course, of course. The representative of Meyer Fa followed her train of thought and agreed with her. Was he supposed to tell her that the battle between mecha operators was a life-or-death battle? This emergency room was in charge of the beam shield between the arena and the audience seats. This was to prevent the audience from getting injured, harming the reputation of Meyer Fa. You sent two irresponsible people for such an important job. Lin Fei looked at the two staff members who were sleeping on the benches inside the room. Her face turned cold. The battle hasn't started. They're resting. The representative of Meyer Fa could only reply to her like this. However, when he saw Lin Fei looking at him with a, "Who are you trying to lie to?" look, he knew that she didn't believe him. "Miss Li, the battle seemed to have started." Ling Lan's eyes were sharp. She saw mechas appearing on the live broadcast. "They're resting," Lin Fei smiled coldly. She glanced angrily at the representative of Meyer Fa. The representative of Meyer Fa took out a handkerchief from his pocket and wiped his sweat. One glance from Lin Fei actually caused him to feel so frightened. Sob, this wasn't what he was expecting. Why did a small singer give him the same pressure as their young master Rome? Or maybe it was because he felt guilty. "It looks like I need to talk to your superiors about your work attitude." Lin Fei snorted. The representative of Meyer Fa quickly went in and woke the two people who were still sleeping. The two people opened their eyes in confusion. When they saw the representative of Meyer Fa, they asked in surprise, "Why are you here?" "What do you mean by why am I here?" Why are you sleeping? The representative of Meyer FA felt like scolding these two people. They were embarrassing him. We had nothing to do for the entire day. We got sleepy, one of them replied. You can't blame us. That decadent voice, Li Yinfei, sang until we wanted to sleep. Her voice was like a lullaby. We fell asleep while listening to her, the other person added on. The representative of Mailer FA felt even more cold sweat appearing on his forehead. He could sense the two intense gaze behind him. They seemed to be able to pierce through him. So, my voice is decadent. A lullaby? It looks like my singing still needs to improve. A clear voice sounded in the room. Li Yinfei. The two workers stared at the representative. They gave him a questioning look. The representative replied to them with a firm look. He even stared at them to tell them that they were dead. They got caught slacking and even talked bad about the person right in front of her. The two people turned their heads stiffly. They saw Li Yinfei smiling at them gently. She didn't seem angry or dejected. It was a calm and composed smile. Their hearts palpitated furiously. They didn't like Li Yinfei mostly because of her face. In the past, they had laughed about how fake Li Yinfei's face must be and how her smile seemed unnatural. However, when they saw the real deal, they knew that they were wrong. Even the copy of the person in the virtual world couldn't portray 100% of the person's beauty. They felt that the videos they saw of Li Yinfei only portrayed half of her charisma and beauty. The face that they thought was fake and unnatural, oh my God, with that smile, she looked like a goddess that came from heaven. This was how a fairy would smile. The two workers were completely enchanted by Li Yinfei. They had lost their ability to speak. Li Yinfei's gaze turned dark when she saw the two of them were mesmerized by her looks. However, her expression still remained gentle. She smiled and said, I want to know what that screen is for. What do you do exactly? Can you please help me answer my question? Sure, Miss Li. The two people rushed towards the biggest screen in the room. Since all their attention was on Li Yinfei, they bumped into many objects along the way, causing them to almost fall multiple times. The representative of Meyer FA covered his face in embarrassment. They are such an embarrassment. The two workers continued staggering their way forward as if they couldn't understand the word shame. Actually, this screen is our newest invention. Normally, when humans wanted to enter the virtual world, they needed to enter through a virtual login pod. But, we don't need that huge antique here. The two workers turned very serious when they started talking about their specialization. The confusion in their eyes subsided a little. As they went deeper into the topic, their eyes even had a glimmer of passion. Li Yinfei and Ling Lan exchanged glances with each other. Both of them got on their guards. If you touch these few places, you'll be able to enter the virtual world. Another worker pointed at a few spots on the big screen. His eyes shone brightly as he asked, Miss Li, will you be interested to try it? What will happen to my body when I go in? Li Yinfei was excited to try it but she was cautious. It was very dangerous for a lady to be unconscious in front of a bunch of strangers, especially when the strangers were a bunch of men. Most women, no even men wouldn't take the risk. There was no one here that she could entrust her body to, if her conscience entered the virtual world. You can take a short nap on the chairs, a worker replied hurriedly. Li Yinfei now understood why there were comfortable sofa chairs in front of the few spots the staff pointed at just now. Those sofas were for people to sleep in. Miss Li, you can try it. If you feel uncomfortable in there, you just need to think about leaving and your conscience will immediately leave the virtual world. The worker invited her enthusiastically. Li Yinfei thought for a moment. Then, she turned around and looked at Ling Lan in the eyes. Little Yang, go and try it first. If it's fun, I'll try it. After thinking about it, Li Yinfei still didn't want to become the first person to experience something so unknown to her. She was a VIP guest of Meyer FA but Mailer FA was very secretive and unpredictable. She didn't want to take risk rashly. Ling Lan appeared elated at the opportunity. Her eyes lit up as she looked towards the two workers. She seemed to be asking them with her eyes if she could try it out. The two workers weren't surprised when they saw Li Yinfei being careful and asking her servant to try it out first. Most people would be cautious about unfamiliar things, so they didn't mind her distrust. Sure. Little brother, this way please. One of the staff members patted the sofa beside him, signaling Ling Lan to come over. Thank you, big brother. Ling Lan thanked the worker with a sincere and innocent smile. In response, the worker's smile got more sincere too. Ling Lan laid on the sofa and touched the spot where the staff pointed at just now. She suddenly felt herself entering the virtual world in an instant. They actually didn't need a login pod to enter the virtual world. The moment Ling Lan entered the virtual world, she noticed that she appeared on a busy street. There were people walking all around her, and there was also a white barrier around her body. This barrier was to protect the people who just entered the virtual world, as everyone needed time to get acclimatized to the virtual world. But, this was not the case for Ling Lan, as she could instantly get acclimatized to the virtual world. Ling Lan counted 10 seconds in her heart and the white barrier disappeared around. The barrier lasted for 10 seconds. Barriers in Manhwa lasted as long as a barrier would last in the Federation. Hence, no matter how or where you entered the virtual world, barriers in the virtual world would always last 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, Ling Lan still didn't move. She counted another 5 seconds before she raised her head. Her dim eyes turned bright. The people around her didn't seem surprised at Ling Lan's appearance. They just ignored Ling Lan's presence and continued on their journey. The people here seemed to be used to a stranger suddenly appearing beside them. This type of technology couldn't be perfected in a short time. Ling Lan started to become more vigilant towards Manhwa. It was obvious that their development of the technologies in the virtual world was way ahead of all the other nations. Manhwa might have invented all these technologies to sell to other nations. This could be why the other nations were afraid of Manhwa and didn't dare to offend it. Little 4, are there any powerful hackers watching over us? Ling Lan pretended to look around curiously, but in actual fact, she was asking Little 4 to check their surroundings. There are more than 10 hackers around us, but none of them is powerful. In the virtual world, Little 4 was able to grasp the entire situation around him within a short time. He easily discovered the people that were watching over Ling Lan. I understand. This was a very normal thing to do. No matter how harmless the person was, they should still keep their eyes on the person. Ling Lan finally grasped the situation around her, so she ordered Little 4 to finish what he didn't complete yesterday night. At the same time, she reminded Little 4 to be careful to not let the God-class hacker notice him again. Little 4 arrogantly told her that this would never happen again. One mistake was enough for him. If he was discovered by that hacker again, he wouldn't have the face to claim that he was the virtual god anymore. Soon, Little 4 started doing what he needed to do without arousing any suspicion, so Ling Lan just started wandering around the street blindly to waste some time. She then saw a bunch of people congregating in a certain area, so she asked a passerby what was happening there. The passerby told her that this was the entrance to the venue to watch the mecha tournament. Those who didn't have a ticket to the tournament could enter the virtual world and watch the live broadcast by Manhwa. It was as exciting as watching the match personally. However, you need to buy a ticket to enter this venue too. The only thing different between the two venues was that the venue in the virtual world didn't have a seat limit, unlike the venues in the real world. The number of people who could enter this venue was infinite. Ling Lan followed the crowd and entered the venue curiously. She started watching the mecha tournament along with everyone. In the emergency room, the staff members took the images of Ling Lan wandering around in the virtual world and started introducing to Li Yinfei what this invention could mean to the virtual world. Li Yinfei nodded her head fervently like a naive customer in front of a cunning salesperson. She seemed surprised and astounded at how advanced were the technologies in Manhwa. Seeing Li Yinfei being all excited about their passion project, caused the workers to also feel excited. They wanted to show off even more things in front of their goddess. On one side of the room, a purple light and a red light followed behind Lin Fei into the tunnel where they were trapped in yesterday. In an afternoon worth of time, the damaged parts of the tunnel had been completely repaired. This scene made the two of them feel even more fearful of Meyer Fa. They were very clear on how badly damaged the tunnel was yesterday. When they saw Lin Fei walking into the office area, they wanted to follow behind her. But, a person suddenly appeared at the entrance and smiled at them. They were familiar with this person in front of them. It was the old man who talked to them yesterday. This was one of the limitations of a powerful offense element. They weren't able to hide perfectly like the other people who had the different elemental concepts. No matter how they integrate into the element, there would still be traces left behind. The faint red light and the purple light in the air might be probably what exposed them. When the two people saw the old man, they knew they were exposed. They wanted to go back into the tunnel, but another middle-aged man had appeared behind them. They could hear their hearts dropped. Their path of retreat was blocked. It looked like their enemy had prepared for the appearance beforehand. It made sense. How could they not improve their security after letting a stranger in? Maybe they had already expected that they would make use of Lin Fei's visit to sneak into the office. My young master sends an invitation to you too. The old man guided them in a certain direction. Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran had no choice but to turn back into their human form. Who is your young master? Tang Ningyu raised one of his eyebrows and asked. They sneaked in twice and got invited twice. These people must be using them for something. However, this might be their chance too. Young master said that someone interrupted us last night, so we can't start the game properly. Now, he wants to invite you to continue the game. As expected, it was the same bunch of people as yesterday. Tang Ningyu looked at Mu Chaoran. Mu Chaoran shrugged. He would follow what Tang Ningyu decided. Tang Ningyu was a decisive mission. Since he couldn't run away, why don't they take the risk and see how it goes? The two of them followed the old man into a lift. They entered the mecha tournament venue. The old man led them to a door and took out a card. He swiped it into a machine beside the door and the door opened, revealing two magnificent ace mechas. Young master said that as long as you manage to get top 3 in the mecha tournament, you'll win the game. The old man smiled as he took out 2 mecha keys from his pocket and passed it to Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran. Aren't you afraid that we'll run away with the mechas? Tang Ningyu asked coldly. You can try. The old man smiled without any trace of fear. I guessed that there's a system that can remotely control the mechas. Mu Chaoran looked at the center of the arena where a web-like object could be seen. Very surprising for someone from the Flying Dragon Special Forces to be so smart. Since we dared to host a mecha tournament, we must have the necessary measures against them. The old man wasn't worried when their plan was found out. If you want it to be an ace mecha, it will be an ace mecha. If you don't want it to be an ace mecha, it will just be a pile of rubbish. Mu Chaoran sneered. That was the only reason why they didn't mind lending them the ace mechas. No matter how strong a mecha was, it was useless against a device that curbed it. We'll participate in this game. Mu Chaoran and Tang Ningyu took the key off the old man's hand. Their lives were in the hands of their opponents. It was not an option to reject them. However, we request that we can't be in the same group until the finals. Tang Ningyu added on. He didn't want to fight with Mu Chaoran before the finals started. Don't worry. Mailer Fa won't do such a despicable thing, the old man smiled and replied. Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran boarded their mechas after the old man's assuring reply. They started getting used to their mechas. Even though they were close to becoming an imperial operator, this was still an unfamiliar mecha, so they needed some time to get familiar with it. Plus, entering the top 3 wasn't easy. Based on their knowledge, the highest level of mecha operator in this tournament was Ace Mecha Master. However, due to the format being a life-or-death battle, many operators who were a step away from Imperial level would join to get enlightened at the last moment and advance to become an Imperial operator. Many ace mecha masters who got stuck at the doors of Imperial level would hide their identities and enter the mecha tournament. Therefore, this wasn't a tournament that they could mess around and win. All these people were worthy opponents they had to beat. While Ling Lan was watching the mecha tournament, she suddenly remembered the time when she entered the virtual world for the first time and watched a mecha tournament with Li Lanfeng who had dressed in a black gown. That was her first time watching a mecha tournament. After that, she worked hard and became one of the most renowned mecha operators. When Ling Lan just came to the venue, a match had just ended. The host of the match started firing up the emotions of the audience for the next battle, as the first ace mecha battle was starting. Ling Lan looked at the arena with interest. She saw a Federation-made ace mecha entering the arena. On the other side, a Caesar-made ace mecha stepped in. The battle between the mechas of the two most powerful nations in the galaxy caused the audience to become even more excited. Screams and shouts filled up the venue. Everyone was supporting the mecha they liked. Now, let's invite Dark Flame from the Federation to fight against Fox from Caesar. Even the two mecha operators were from these two countries. The atmosphere got even more rousy. The entire place seemed to be burning with enthusiasm. "Boss, do you know who Dark Flame is?" When Little Four heard that the mecha operator was from the Federation, he went to do more research. To his surprise, it was someone he knew. "Since you asked, it must be someone I know. Someone I know in Meyer FA, it had to be the two of them. Is it Mu Chaoran?" Ling Lan thought for a moment and got her answer. Boss, how did you know?" Little Four felt frustrated. "If I don't know this person, you wouldn't have asked me. You would have told me the name directly." Ling Lan understood Little Four very well. "Hence, it had to be someone I know. It can't be someone from 250 Ace Mecha clan as they're all in the military. Unless someone has a mission. However, since they sent people from the Flying Dragon Special Forces over, the Federation wouldn't send anyone to interrupt them. That means it can only be Mu Chaoran or Tang Ningyu. The name, Dark Flame, is more suitable for Mu Chaoran. Based on Tang Ningyu's character, he would probably choose a name like Purple Lightning or Ray of Light. It had to be said that Ling Lan had a good understanding of these two people, although she had only interacted with them for 1 month. Little Four said without any energy in his voice, "Yes, it's Mu Chaoran. However, didn't he come for a mission? Why is he participating in this tournament?" Ling Lan frowned. By right, he shouldn't enter this competition. Maybe he was forced to. She remembered how they got trapped yesterday night. Their opponent didn't kill them but bring them away. She thought of something. Mailer FA's aim is them. It didn't make sense for Mailer FA to invite Li Yinfei into their office area. Only this reason could explain everything. As the first showing of an ace mecha battle, Mu Chaoran's opponent would obviously be a powerful ace mecha master. He had reached the peak level of ace mecha master, so he was intending to use this opportunity to advance to Imperial mecha operator. However, this was not the last match, so the mecha operator from Caesar didn't expect to meet such a powerful opponent right at the start. As for Mu Chaoran, he knew from the start that he had to enter the top 3, so he fought with all his might. One was unprepared while the other fought to his best. Furthermore, Mu Chaoran's mecha piloting skill was already a level higher than his opponent. If his opponent had prepared beforehand, he might have a chance against Mu Chaoran. Unfortunately, he was caught unprepared. His carelessness gave Mu Chaoran an opportunity to immediately suppress his opponent. Unsurprisingly, the mecha operator from Caesar lost within a few rounds. Mu Chaoran returned to backstage and ejected out from his mecha. Unlike how smooth the match went, he appeared haggard and soaked in perspiration when he got ejected out. He seemed a little tired. "How do you feel?" Tang Ningyu asked. "They're all very experienced mecha operators. This won't be an easy tournament." Mu Chaoran didn't have his usual smile on his face. He was extremely serious now. Tang Ningyu nodded. He didn't continue speaking. He just turned his head to the arena as new mecha operators were entering the arena. In a small room, Su Pei and Xiao Ichio were watching the match too. Su Pei's face turned pale after the first match. Ichio, is everyone as strong as them? If that was the case, they would just get beaten up in this tournament. If they aren't so powerful, why are we taking part in this battle? Xiao Ichio dashed Su Pei's hope. Ichio, I might not be able to win a single match. Although he was able to become an ace operator because of Xiao Ichio's help, he didn't have any experience at all. Would he be able to compete against these experienced and vicious mecha operators? Su Pei, don't you want to enter the Flying Dragon Special Forces? Xiao Ichio stopped smiling and turned stern. We will be going through a harsh assessment. Those examiners might be even stronger than these people. If we are frightened by the mecha operators here, how are we going to face the examiners from the Flying Dragon Special Forces? Su Pei's nervousness disappeared after his words. He turned resolute again. Xiao Ichio turned his face to the other side and gave an evil and vicious expression. When he turned back, he had a bright smile on his face. Just as little Four told her that he was done, Ling Lan had just finished watching a battle. Just to lessen more suspicion on her, she stood up and walked around some more before she left quietly. In the next second, she opened her eyes and she was back in the real world. How is it? Li Yinfei asked in concern. It's amazing. Ling Lan exclaimed. She appeared mesmerized by Meyer FA's technology. Miss Li, you should try it. Li Yinfei appeared enticed but she quickly controlled her desires and shook her head. Never mind. You've tried it already. She turned to the representative of Mailer FA and thanked him. Thank you for your arrangements. I'm really happy to see the most advanced technology of Meyer FA. Miss Li, don't you want to take a closer look? The representative of Meyer FA smiled and asked. Li Yinfei shook her head. This is enough. It's better for both the host and the guest to enjoy themselves. She gave a half smile to the representative of Meyer FA. Don't you think so? The standard smile of the representative's face turned more sincere as he replied, Miss Li, you make sense. It seemed like Li Yinfei wasn't a brainless beauty. She knew her position well and knew when she should stop. This meant that they didn't need to try to hide their secret from her. She knew what she shouldn't ask. Hence, under the guidance of the representative of Mailer FA, Li Yinfei and Ling Lan left the office area and returned to the ground level. Li Yinfei's manager and her bodyguards were waiting for her below. Although Li Yinfei vented her anger on them because of Minna and didn't bring them into the office area, they couldn't leave Li Yinfei like this. If they stopped servicing her, the family head of the Li family would punish them even if Li Yinfei didn't. When Li Yinfei came down, they hurriedly went up to welcome her. Minna wanted to go forward too but Li Yinfei's face turned cold when she saw her. She turned and asked her manager, why is she still here? Young miss, I'm sorry. I was possessed just now and said something I shouldn't have. I didn't mean what I say. Please give me one more chance. Minna wanted to rush forward but was stopped by Li Yinfei's cold gaze. She could only cry on the spot. Li Yinfei ignored Minna entirely. She looked at Ling Lan and said calmly, Little Yang, your young miss is waiting for you. Hurry up and go back. Don't wash your dirty linen in public. Li Yinfei didn't want Little Yang to see their fight. Ling Lan quickly nodded and ran off. Li Yinfei looked at Minna and said, I'll go to the washroom first. I'll decide what to do with you after I come out. When she was talking, a vicious look appeared on her face. Minna was shocked. Her young miss always liked to act like a good person. Did she give up on her act? Oh. I understand. Li Yinfei's manager was stunned by her expression too. He nodded and looked at Minna with pity. He seemed to be telling her that she was unable to escape from this crisis. If Li Yinfei wanted to maintain her kind act, Minner might be saved. However, from the looks of it now, Li Yinfei didn't want to continue with her act anymore. That meant that Minner was dead. Li Yinfei walked into the huge washroom. There were more than 20 cubicles in it. A faint black light was coming from one cubicle, but everyone was disregarding this abnormal cubicle. No one was trying to enter it. It seemed as though this cubicle didn't exist. Li Yinfei walked to the back and tapped the door with her finger. A black light could be seen on her finger. The black light disappeared suddenly. At that moment, someone appeared beside Li Yinfei. It was Ling Lan. What do we do now? Li Yinfei lowered her voice and asked. Create a memory. Ling Lan smiled. Li Yinfei's expression froze. She looked at Ling Lan with a dumbfounded expression. She seemed stunned by what Ling Lan said. One of my innate talents, Ling Lan said indifferently. The astonishment in Li Yinfei's eyes disappeared. She lifted her finger and tapped on the door again. The door opened by itself and revealed Li Yinfei, who was sitting unconscious on the toilet seat. There were two Li Yinfei. The person that brought Ling Lan in wasn't Li Yinfei. It was Li Lanfeng. When Li Yinfei entered the washroom, she was knocked unconscious by Li Lanfeng and placed inside the last cubicle. To make sure that no one would find her, Li Lanfeng used his domain concept and virtualized the last cubicle, including the person sitting inside, while he brought her into his virtual world, away from the real world. Unless an Imperial Stage Domain Realm Master entered the washroom, no one would discover this secret. Moreover, this was a female washroom, male Domain Realm Masters couldn't enter. As for female Domain Realm Masters, Ling Lan was the only one. Li Lanfeng did everything secretly so no one knew what happened. Hence, no one would discover the hidden cubicle. Ling Lan looked at the unconscious Li Yinfei. She placed her index finger on Li Yinfei's forehead. After a few seconds, she retracted her finger. She looked at Li Lanfeng and the two of them slowly disappeared in front of Li Yinfei. Around 10 seconds later, Li Yinfei opened her eyes. Her gaze was piercing. She walked out of the washroom and said to her manager angrily, I don't want to see her again. Make her disappear in front of me. Then, she returned to her room with her bodyguards. The memory of her bringing little Yang into the office area as well as the conversation between her and the representative of Mailer FA had all been implanted in her mind. She would feel that everything Li Lanfeng did was what she did. If not one realized that her memory was altered, no one would know that Li Lanfeng pretended to be Li Yinfei. In the most luxurious VIP room, Sword Monarch suddenly opened his eyes. He felt the aura of the Imperial Realm formidable warrior who fought with him yesterday. However, the aura only appeared for a second before it disappeared without a trace. He knew that the other party was near him, but he just couldn't find his exact position. In a certain virtual pod, a middle-aged man lying inside it frowned. He seemed puzzled. Why can't I find any traces of him? Who on earth is he? Although I can't find any evidence, my instinct tells me that someone came to the main core and took some things away. Damn it, I can't find anything. Is there another hacker that is more powerful than a god-class hacker in this world? The middle-aged man quickly disregarded this thought. If this person was more powerful than a god-class hacker, he could only be the virtual god, and that was impossible. Although the middle-aged man denied this thought, he still didn't know which mysterious hacker launched an attack on Meyer FA. In the end, he could only sigh and suppressed his curiosity. In the middle of the night, a black figure entered Li Lanfeng's room. Li Lanfeng quickly sat up and said in a low voice, "You're here." "Yes." Sword Monarch was present in the afternoon, so I didn't want to take the risk to talk to you. Ling Lan didn't feel embarrassed about entering a man's room in the middle of the night. She acted naturally. Maybe she had forgotten that she was a lady. Or maybe Li Lanfeng's beauty made her forget that Li Lanfeng was a man. When I entered the virtual world to watch the mecha tournament, I went to look for information about the Magic Ace Mecha clan, including their mission that year. Ling Lan sent Li Lanfeng a virtual photograph. There was an elegant and handsome man on it. He looked around 40 years old. Who is this? Li Lanfeng asked curiously. He was unfamiliar with this person. He is the mission of the Magic Ace Mecha clan that year. They were tasked to watch over this person carefully, Ling Lan replied. Who is this? Why is he so important that the Federation sent a titled Super Mecha clan to watch over him? Li Lanfeng frowned. No matter how he looked at the person, he didn't look like a powerful domain realm master or a formidable mecha operator. Huang Yaobing. He is not famous to the public, but in the upper echelons of people in the Federation, he is quite well known. Have you heard of the Son of God project? Ling Lan asked seriously. The Son of God project? Li Lanfeng exclaimed in surprise. He had heard his grandfather mentioning this before, but no matter how he pestered his grandfather for more information, his grandfather never told him anything about it. He even reminded Li Lanfeng to forget about this to prevent himself from getting into trouble. That year, the Federation wanted to create a batch of Son of Gods. Once they become adults, they would be able to become Domain Realm Masters or Pseudo-God Class Mecha Masters. This project was initiated 25 years ago. However, 5 years later, the project got banned. Huang Yaobing was the person in charge of this project. When the project got banned, he remained quiet for 5 years. 15 years ago, he was requested to come to Meyer FA to experience the gambling culture here. The Federation thought for a long time and decided to agree to his request. To keep him safe, the Federation sent the Magic Ace Mecha clan to disguise as his bodyguards. Ling Lan told him the truth about the mission of the Magic Ace Mecha clan. By right, a person like Huang Yaobing shouldn't be able to leave the nation. When the Federation agreed to let him out, there was already something wrong. Plus, they didn't send any Imperial Realm formidable warrior to protect and watch over him. Instead, they just sent a titled Ace Mecha clan. In Mailer FA, there are many restrictions on a mecha clan. Sending an Imperial Realm formidable warrior was a much better choice than sending a mecha clan over. Ling Lan voiced out her doubts. Did the Magic Ace Mecha clan really took the mission by coincidence? Li Lanfeng expressed his opinion. I feel that we have to find all the mission the Magic Ace Mecha clan took in the past and compared it to this mission. This is the only way we'll find the truth. You are right, so I've compiled all the missions that Magic Ace Mecha clan took part in the past. This is the list of their mission they took part in after they became a mecha clan. Ling Lan sent another file to Li Lanfeng. I think that we only have to look at the mission during the last 5 years. If there's a problem, 5 years is the longest period of time anyone could bear. Ling Lan continued, actually, I think looking at the mission they took within their last year is enough. However, to prevent any errors, I checked back into their last 5 years. 1 year is indeed enough. Exterminating the Magic Ace Mecha clan is not a small matter. The other party definitely couldn't bear with them for 5 years. 1 year is probably the maximum. I even think that a year might be too long. The longer they dragged on, the higher the possibility of their secret getting exposed. If my guess is correct, the Magic Ace Mecha clan might have accidentally found out about a secret the higher authorities wanted to protect. Li Lanfeng agreed with Ling Lan's prediction. The two of them looked through the mission in their last years before the Magic Ace Mecha clan was annihilated. They pointed to a mission at the same time and shouted, "This is it." Their fingers touched. Li Lanfeng looked at Ling Lan and smiled. Ling Lan almost got dazzled by his smile. Ling Lan calmly reminded him with a cold face, "You don't have to smile in front of people whom you trust. That is a bad habit." Ling Lan thought about it carefully before continuing, "It's dangerous. Damn it. Even I can't handle your smile. Blood, please don't come out of my nose. To maintain my reputation as their boss, I must stop this demon from smiling in front of me." Ling Lan didn't believe in her resistance against such a beautiful smile. Hence, she decided to completely stop it from happening instead. Li Lanfeng was touched by Ling Lan's words of concern. It warmed up his stone-cold heart. Only Ling Lan was able to warm his heart. Li Lanfeng never wanted to let go of this feeling. He wanted more of it. He even had the desire to keep all this warmth to himself. However, he knew that if he really did it, Ling Lan would stray further from him. Damn it, he took Ling Lan as his most important companion and confidant, but Ling Lan had her family and friends. Her family and her friends were more important than him. Why couldn't he be satisfied? Li Lanfeng hated his selfishness and greed. However, no matter how he tried to convince himself, this selfish thinking wouldn't disappear. The longer he stayed beside Ling Lan, this selfishness and greed got even stronger. This was why he followed Ling Lan to Meyer Fa even though he knew that she might be angry. He wanted to become more important to Ling Lan. He wanted to become the most important person in Ling Lan's heart. He didn't know when he would be satisfied, but he knew he wasn't satisfied now, he wanted more. This was not enough at all. Maybe one day, when their friendship reached a certain point, he would be satisfied. Li Lanfeng tried to suppress his emotions, but this feeling of something in the throat was suffocating. He took a few deep breaths secretly to calm himself down. He knew that Rabbit didn't like it when her comrades got too emotional. Freaking out about this kind of thing would just make him look irrational to Ling Lan. He understood Ling Lan's liking, so he wouldn't make such a low-level mistake in front of her. He wouldn't let Rabbit have any bad impression of him. Li Lanfeng threw away his thoughts and coldly said, "It looks like our thoughts are the same. We both think that there's something amiss with this mission. They wouldn't be able to interact with the higher authorities of the military in other missions. This is the only mission that they could." Ling Lan continued, "The Flying Dragon Special Forces was assigned to this mission. At first, we thought that the military realized something was wrong with the annihilation of the Magic Ace Mecha clan, so they sent the Flying Dragon Special Forces to prevent other higher authorities from meddling with this affair or to make sure that this matter was attended to seriously. But, from the looks of it now, it might not be the case. The mission for the Flying Dragon Special Forces might be a smoke bomb." Li Lanfeng went into deep thought. Ling Lan smiled coldly. "It might not be a smoke bomb. It might be like a robber acting like a cop." Li Lanfeng narrowed his eyes. "Are you saying that there's a problem with the Flying Dragon Special Forces?" "But, the problem is the Flying Dragon Special Forces. The Flying Dragon Special Forces belonged to the military, but their top chain of command was with the three marshals. Plus, the Flying Dragon Special Forces had the power to watch over the other regiment commander of the various mecha clans in the military. Once they noticed a problem with a regiment commander, they would be able to arrest the regiment commander with the warrant from one of the three great marshals. Thus, the commander of the Flying Dragon Special Forces mustn't belong to any factions of the three great marshals. He was an independent faction. He must maintain a neutral position in order to complete the mission given to the Flying Dragon Special Forces. If something went wrong with the Flying Dragon Special Forces, a chill went up Li Lanfeng's spine. He looked up at Ling Lan and said sternly, "Rabbit, we can't interfere with this matter. They couldn't even get near on this matter. If not, they would get implicated and might even die from it." Ling Lan felt that this matter was troublesome too. At first, she thought that this case only affected the higher authorities of the military. The person behind everything might be as powerful as her father. However, after going through all the information they received, the waters behind this was too deep. It might drown her and her father. Ling Lan clenched her fist tightly. She paced around Li Lanfeng's room. Her mind was working furiously. If she interfered with this matter, would there be more benefits or risks? This could explain why Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran got eyed on the moment they entered Mailer Fa. They were abandoned by the Flying Dragon Special Forces from the beginning. Ling Lan gritted her teeth angrily. Although she only interacted Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran for a short while, she had a good impression of them. She knew that they were loyal to the Federation and were two of the most outstanding soldiers of the new generation. To her, these people would become the pillars of the Federation after they grew up. Such talents were precious, so the Federation should nurture them carefully. But, due to some people's selfish desires, they forsook such exceptional fresh blood of the Federation. Ling Lan felt really bad for them. Are you saying that Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran were abandoned the moment they accepted the mission? Li Lanfeng felt that the matter was bad, but he didn't expect it to be so terrible. By right, with Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran's stealth abilities, it would be hard for the people in Meyer FA to discover them within such a short time, even if they knew that some people were sent over to investigate the annihilation of the Magic Ace Mecha clan. The only reason this could be possible was, they knew that the people that were sent over were Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran. Hence, finding them would be easy. Ling Lan explained, from the start, I didn't understand why Meyer FA didn't find you but found Mu Chaoran and Tang Ningyu instead. You took the mission before them, but they found the two of them easily instead of you. Now, I know. Li Lanfeng nodded. He was still too naive. He didn't think too much about these dark dealings. He looked at Ling Lan with admiration. Once again, he felt the difference between him and Ling Lan. There were still many things he had to learn from her. Why didn't Mailer FA kill Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran? Li Lanfeng agreed with Ling Lan's prediction, but as an advisor, he still had to be careful about the loopholes in her prediction. This is why I didn't suspect them at the start. By right, since they had already forsaken Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran, they wouldn't bother with how Mailer FA treated them. Ling Lan frowned. She felt that there were still some things she hadn't seen through in this matter. This could be the key to everything. However, we should be glad that Meyer FA didn't want to kill Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran now. But, no one knew what would happen in the future. Ling Lan felt relieved for the two of them. If not, she might not be able to help them yesterday night. They would have already been killed by Sword Monarch if they didn't want them to live. Do you think that Meyer FA is taking pity in their talent, so they asked them to enter the mecha tournament? They might want to use them to increase the excitement for the mecha tournament. Li Lanfeng raised another possibility. Use them? Ling Lan felt enlightened by these words. She felt that she was about to grasp something. She repeated, use them. There were many ways to increase the excitement for the mecha tournament. It was not a good idea to let these two pieces of chess to take part in the mecha tournament, as they possessed a threat to them. Unless, there were some underlying reasons. To become the leader of the new generation, the mecha piloting skills of these people must be at pseudo-imperial level. They might not be the match of those experienced and sly ace mecha masters, but their mecha piloting skills could offer good practice for those rising stars. Practice. Ling Lan felt that she had uncovered the mist covering up this problem. Little 4, find all the rising stars that are participating in this mecha tournament. She finally felt that she might have had a breakthrough in this complex situation. It might be useless, but she still hoped that she was able to find something. I understand. Little 4 quickly went to do research. Very soon, he created a list of all the rising stars and gave it to Ling Lan. These are all the rising stars the other nations and various factions are grooming. Help me take a look. Who do you think are under Meyer FA? Ling Lan passed the list to Li Lanfeng. She trusted Li Lanfeng's judgment. Li Lanfeng looked through the list and frowned. He couldn't see anything from this name list. Because of Xiao Ichio, Su Pei used a different identity to participate in this tournament. Hence, their pictures and personal details on the list had nothing to do with their real identity. If there's really someone from Meyer FA, based on their prudence nature and the fact that they are the host, they might have altered the personal details of their candidates. Li Lanfeng thought of this possibility. Ling Lan nodded. She said in a low voice, I have this thought too, but I still hope that they will make some careless mistakes. It seems like I'm hoping for too much. Boss, don't worry. The personal details might be problematic, but the real person will have to appear soon anyways. I'll keep my eyes on the arena. Little 4 saw Ling Lan sighing, so he quickly consoled his boss. Okay. I'll leave it to you. She saw little Four's excited look, so she didn't want to douse his enthusiasm. She didn't think that little Four would be able to get anything out of watching the arena, but nothing was impossible. What if he really found something? Little Four was excited when his boss gave him such an important task. He went off hurriedly to watch over the arena. Of course, he didn't forget to evade the stupid God-class hacker. He couldn't act boldly like last time, so the areas he could control got smaller. What should we do now? Li Lanfeng looked at the list again. They couldn't find any clues, so he asked Ling Lan about their next actions. Let's give up Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran's trails for now. Since they couldn't get anything from this line of thought, Ling Lan let go of it. Let's look at the mission the Magic Ace Mecha clan took that time. Their mission was to help the Flying Dragon Special Forces as they retreat. Something might have happened while they were protecting the Flying Dragon Special Forces. What did they see and what did they discover? What made the higher authorities of the Flying Dragon Special Forces lay their hands on the Magic Ace Mecha clan 1 month after this mission? Why did they annihilate the Magic Ace Mecha clan with the help of Meyer FA? We know that the higher authorities of the Flying Dragon Special Forces already had contacts with Mailer FA. Li Lanfeng understood what Ling Lan wanted to say. Not only that, they even sent Huang Yaobing out successfully and passed him to Meyer FA. The annihilation of the Magic Ace Mecha clan allowed Huang Yaobing to disappear, creating the illusion that he was dead. Ling Lan said seriously. I suspect that the Son of God project never ended. They just changed their base of operation. Ling Lan asked Little Four to look up Huang Yaobing. She realized that he was suspected to be dead. When Ling Lan passed the information of Huang Yaobing to Li Lanfeng managed to guess what happened that year. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The person who set up this scheme is amazing. If we didn't look up the Magic Ace Mecha clan again, we might have been fooled by him. Li Lanfeng was thoroughly shocked by this finding. He realized that there were many clever people who specialized in schemes. He needed to work even harder now to catch up to them. If Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran died in Mailer FA while investigating the Magic Ace Mecha clan, what would the military do? Ling Lan suddenly asked Li Lanfeng. He thought for a moment and replied, there might be 2 results. First, they will be furious and break ties with Meyer FA. Second, they might give up the investigation because they knew that the waters here are too deep. Breaking ties on the surface is the best form of cooperation. Ling Lan was determined to get to the bottom of this. You mean that they would pretend to be very furious? Li Lanfeng's eyes lit up. He seemed to understand something. Then, the suspicion on them would just wash away. Ling Lan lowered her voice and said. Ling Lan paced around the room again. After some time, she made a decision. I'll inform my father to investigate the higher authorities of the Flying Dragon Special Forces. Leader. Li Lanfeng stood up in shock. Although he was attempting to uncover the secret behind the Magic Ace Mecha clan with Ling Lan, it didn't mean that he supported interfering with this matter. Lanfeng, there are some things I have to do. I can't betray my heart. Ling Lan's gaze were resolute as she said, this is my path. Li Lanfeng was unable to persuade Ling Lan when he saw her resolute gaze. He knew that once Ling Lan made a decision, she would complete it even if she had to risk her life. The battle on planet Haijiao was an instance of this trait. I understand. I fully support you, Li Lanfeng said seriously. Since Ling Lan made her decision, he would support her no matter what it took. Thank you, Lanfeng. Ling Lan smiled at Li Lanfeng. Li Lanfeng was stunned by the smile. He realized that Ling Lan's smile was as enchanting as his smile. Even with all the scars on her face, they were unable to hide her charisma. Ling Lan immediately asked Little Four to contact Ling Xiao and she told him what they had discovered. Ling Xiao's gentle smile slowly disappeared as she was explaining her presumptions. That gentle dad-like aura disappeared from his body and instead, the aura he was exuding was regal and serious, very fitting for someone of such a high caliber. At first, he thought that the mineral veins were already troublesome enough. He didn't expect his daughter to get involved in another even more troublesome matter. Compared to this matter, the mineral veins were nothing. Ling Xiao looked at the cold-looking Ling Lan and took a deep breath to calm himself down. He was convinced that his daughter was a magnet to troublesome matters. No matter where she went, she would always meet some sort of trouble. He needed to become stronger. If not, he wouldn't be able to handle all the problems his daughter threw at him. He didn't want his image as an omnipotent father to crash and burn. My words are still the same. Leave Mailer FA to me. If you can, leave Meyer FA and come back home. Ling Xiao believed that his daughter wouldn't act rashly, but her attractiveness towards troubles might cause them to look for her. It was safer for her to just stay at home. He glanced coldly at Li Lanfeng, who was wearing a mask and standing beside his daughter. He was the culprit. He was the one who led his precious daughter astray. His instincts were right. This person was dangerous for his daughter. Ling Xiao's impression of Li Lanfeng dropped drastically. He never interfered with his daughter's life, but if he could, he wanted to force him away from Ling Lan. Ling Xiao ascertained the fact that he didn't like Li Lanfeng once again. Ling Lan shook her head decisively. Father, I'll not go back before the mecha tournament ends. However, I've asked Lanfeng to give up his mission. We won't interfere with this matter voluntarily. We'll wait for your notice. Ling Xiao understood what Ling Lan wanted to say. If they continued provoking their opponent, they might attack them. Ling Xiao saw the firm look in Ling Lan's eyes and knew that he couldn't force her on the matter. This was Ling Lan's belief. If he stopped her, she might get affected mentally. It would also affect her growth in the future. Be careful then. Ling Xiao could only end their conversation with this sentence. After her daughter's face disappeared on his screen, Ling Xiao continued staring at the black virtual screen for a moment before he released a long drawn-out sigh. It looked like I have to hasten my pace. Ling Xiao's gaze turned ruthless. He wanted to do things slowly, but the information Ling Lan brought back again and again allowed him to understand that he didn't have the time anymore. He knew that one of the reasons why Ling Lan didn't want to come back was because she didn't want to affect his plan. Most people already knew that Ling Lan went out of the Federation. Once she returned, a lot of attention would be placed on them again, increasing the pressure on his shoulders, making him not be able to carry out his plan. 10 days passed. Within these 10 days, the normal Ace Mecha Masters who participated in this tournament got gradually eliminated. Besides some extremely lucky Ace Mecha operators, most of those that remained were mecha operators who were close to becoming an Imperial operator. In one of the matches, 2 Ace Mecha Masters got worked up and started attacking each other's vital points without caring about the rules of the tournament. In the end, one was seriously injured while the other died in battle. The mecha tournament turned bloody all of a sudden. However, this was what attracted gamblers. The wagers and stakes started increasing. To them, only life or death battles were exciting enough to battle high. In a special room, Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran laid on their beds opposite each other. Compared to 10 days ago, they seemed even more tired. Our opponents are getting stronger, Mu Chaoran said indifferently. Yes. After those normal ace operators left, only the elites remained. Every single match is hard. Tang Ningyu relaxed his fingers. During one of his match today, he fell into the trap of his sly opponent. Fortunately, his hand speed was above the normal ace operator's level, so he managed to dodge a lethal attack due to his extreme hand speed. If not, he might have lost. He would not only lose, but he might also die. That attack was aimed at his vital point. If it hit him, he would be seriously injured. Tang Ningyu managed to survive, but he was injured too. The nerves on his fingers got hurt. When he moved his fingers, he would feel a stinging pain on fingers. There were still many matches to fight tomorrow, so he must recover tonight. If not, he would be in a dire state tomorrow. Fortunately, Meyer FA didn't take away their belongings. They restricted their actions and locked them up in a special room where they couldn't escape using their domain energy. However, they still have their recovery agents. They managed to survive until now due to these recovery agents from the Flying Dragon Special Forces. But, the recovery agents' supply was limited. Tang Ningyu appeared agitated and confused. They had lost contact with the Flying Dragon Special Forces for 10 days. By right, the Flying Dragon Special Forces should have sent people to rescue them. Why didn't they receive any news from the Flying Dragon Special Forces? Yet. Res. Tang Ningyu knew the capabilities of the hackers from the Flying Dragon Special Forces. If they wanted to send any information out, they would and could find a way. The only possibility was, Chief Lin, who helped them with their fake identity, didn't know that they had disappeared. Hence, the Flying Dragon Special Forces didn't know that something had happened to them. However, was this even possible? Based on what their superiors told them, Chief Lin was the most trustworthy person among all the people that worked with the Flying Dragon Special Forces. If such a trustworthy person betrayed the Flying Dragon Special Forces, Tang Ningyu's heart turned cold. Mu Chaoran had also thought about the same thing. He had this thought much earlier than Tang Ningyu. We can't wait for death. Tang Ningyu understood the hand gestures Mu Chaoran was doing secretly. This was a game they invented when they were bored. However, it was put to use now. But, there are enemies all around us. We have no chance. Tang Ningyu used hand gestures to reply to him. At the same time, he talked about the brutal fight that he had today. They started exchanging experiences just like last time. Can't you tell that our opponents had gotten more ruthless? Mu Chaoran continued chatting with Tang Ningyu, but his hand gestures showed how he truly felt. They wanted to kill us now. They hope that we will die in the arena. Tang Ningyu agreed with Mu Chaoran's prediction. That was why he was agitated. Even with top-of-the-line recovery agents, they were still unable to handle the intensity of the tournament. They had to participate in 3 battles every day, and the mecha tournament would last for 1 month. They wouldn't be able to last the remaining 20 days in their current conditions. There's no chance to escape after we come back to this place. The door of our resting area restricts our domain energy. There are also more than 10 domain realm masters around us, and these people are not the fake domain realm masters on planet Azure. They're real domain realm masters. Some are even titled domain realm formidable warriors. There's no way we can leave this place with just the 2 of us. Mu Chaoran used his hand gestures to tell Tang Ningyu what he observed during the past few days. Tang Ningyu realized this too. Our chance to escape is only during the mecha battle. Although the equipment in the arena can control our mechas, we can make use of the time after we eject it out of our mechas and before we reach our resting area. Mu Chaoran remained silent. In theory, there was a chance to escape in that time frame, but their success rate was just too low. The probability of them escaping in that time frame was only slightly higher than the probability of escaping from their resting area. Moreover, this success rate was built on the assumption that Sword Monarch wouldn't act. I hope that there aren't many titled domain realm formidable warriors around the arena. I also hope that Sword Monarch won't notice 2 small rats like us. Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran had planned their escape, but they weren't going to act immediately. Before they carry out their plan, they had to make many preparations to increase their chance of success. The next day, the old man and the middle-aged man appeared as per normal and brought them to the arena. Only the 2 of them could be seen, but Mu Chaoran and Tang Ningyu knew that there were many domain realm masters hiding around them watching over them. These people might not even plan to hide from them, as they could feel their presence and stares on their backs. They walked into the mecha hold. When they were about to board their mechas, the old man suddenly stopped them. There's a new instruction today. The old man smiled. Tang Ningyu frowned. He said coldly, "We've participated in the mecha tournament already. What else do you want? Don't get overboard." His anger didn't affect the smile on the old man's face. He laughed and continued, "Actually, we really didn't want to make things difficult for you. However, young Master Rong is not happy with your performance in the past few days. Didn't we win?" Tang Ningyu replied coldly. "No. The mecha tournament is not about winning. If it's just about winning, why will it attract so many gamblers to come to Meyer FA?" The old man shook his head. "We need blood. Only blood will excite the gamblers." When he saw the Mu Chaoran and Tang Ningyu scoffing, he knew that they didn't agree with this opinion. The old man's excited expression died down. He told Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran their new instructions. "Our young Master Rong hopes that you can kill your opponent in the next round. What if we can't do it?" Mu Chaoran asked. "If your opponent doesn't die, you will." The old man smiled coldly. "We don't want disobedient chess pieces here." Mu Chaoran and Tang Ningyu's expression darkened. They had already felt their opponent's killing intent on them for the past few days, but they didn't expect them to expose it so quickly. Hence, if you want to survive, you will follow the instructions by young Master Rong carefully. Let me remind you again. You are able to live until now because young Master Rong wants to play a game with you. If not, when we realized you are investigating Mailer FA, we might have." The old man swiped his neck with his hand. He looked at them as though they were corpses. Tang Ningyu clenched his fist tightly. He forced his anger down. They didn't know the situation now, so they couldn't act rashly. "I understand. It's just killing a person. We'll do it." Mu Chaoran gave an evil smile. He appeared as though he had no qualms about becoming a murderer and killing someone he didn't know. A person who understands a situation is a wise man, and you are wise. The old man pretended to commend them before leaving. Tang Ningyu looked at Mu Chaoran. He asked, "Have you really decided to?" The mecha masters who participated in this tournament have their own desires and motives too. Since their motives are not pure, they can't blame us for dying here. Mu Chaoran said calmly. Tang Ningyu took a deep breath before turning around and entering his mecha. Although he didn't say anything to Mu Chaoran knew that Tang Ningyu had accepted his decision. On the other side, Su Pei and Xiao Ichio boarded their mechas too. Su Pei was lucky. All the opponents he met along the way were not strong. He only met some difficult but manageable opponents, so he managed to survive until now. What made him happy was, his mecha piloting skills improved through the tournament. At the start of the tournament, he was a mecha operator who had just become an ace mecha master. Now, he was a qualified ace mecha master who was able to pilot his mecha properly. After a few more matches, he might be able to improve even further. No wonder everyone said that the vicious battlefield allowed for mecha operators to grow quickly. After 10 days of battles, Su Pei proved this point. He looked at Xiao Ichio gratefully. If it wasn't for his best friend, he might not have participated in this mecha tournament. He wouldn't be able to improve so much either too. Xiao Ichio felt Su Pei's grateful gaze at his back, so he turned around and looked at him. Su Pei just smiled at him. Xiao Ichio thought for a moment and walked over. "Did you see your opponent's details yesterday night?" Xiao Ichio asked. Su Pei nodded. Yes. He managed to survive until now because Xiao Ichio gave him information and details about his opponent, allowing him to have an understanding of his opponent's attacks and the ultimate technique ahead of time. Your opponent, Dark Flame, is very powerful. Many well-liked candidates lost to him. You can just try your best. If you feel like you're in danger, you can just admit defeat. Xiao Ichio reminded him out of concern. Don't worry. I feel that Dark Flame is not as ruthless as the other mecha operators. His opponents never got killed or severely injured. I'll be fine. Su Pei looked at Dark Flame's past matches. His mecha piloting was strange, but his reputation was good. When he was aiming for his opponent's vital point, he would stop and change his attack the moment he noticed that his opponents couldn't handle it any longer. Hence, Su Pei was not worried that Dark Flame would suddenly change his style and kill him. Although Xiao Ichio agreed with Su Pei, he still reminded him, although that person hadn't killed anyone before, anything could still happen in a tournament. You should still be careful. I know. If there isn't any hope of winning, I will just give up. Compared to Xiao Ichio's unwillingness to give up, Su Pei was clearly much smarter during certain situations. Once he knew that something wouldn't go his way, he wouldn't force it. Soon, it was time for Su Pei to enter the arena. Xiao Ichio watched as Su Pei piloted his mecha and entered the arena. Xiao Ichio slowly formed a mocking sneer on his face. Suddenly his smile froze, then his face began twisting in pain. He only began to return to his original expression after a long while. **T. Why is it every time I want to get rid of Su Pei, this body would react negatively and refuse to do so? What's wrong? Does the head not control the emotions? Xiao Ichio held his aching head and thought with confusion. Suddenly he remembered that Xiao Ichio had the innate talent, bloodline energy. Was it because of this that he was suffering from frequent headaches? Xiao Ichio smiled bitterly. Although he received a strong and rare bloodline innate talent, there was also a lot of trauma that came with it. Was this the price he had to pay for this innate talent? However, this trauma will soon be resolved. Xiao Ichio looked at Su Pei, who was in the arena, with a coldness in his eyes. Every time his emotions were to fluctuate, it would be because of this person. As long as he kills of the root of the problem, he would be able to completely control this body. Seeing Su Pei walk into the arena, Mu Chaoran's eyes were fixated on him. He originally hoped that he would face someone who was violent and easy to kill, that way he wouldn't feel too much guilt. However, the opponent standing in front of him was not that type of person. Mu Chaoran had seen how Su Pei fought before, and it showed that he was just a newbie. However, Su Pei's piloting talents were quite okay for this tournament, but getting this far was because he got lucky. Too lucky. He didn't face off against those merciless and bloodthirsty opponents and managed to get past the first 10 days of the tournament. He quickly developed into a qualified ace operator after the past 10 days. This person was probably a newcomer that a faction wanted to nurture. Mu Chaoran narrowed his eyes and thought about why that young Master Roan wanted to kill this person. Did that faction want this person to develop into someone that opposes the Flying Dragon Special Forces? Or perhaps there is a deeper meaning. Mu Chaoran began to be on guard. He decided to see first and then decide whether he should kill his opponent or not. Su Pei knew that Dark Flame was very strong. It could be said that out of all the contestants who participated, Dark Flame was considered to be in the top 10 and was clearly stronger than him. It was just as what Su Pei had said to Xiao Ichio, when he knew that his next opponent was Dark Flame, he didn't think he had any chance of winning. However, to be able to battle with one of the strongest mecha operators in the tournament made Su Pei feel excited. He wanted to know just how much of a gap there was between him and these top mecha operators. Thus, Su Pei used the tactic of timing his attacks at the very beginning. Su Pei went around him with great agility and made a move when he saw an opening. If the attack didn't hit, he would back up quickly. Mu Chaoran nodded in admiration at his way of fighting him. It was indeed the smartest way for a weaker person to fight against a stronger person. If a mecha operator wanted to end the battle quickly, they might become frustrated from Su Pei's sticky candy-like fighting style. However, Mu Chaoran wanted to watch for a bit. His opponent's fighting style was exactly what he wanted. He calmly played around with his opponent and didn't show that he was going to force an attack. Just like that, a slow mecha battle had begun. After 10 minutes, the two of them had only gone a few rounds. This made many gamblers yawn in boredom. Some even began to boo at them as they were not happy with how slow the two of them were fighting. The warning sound echoed in the arena. This meant the two of them weren't allowed to continue fighting in that way. Su Pei heard the warning sound and sighed. He knew that he couldn't wait anymore. He quickly piloted his mecha and pounced towards the still calm dark flame. Bang! A large sword easily blocked Su Pei's sudden attack. Mu Chaoran originally thought his opponent would retreat again, but didn't think that after seeing he had no chance to win, Su Pei would put forth all of his strength and attacked him with a flurry of attacks. Despite Su Pei's actions being a bit sudden, Mu Chaoran was still after all a pseudo-imperial operator whose finger speed surpassed the limits of an ace operator. A chain of speedy finger movements allowed him to block Su Pei's flurry of attacks smoothly. Su Pei bit his lip in frustration when he saw all of his attacks were blocked easily. He then decided to use his last ultimate technique. If this technique got blocked by his opponent again, then he would surrender thereafter. On the back of Su Pei's mecha, a beam saber suddenly got ejected out. Su Pei's mecha's left hand quickly grabbed onto it and sliced towards Mu Chaoran's cockpit that was on the shoulder area. The beam saber on his right hand was going from the bottom up, performing an uppercut towards Mu Chaoran's cockpit as well. Cross chop. This was a technique specially designed for ambidextrous mecha operators who could split apart their piloting ability and wield weapons in both hands. Mu Chaoran's eyes narrowed and his finger speed increased even further. His hands were no longer visible in the cockpit. Bang, bang. Two crashing sounds were almost simultaneously heard. Su Pei looked at his opponent with a stunned expression on his face. How's that possible? The mecha that Mu Chaoran was piloting was in a similar position as Su Pei's mecha. It held a large sword in each hand and performed a cross chop to perfectly block Su Pei's attack. Kill him. Mu Chaoran had managed to avert the crisis. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the elder's cold voice echoed in his cockpit. It was Meyer Fa's people reminding him what he should do. Mu Chaoran had a complicated expression for a moment. Then, the large sword on his left hand stabbed into Su Pei's cockpit without any hesitation. Shoo! The large sword easily pierced through the cockpit. Mu Chaoran actually didn't feel anything blocking the sword. His expression instantly changed. Before anyone could discover his movements, the arm wielding the sword hilt changed the sword's direction slightly and diagonally sliced into cockpit towards the left in an instant. Su Pei saw the large sword pierce his cockpit and then the right side of his body. Then through his cockpit once again. Just then, he was about to surrender. However, Dark Flame, who usually never goes for the kill, actually didn't hesitate and went for it. This made him unable to have a chance to surrender. Was this the end of his road? Su Pei actually wasn't afraid of death. He only regretted that he couldn't keep the promise he made with Xiao Ichio to return together and go with him to apply to the Flying Dragon Special Forces, then become comrades in arms. There's many things that I wanted to do. So unfortunate. Ichio, I've disappointed you. Su Pei held his abdomen as his blood gushed out. As his body started to turn cold, he slowly closed his eyes. Xiao Ichio saw Su Pei get stabbed. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, his heart began to ache. In his mind images of the time he and Su Pei spent together began to emerge. Although he wasn't the real Xiao Ichio, he still felt all the good Su Pei has done for Xiao Ichio. Sometimes, he was envious of his body. How can such a man have such honest, sincere and trustworthy friends, but he himself couldn't get any friends? A strong feeling of vengeance filled Xiao Ichio from within. Destroy him. Only when he dies, I will be able to completely control this body. No, if I can perfectly disguise myself as Xiao Ichio, Su Pei will become my friend. His existence is beneficial to me and not an obstacle. He's not going to affect me. Kill him. Otherwise, you will never be able to fuse with this body and always have this flaw. The two different feelings were fighting against each other in Xiao Ichio's mind. Right at that moment, Mu Chaoran took out his large sword from Su Pei's mecha and the mecha fell to the floor. Blood slowly flowed out of the cockpit's crack, dyeing the entire arena into a blood-red color. Inrong, the so-called flaws are only your excuses. You want to kill him because you don't have any confidence. You're afraid that these feelings would affect you. You need to know that you are in control of your emotions and not someone else. If you actually killed Su Pei, then your soul would be actually become flawed. Ah, Xiao Ichio suddenly cried out in anger. A bloody hue instantly filled his vision. It was indeed Xiao Ichio's bloodline power activating. What are you all looking at? Save him. Xiao Ichio ran onto the arena as he shouted. Seeing Xiao Ichio's expression, the elders and middle-aged men, who were watching the tournament in Schadenfreude, had perplexed expressions on their faces. This was originally arranged by young Master Rong, so why would he be angry? However, knowing that young Master Rong always had plans and had other sorts of arrangement, the elders decisively called the medical team to save Su Pei. Seeing the medical team quickly enter the arena, Mu Chaoran turned around and walked off the arena. After walking into his own mecha warehouse, Mu Chaoran then said coldly, "What's the meaning of this? If you wanted me to kill my opponent, why would you send people to save him? Isn't bleeding to death like this good?" He knew that his words could be heard by those people. These somewhat cruel words stunned Tang Ningyu, who was waiting on the side to go into the arena. Despite Mu Chaoran's somewhat sinister way of dealing with things, in reality, he respected the rules and had his morals, and would never do something over the top. Why did one fight change Mu Chaoran into a different person? What actually happened in the arena? Who told you to not kill him? Now our young Master Rong suddenly doesn't want him to die. As expected, the elder responded to Mu Chaoran. No one saw Mu Chaoran's expression turned Warner when he heard young Master Rong did not wanting his opponent to die. This result makes use of the last attack he had done with a slight meddling on his part. His large sword changed its direction by a fraction which allowed Su Pei evade certain death. It provided enough time for him to be saved. There was no doubt that Mu Chaoran was betting on the faction behind his opponent. They wouldn't want him to just die like that since they had already nurtured him. As long as that faction was strong enough to breed fear into young Master Rong, then his opponent wouldn't die. The medical team would definitely appear. However, Mu Chaoran, who was holding his words for a long time, sneered when he heard the elder's words, "A different day, a different decision. Your young Master Rong is the same as well." The elder didn't reply to these words. Soon, it was Tang Ningyu's turn to enter the arena. Perhaps Dark Flame suddenly dealing a death blow scared Tang Ningyu's opponent. He didn't even enter the arena and surrendered willingly. This made Tang Ningyu let out a sigh of relief. It was always good if he didn't need to kill people randomly. After, the two of them battled in 2 more battles. It was good that young Master Rong didn't want them to do crazy things. This way, they safely got past this day. Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran then used this time to look around the arena to make their next move more convenient. Su Pei opened his eyes slowly. All he saw was darkness with light shining bright from above. Suddenly, the darkness was lifted and a huge head appeared in front of him. It was Xiao Ichio. So I'm not dead. Su Pei just realized it. He was laying down in a treatment pod. He wanted to laugh. Unfortunately, when he laughed, he felt immense pain in his abdomen. His smiling face instantly broke and turned into a grimace. Don't laugh. Your injuries are mainly on your abdomen. If you laugh, it will open the wound up, Xiao Ichio said nervously. That fight really scared me. Who knew that Dark Flame would actually go for the kill? How despicable. Xiao Ichio became angry immediately after saying that as if he hated Dark Flame very much. You can't blame him. You said it before that in the arena, anything could happen. Perhaps me dragging out the fight in the beginning angered him. Su Pei didn't blame him. Suddenly, he remembered something and instantly shouted, "Ichio, what about your arena battle? You almost died. Do you think I could fight with a clear head?" Xiao Ichio said sadly. Hearing this, Su Pei felt a warm wave of good feelings washed over his body. He blinked a few times and pushed back the tears that were about to come out. Then, he softly said, thank you, Ichio. In the end, it was still him who dragged Ichio down. With Ichio's potential, he would definitely be able to continue for a few more days and be able to gain more experience. What are you talking about? Just stay here and recover. Xiao Ichio patted Su Pei's forehead and smiled. When you recover, we'll go back. After going through so many battles in the past few days, I think we should be close to the entry level of the Flying Dragon Special Forces. We promised we'd go together. I know. I will stay here and recover, Su Pei said happily. How lucky was he that he was still alive and could continue to work towards his promise. Su Pei was very grateful. Xiao Ichio then stood up and said goodbye to Su Pei. He walked a few steps before he suddenly stopped at the door. He softly spoke as his back was turned towards Su Pei, sorry. This sorry was very very soft. It was like a whisper, but Su Pei heard it very clearly. Before Su Pei could respond, Xiao Ichio quickly walked out of the treatment room. Was it because he got injured that Ichio apologized to him? Su Pei smiled warmly. How could he think that Ichio should apologize to him? Didn't Ichio arrange all of this tirelessly to help them develop quicker so that they could get into the Flying Dragon Special Forces to achieve their dream? Ichio had already done a lot for him. It was just Ichio wasn't a god. He couldn't make everything the way he wanted. He also couldn't know about the thoughts of others. How did his injuries make Ichio think that it was his responsibility? Su Pei understood the good that Xiao Ichio had done for him. Even if he was to lose his life because of this, he wouldn't blame Xiao Ichio. He would only hate himself for not being strong enough and not be able to return the favor to Xiao Ichio. However, he will have a chance to do that at some point. Su Pei clenched his fist fiercely. The wound on his abdomen writhed in pain because he used too much force. However, this immense pain turned Su Pei calm and steeled his determination. I want to become strong. And become Ichio's most reliable and loyal friend. Right as Xiao Ichio left the treatment room, he received a notification on his communicator. When Xiao Ichio opened it, his expression turned as cold as ice. Then, he replied with 3 words, it is done. If he wanted to enter the Flying Dragon Special Forces and become its leader, the current leaders of the Flying Dragon Special Forces must die. In the morning of the day after, Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran were taken to the mecha hold of the tournament by the elder and middle-aged man. Mu Chaoran began to use their own exclusive hand signals to quietly move around. Tang Ningyu looked at him coldly with a look that only Mu Chaoran understood. That was right. Ever since the elder and middle-aged man appeared before them, the two of them knew that they might not return alive this night. Despite the elder and middle-aged man restraining their killing intent, the two of them still managed to catch a whiff of it because they were specially trained to be able to feel this presence. Mailer Fa had begun to plot their demise. The two of them must find a way to escape today. Luckily, they had already decided to find a chance to escape today and had already done all the preparations that needed to be done. However, the difficulties that lay before them were more serious than they had previously thought. We must immediately move out. The longer they waited, the situation would turn less favorable to them. They must make a move before those people made a move on them. Despite knowing how dire the situation was, Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran didn't show a hint of anxiousness or anxiety on their faces. They just calmly followed behind the elder with the middle-aged man walking behind them. They entered the venue of the tournament. Right as they entered the corridor to the mecha hold, Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran sent a glance at each other. In the next second, the two of them suddenly pounced towards the middle-aged man. This attack was too sudden, so the elder walking in front of them reacted a bit slower. However, the middle-aged man unexpectedly reacted very quickly to the attack. He had ruthless expression on his face as he looked towards the two of them. He instinctively clenched his 2 fists and punched towards the two pouncing towards him. As long as he could hold on, his comrade would be able to react to the situation and surround these 2 people to take them down. Right at that moment, Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran suddenly shifted their bodies towards the right. The two of them actually rammed towards the wall on the right side of the corridor. Of course, they weren't reckless enough to use their own bodies as rams to break through the wall. Instead, they held both of their hands together and a purple flame instantly conjured into a large dragon before it smashed into the wall of the corridor. Bang! A loud sound of flesh colliding into a concrete wall was heard. The power of these two energies combined together was not like 1 + 1. Their domain energies were exponentially stronger when they combined together. The originally sturdy wall suddenly had a large crack in it. Then, another bang was heard. The two of them ruthlessly punched into the wall again, and finally created a hole in it. The two of them quickly jumped through the hole and countless surprised voices were heard from the hole. The elder just reacted a little too slow when he realized they were escaping. The instant Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran jumped through the hole, he had just reached the hole in the wall. He cursed under his breath, but he still jumped down after them without any hesitation. Right at that moment, a purple-colored lightning dragon and a red-colored fire dragon suddenly flew up from the hole. Seeing this, the elder didn't panic and only pushed down with both of his hands. Bang! It was as though the lightning dragon and the fire dragon had smashed into a formless shield, blocking it before they could reach the elder. As for the elder, Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran's sneak attack didn't cause him to be in danger as it was too easy for him to counter. However, blocking the attack caused the elder's falling speed to slow down because of the counter force. **T. When the elder realized this, his expression changed into a grimace. This attack by his opponents wasn't actually a sneak attack. It was to give them more time to escape. After intercepting the attack, not only did he cause himself to slow down by half a second, he also gave his opponents half a second to escape. This attack had indeed slowed him down, but for his opponents, it was the complete opposite. These two energies crashing into each other would increase the speed of his opponents to be twice as fast. Just like that, his opponents gained an extra second to escape. If they were under domain stage, this extra second perhaps would not be significant. However, with them being in the domain stage, 1 extra second was enough to change the outcome of the battle. The elder didn't want to fail just like that. He continuously moved his palms above him, trying to use counter-force to increase his falling speed. However, he was not as decisive as Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran, as he was worried that he would destroy the structure above him by attacking it. With his current speed, he would, of course, not be able to catch up to the two of them. As expected, when the elder landed at the bottom of the hole, his vision was just filled with chaotic scenes. Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran choosing this location to land was clearly planned out. It was because only this place had an audience seating area below it. They only had the chance to escape if they got into a crowd of thousands of people. The elder used his domain energy to search for any foreign domain energy around him to find Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran. Soon, many domain realm masters' domain energy were detected. However, some were laced with a warning. This was because this type of powerful searching method was considered a provocation to other domain realm masters. If it wasn't because they were in Meyer FA's casino, these domain realm masters would already have an outburst of rage and perhaps would have begun fighting the elder. Young Master Rong, Tang Ningyu, and Mu Chaoran got away. After searching for a while, the elder could only contact young Master Rong. Useless trash. Xiao Ichio, who was peacefully sitting in the room, suddenly stomped angrily when he received this information. He kicked away the table in front of him, smashing it into a large glass window in the arena, shattering it to pieces. They must die. Xiao Ichio's eyes turned blood red. His lips were actually beginning to crack and his teeth were growing into canines. It was because of his anger that his bloodline innate talent had awakened again. Xiao Ichio seemed to feel that his mood was off and he immediately took a deep breath to calm himself down. The red pupils slowly returned to its former color and his cracked lips also returned to normal. When he felt he was calm enough, Xiao Ichio contacted the Sword Monarch. Master Sword Monarch, we'll have to trouble you again. That's fine. The Celestial King had already given me the order to work with you, the Sword Monarch said calmly. He searched through the casino again and then replied, "They're still standing at the same place and not moving." "Thank you, sir," Xiao Ichio replied respectfully. Then, he told what Sword Monarch said to the elder and the middle-aged man, who then sent their people to surround the area. "Chaoran, something is off. They didn't split up and chase, but instead surrounded us. They probably have discovered us." Mailer FA's way of dealing with them made Tang Ningyu, who was in the crowd, feel something was amiss. Mu Chaoran frowned and thought about how were they discovered. It should be known that they had thought about a foolproof plan. Suddenly, Mu Chaoran remembered something and his expression darkened. "Not good. We miscalculated. They originally wanted to make use of a human's thoughts, thinking that they were in a hurry to escape from this place, that they would just run off and not stay in their current position. That was why they chose to hide at where they were and used a method that their chief taught them to avoid detection. They would then wait for the tournament to finish and follow the crowd out the venue. It was a pretty good plan, but now that they think about it, it was a bad plan." "What's wrong?" Tang Ningyu asked. "The chief once said that our method could get past the eyes of domain realm masters under the imperial stage. However, Meyer FA has the Sword Monarch." Mu Chaoran smiled bitterly. "So, the Sword Monarch discovered us." Tang Ningyu finally understood why Meyer FA would be able to accurately surround them and not split their forces to chase them. The two of them looked at each other. Suddenly, Mu Chaoran tossed something to the ground. This thing he took out was very small and it looked like a medicinal vial. The medicine vial rolled down the stairs. 1, 2, 3. Mu Chaoran thought in his head, and then a huge bang was heard. A large explosion suddenly shook the ground of the casino. Then, smoke began to rise and covered the entire area not long after. This was a surprise to all the guests, which caused the guests of the casino to scream out in fear. These guests were like headless chicken running amok. The security personnel of Mailer FA were trying their best to shout at everyone for them to remain calm. However, they couldn't stop those guests and the entire area became wrought with chaos. Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran used this chaos to run out with the crowd. Right as they were about to get out of the casino, they heard a snort. The sound was soft, so soft that only they could hear, while the people around them couldn't hear it. This sound was also incredibly heavy. Heavy enough to freeze their bodies in place, causing them to stop in their tracks and unable to move. There. The two people from Meyer FA quickly brought a dozen domain realm masters to surround them. Seeing the two of them standing there oddly, they all rushed towards them. They all heard the cold snort. It was from the strongest person here, the master, Sword Monarch. However, the Sword Monarch's snort was targeted towards Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran, thus these other domain realm masters were not affected. Once they get surrounded, the two of them would be dead for sure. Faced with the high possibility of death, Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran's eyes were red with anger even though their bodies couldn't move. Their hearts were filled with the thought of not giving in. As the first leaders of their new generation, they had their own pride. They didn't want to be killed at such a random place like Meyer FA. They still had a lot of questions they didn't have answers for. Even if they died, they must die knowing everything. Die in fashion and not die in frustration. Perhaps the unwillingness to give in activated their unawakened potentials. They suddenly regained control of their originally petrified bodies. The two of them quickly rushed towards a domain realm master, who was blocking the door, without hesitation. Now, they could only fight their way out. Ever since the mission on planet Azure, the two of them had always worked together in incredible sync with each other. With the two of them both an Odingat, a lightning dragon and fire dragon each, these two dragons with strong offensive elements actually combined during its way towards their opponent and became a giant purple and red dragon. This was a combination technique that they had created in the past when they worked together. Its combined power was much stronger than the power of one elemental dragon. It could even be 4 or 5 times stronger. Being in a life or death situation, the two of them instantly used their strongest combination technique to make a way for them to get out alive. Of course, this combination technique wasn't their strongest sure-kill technique. They were only trying to escape. If they were sure they couldn't escape, then they would choose a sure-kill technique that damaged both themselves and their opponents. Even if they were to die, they would also want to take someone with them. This was the tradition of the soldiers from the Huaxia Federation. They would rather die than be a prisoner, and while dying they must take someone with them to the afterlife. It was also because of this reason that the Huaxia Federation was able to become the strongest nation and be feared by all other nations. The other nations all considered the soldiers from the Huaxia Federation to be crazy individuals. It wasn't fun fighting with insane people. The Domain Realm Master blocking the door wasn't prepared for this attack. He quickly put up his shield. However, how could his not-so-tough shield be able to block an attack that was n times stronger? Bang! The giant red and purple dragon instantly shattered the opponent's shield. The residual energy instantly hit that individual, sending him flying. A mouthful of blood was seen in midair. Chance! Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran instantly ran towards the door so fast that they looked like lines of light. Humph! Another cold snort sounded. This time, Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran were prepared. They bit their tongues fiercely, resolving the dizziness and stiffness coming from the cold snort. The two of them were afraid one of them wouldn't be able to break free of this attack, so the two of them held each other's hands firmly. Whoever was awake would take the other and escape. Stay right where you are. Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran were just about to escape the casino. Once they get out, Meyer Fa would not be able to find them anymore, even Sword Monarch probably wouldn't be able to find them. Thus, seeing that his subordinates weren't doing their job well, Sword Monarch, who had only just made noises, made a move. A sword flew down from a room within the casino. It cut through everything in its path and was flying towards Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran, who were running for their lives. Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran ran forwards for their lives. Even if they didn't turn around, they were still able to feel the terrifying energy that could cut them up into mincemeat. The hairs on their back shot up. Mu Chaoran's expression showed that he had made a difficult decision. He flung his right hand with all his might to toss Tang Ningyu towards the exit. Tang Ningyu only felt that holding Mu Chaoran's hand was like holding a fish in water. With Tang Ningyu suddenly slipping and being unprepared, he was easily tossed away by Mu Chaoran. His entire body flew forwards quickly because of Mu Chaoran's strength. "I'll leave the Flying Dragon Special Forces to you," Mu Chaoran's voice rang beside Tang Ningyu's ears. Tang Ningyu's eyes became warm instantly. He understood in an instant that Mu Chaoran was preparing to sacrifice himself to give him a chance to escape. They could not escape from the Sword Monarch's sword. The only way they could escape was if one of them blocked the attack, while the other lives on. Thus, Mu Chaoran decisively made the decision to stay behind and left him with the hope of living through it all. Tang Ningyu knew well that Mu Chaoran actually hated him. That was because his existence made Mu Chaoran became a shadow that would never be able to become a leader of the Flying Dragon Special Forces. It was just he didn't think that in the end, Mu Chaoran actually would sacrifice himself to save him. Tang Ningyu's sadness was only for a moment. In the next second, he became as calm as ever because he couldn't let Mu Chaoran's sacrifice to be in vain. Tang Ningyu increased his speed and ran towards the exit with seemingly no regard for the safety of the comrade he left behind. In the eyes of bystanders, Tang Ningyu was a coward who would abandon his comrade to save his own life. Mu Chaoran, who tossed out Tang Ningyu, turned around and faced the sword coming his way in a calm manner. He took a deep breath and put out his right hand. His right arm became a raging inferno and began to give off a molten presence. "Come!" Mu Chaoran had a determined expression on his face as he jumped up into the air. The inferno engulfed his entire body in an instant. He was like a human torch. He quickly went towards the sword that could slice through anything. The inferno and the sword smashed into each other. The reality of it was just as everyone had predicted. There wasn't anything that could stop the sword. The raging inferno was instantly dispersed by the sword, revealing Mu Chaoran's real body. If Mu Chaoran didn't have any other ultimate techniques that could save his life, the next time the sword hit him it would instantly cut his body into tiny pieces, turning him into a puddle of blood in the end. Everyone knew Mu Chaoran could not escape anymore. The difference between Imperial Stage Domain Realm Masters and an actual Imperial Realm Formidable Experts wasn't the difference of 2 levels. Instead, it was a difference between night and day. Right as everyone believed Mu Chaoran was about to die, light particles suddenly appeared in the air which almost blinded everyone. The place where Mu Chaoran and the sword crashed into each other had a crystal-clear sword ruthlessly stabbing through the Sword Monarch's sword. Bang! The reaction between the two energies instantly caused an explosion to occur. Mu Chaoran was sent flying and the large following shockwave severely injured him. He spat out countless amounts of blood in the air. What he could rejoice was the fact he was flying towards the direction Tang Ningyu was running towards. The heavily injured Mu Chaoran, who was encased by a layer of ice, was not discovered by others. This was because he was in the air and also because the explosion causing those around to protect themselves and not look at the situation around them. The layer of ice was the main reason why he was able to survive the explosion caused by the collision of the two energies. Mu Chaoran was injured to the point where he couldn't even move anymore. However, the explosive energy that sent him flying actually helped him catch up to Tang Ningyu, who was running as fast as he could on the ground. Tang Ningyu seemingly was already prepared for him to be at that position. When Mu Chaoran flew above him, he jumped up and caught him. Who? Although Mu Chaoran was almost dead, he still wanted an answer. Who was the person that saved him? Not sure, but he was also the one who notified me to catch you here. Tang Ningyu told him why he was prepared to catch him. He was already prepared with a vial of medicinal agent in his right hand and made Mu Chaoran drink it. At least for now, Mu Chaoran's life was not in danger. Seeing the person he was about to kill got away, Sword Monarch actually didn't become angry. Instead, he had a joyful look on his face. The person he was looking for finally made a move. That was right. The reason Sword Monarch was making a move was mostly to lure out the strong individual who fought against him that night. The Sword Monarch believed that this person definitely had something to do with the two people from the Flying Dragon Special Forces. Otherwise, he wouldn't have saved those two brats that night. You finally appeared. Suddenly, Sword Monarch's voice echoed in the air. Then, the silhouette of the Sword Monarch appeared at the casino's roof, watching all that was below him. You knew that I would make a move. A cold voice echoed in the air. On the ground, a man with a metal mask and black windbreaker suddenly appeared. It was indeed Ling Lan. That night, didn't you go against me because of those two as well? Sword Monarch said confidently. Did I? Ling Lan replied ambiguously, neither ascertaining or denying the claim. The Sword Monarch took that as acknowledgement and continued, becoming an Imperial Realm Formidable Warrior makes it so that I have to stay in one place, making me unable to have any chance of fighting other Imperial Realm Formidable Warrior. This was something that I regretted deeply. I had thought that I would never be able to realize this wish. I didn't expect that there would actually be an Imperial Realm Formidable Warrior infiltrating Mailer FA. Although I don't know why you went against the Human United Agreement and came to Mailer FA, for me, your arrival is the best thing that has ever happened to me in the past decade. The Sword Monarch's eyes glimmered. After meditating for decades, he had new realizations about the Imperial stage, so he was anxiously trying to find an equal to ascertain whether his realizations were right or not. However, a battle in the Imperial stage was too destructive. Moreover, it was forbidden by all the nations for Imperial stage masters to fight each other. Hence, the Sword Monarch had to give up on his desire to fight and become trapped in this place. Ling Lan didn't answer Sword Monarch's question. Was she going to tell him that she actually wasn't an Imperial Realm Formidable Warrior, but was a pseudo-Imperial Realm Formidable Warrior with two domains? The Sword Monarch also wasn't expecting Ling Lan to answer his question. He was very excited and his will to fight was becoming stronger and stronger. As his fighting spirit increased, swords began to seep out from his body and slashing all the things around him into pieces. At that moment, Mailer FA's casino's guests had already evacuated through Mailer FA's arrangements. Other than the domain realm masters from different factions, the politicians, nobles and elite families in the VIP rooms, there was also Xiao Ichio, who had been watching the chase from his VIP rooms all these while. Seeing Ling Lan appear on the ground, Xiao Ichio instantly frowned. He kept feeling that he knew that person. That's odd. When did I meet him? Xiao Ichio began to think hard. Perhaps he had thought too hard that he actually felt an immense headache. Again. Xiao Ichio held his head in pain and tried to clear his mind. Every time he tried to think deeply, this would happen. This was probably the trauma that came from the surgery. However, didn't those doctors say that it would go away quickly? Why was it after all this time, he would still have a headache when he tried to think? Xiao Ichio thought this headache was the same as the past occurrences that would quickly stop. However, he didn't expect the pain to just become worse and worse, and actually became many times more painful than before. *T. I will definitely kill those fake doctors. Xiao Ichio laid on the sofa without any energy. He curled up into a ball and waited for the immense pain to stop. Yes, he would definitely kill them. They actually dared to say that the surgery was a success. What success? It was clearly a failed operation. It should be known that a real successful operation would not have symptoms like this afterwards. However, all of this could only be done after he gets past all this pain. Xiao Ichio clenched his teeth and forced himself to stop thinking about all that feeling of familiarity. As for the familiar person with the mask and black coat, he didn't dare to think about him again. Thinking more about him was going to kill Xiao Ichio. Back to Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran. Tang Ningyu suddenly felt a huge pressure boring down him. His mind was swayed with the desire of wanting to kneel down. Ugh! Mu Chaoran spat out a mouthful of blood. The overwhelming pressure caused Mu Chaoran to be even more injured. Mu Chaoran's reaction made Tang Ningyu become more determined. He clenched his teeth to the point of almost breaking them. However, this immense pain also made Tang Ningyu completely break away from the pressure, which caused the speed at which he was running to increase once again. He must leave the domain territory of these Imperial Realm formidable warriors. Tang Ningyu knew that Mu Chaoran's body was unable to withstand another injury. The force of a battle between Imperial Realm formidable warriors was enough to destroy everything around them. The closer they were to the Imperial Realm formidable warriors, the greater the fight's impact had on them. Mu Chaoran knew that leaving was the best decision. He looked at the location of the battle behind them. He wanted to know who saved them, but the distance was too far, so he couldn't see anything. The force of presence exuding out of Sword Monarch got stronger. Below, Ling Lan increased her force of presence too. Although the Sword Monarch was on higher ground, their force of presence was equally as powerful. In a certain room, a young man asked the elder beside him, Mr. Lang Yi, why haven't they started fighting yet? The elder was focused on the battle between the two Imperial Realm formidable warriors, as this was a rare opportunity for him to get a glimpse of the battle between two Imperial Realm formidable warriors. He turned and replied, Prince Tali, the fights between Imperial Realm formidable warriors are not like the usual fights. The result of the battle will occur in an instant. They won't have to fight for days and nights. To launch their lethal attack, they just needed to increase their force of presence to the highest level. The young man nodded in comprehension, but he still seemed a little confused. The old man sighed when he noticed the confusion. Prince Tali was lacking in the mental department, but he still hoped that Prince Tali would be able to gain some enlightenment from this battle and not waste this rare opportunity. Luckily, the rooms of Meyer FA are able to withstand 3 attacks from an Imperial Realm formidable warriors. If not, I won't dare to let you watch this match so closely. The elder felt fortunate that they were at Mailer FA to spectate this scene. Why? Aren't you able to protect us? Another lady with red hair asked curiously. Princess Irene, you're thinking too highly of me. Although Imperial Stage domain experts like me are Imperial Stage experts, we're still a half step to becoming an Imperial Realm formidable warrior. People like us are still considered humans when compared to Imperial Realm formidable warrior. The elder sighed lightly. No matter how strong a human is, they're nothing in front of gods. Imperial Realm formidable warriors are like half-gods. They just possess traits of gods. They're not someone people like us can handle. Prince Tali and Princess Irene's faces turned pale. They looked at the transparent glass in front of them in fear. If Mr. Lang Yi was right, would this brittle glass be able to withstand the attack of an Imperial Realm formidable warrior? Don't worry. Meyer Fa abides by their promise. If they said this glass can withstand 3 attacks from an Imperial Realm formidable warrior, it can. Plus, these glass windows have been tested before. No matter how weak they are, they will at least be able to withstand 2 attacks. The elder consoled the young people when he saw the fear in their eyes. Ah! They started to actually fight. Irene had been staring at Ling Lan all these while. She exclaimed instantly when she saw Ling Lan moving. The elder didn't have the time to chat with them anymore. This battle between Imperial Realm formidable warriors was useful to Imperial Stage domain experts like him. It might be their opportunity to advance to the Imperial Realm if they could peer through the secrets of the Imperial Realm from the fight. Ling Lan took a step forward and pointed at Sword Monarch who was in the air. A huge ice sword instantly appeared on top of Sword Monarch and it slashed towards Sword Monarch. Ling Lan chose her most powerful single-target technique. It's the ice element. Now, all the domain realm masters knew what Ling Lan's element was the moment they saw her technique. Sword Monarch should win this match. A single-target technique imbued with the ice element is powerful, but compared to Sword Monarch's technique using the metal element, it's not as strong. This is a bad fight. Everyone thought that Ling Lan was fighting an already predetermined fight due to her not fully utilizing her ice element by choosing to use a single-target technique instead of something like territorial technique, which played to the strength of her technique and not her opponent's strength. Hence, they thought that Sword Monarch would be winning this match no matter what. They couldn't be blamed for thinking this way. After all, no mistakes were allowed in a battle between Imperial Realm formidable warrior. Sword Monarch saw his opponent using a single-target technique and felt elated. He was stunned but happy at the same time. He already gained an advantage before the fight really started. Sword Monarch waved his hand and a huge metal sword rose from the grounds of the arena. It clashed with the ice sword that slashed at him. Clang! The 2 huge swords swung at each other. The huge force destroyed most of the structures below it. Luckily, Meyer Fa was true to their promise. Although the structures around them were destroyed, the main pillar and rooms were still standing. The people in the VIP rooms felt at ease. They could watch the match with a relaxed heart now. Just as everyone thought that Sword Monarch would definitely win this battle, the huge ice sword suddenly dispersed into numerous thin ice needles and flew towards Sword Monarch from all directions. Territorial technique. The domain realm masters watching shouted in surprise. That single-target technique by Ling Lan was actually just a disguise. It was used to fool her opponents into thinking that they were facing a single-target technique. The real power behind her giant ice sword was her territorial technique. As expected, all Imperial Realm formidable warriors are sly old foxes. All the domain realm masters had this thought in their minds. Sword Monarch was flabbergasted by the sudden change in technique. However, as an Imperial Realm formidable warrior, he had many such experiences in the past, even some against more cunning and sly opponents. He didn't get flustered and quickly released all his domain energy. His domain energy quickly formed a shield made out of swords around him, blocking all the ice needles. However, many domain realm masters with sharp eyes noticed that the shield was slowly becoming thinner and thinner. It used to be around 3 meters thick, but now, it was only 1 meter thick. This meant that the attack from Ling Lan was slowly corroding Sword Monarch's domain energy. Now, the battle would now be determined by the person who had a more powerful and stronger domain energy. Just as everyone was waiting for the result of this match, the man in black suddenly disappeared. The ice needles in the air disappeared too. As expected of Sword Monarch. I admire you. Hope to fight with you again. A cold voice grew fainter until it disappeared. Damn it. Sword Monarch was all spurred up. Hence, when his opponent disappeared, he felt humiliated. He felt as though he pushed against a wall but the wall suddenly disappeared. It was frustrating. He shouted furiously. The huge sword shield in front of him flew out and slashed towards the spot where his opponent had disappeared. A crack 1,000 meters in length had formed on the ground. Sword Monarch didn't expect his opponent to run away before even finishing one attack. This was not how an Imperial Realm formidable warrior should act. Sword Monarch wasn't satisfied with this fight. He waved his hand furiously and left the arena. He went back to his room to continue feeling frustrated. The audience just exchanged glances with one another in confusion. The exciting battle between Imperial Realm formidable warrior ended the moment it started. The audience was not satisfied with the battle too. However, since the ice element Imperial Realm formidable warrior was gone, they could only leave with regret. They didn't know when they would be able to spectate a fight between Imperial Realm formidable warriors again. Only workers of the casino remained at the scene. Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran had formed a huge hole in the safest gambling arena known by everyone in the human world, but this was just a small matter. The battle between the Imperial Realm formidable warrior, although they only exchanged half a blow, formed thousands of holes in the building. They were glad that the main pillars and structures were still stable, so they only needed to patch up the holes. However, this was a huge project too. It would take a few months to mend this building. The middle-aged man and the elder were sitting in a room and watching the fight between the Imperial Realm formidable warrior too. After everyone had left, the middle-aged man looked at the old man and asked in a low voice, "What do we do now? How do we answer to young Master Rome?" Young Master Rome was the leader of the new generation of their organization. If he vented his anger on them, they would have a hard time in the future. What else can we do? If young Master Rome didn't keep those two people alive at the start, they would have been dead by now. All these troublesome matters wouldn't have happened too. The old man scoffed, he should be the one having a headache, not us. He needs to answer to his superiors about this mess. The middle-aged man nodded. He calmed down a little. However, we'll have some hard time after this. Before this storm dies down, we need to be careful. We mustn't let anyone get hold of our weakness to force us to take the fall. The old man reminded the middle-aged man after thinking for a while. Those two people escaped in their hands. If young Master Rome wanted to blame them, they could only accept it. Maybe we should find a reason to be stationed in a faraway place. The middle-aged man agreed with the old man and gave his own suggestion. That's a good plan. The old man felt that this was a good idea. He decided to use his network to make this request after he got back. At that moment, Xiao Ichio's head finally stopped hurting. He regained his senses. When he knew that Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran had escaped, he was angry. However, he wasn't as furious as he had imagined. It looks like heaven wants us to have a fair fight. Wish you good luck. Xiao Ichio could only accept this result. The crack on the ground was 1,000 meters in length. There were many water pipes below the ground, so when the sword slashed the ground, the water pipes burst and water sprayed everywhere. Many small puddles of water formed on the ground. 3 hours after the battle between the Imperial Realm formidable warriors had ended, a young lady wearing a Shaw hat and a long dress appeared on the walkway. She had many bags in her hands. It looked as though she had just gone for shopping and was walking past this area. When she realized that the normal path ahead of her was split into two, she stopped in astonishment. She hesitated for a while. Then, she lifted her dress, wanting to jump over the crack. However, she was quite unlucky. She lifted a corner of her dress but the other side hooked onto the edge of a pipe. The sound of cloth tearing was heard. Splash! The young lady fell into a puddle of water. She was flustered. Her hat flew out, revealing a beautiful small face. She quickly got up. However, there were many workers from Mailer FA around her. There were also guards watching over the surroundings to watch out for suspicious people. When they saw this scene, they laughed lightly. The young lady heard their laughter. She blushed as she stood in a puddle of water. She quickly grabbed her straw hat and climbed out of the puddle to the other side of the road. Her dress was made from water-absorbent material, so half of the water from the puddle got sucked by her dress. "Hey, young lady, eat more papaya. If not, you won't be able to grow big." One of the workers whistled and teased the young lady. The people around him laughed. The young lady glared at the person who spoke. Then, she lifted her dress and ran off. The group of men laughed and whistled again. To these people, this was an unexpected reward during their working hours. They were able to see a little beauty coming out of the water. She looked a little haggard but she was still beautiful. They didn't mind how disheveled she was. However, they felt pity when they saw she was flat. That was why the worker kindly recommended the young lady to eat more papaya. The young lady quickly ran back to her room. As she closed the door, her wet dress became dry in an instant. The water from the dress moved to the center of the room and congregated into a figure. Ling Lan stood there with a pale face. Her white face made the scars exceptionally prominent. The young lady felt a sharp pain in her heart. She asked worriedly, "Rabbit, are you all right?" Ling Lan bore with the tremendous pain and teased Li Lan Feng, "I didn't expect your disguise to be so ladylike." The young lady that fell into the puddle of water was actually Li Lan Feng. His look now was the result of eating a disguise pill. Although it was not as beautiful and mesmerizing as his real appearance, it was still very cute and pretty. He even looked a little like Luo Lang. Ling Lan couldn't help but make a wild conclusion. Did this mean that Li Lan Feng had other thoughts towards Luo Lang? Who would be the dominant one in the relationship? Ling Lan felt that question was too difficult, as they were both very passive. Li Lan Feng glared at Ling Lan after hearing what she said. He seemed to be angered by what she said. Ling Lan quickly stopped her brain from making all sorts of conclusions. Damn it, even after this man's beauty dropped after putting on a disguise, he was still so mesmerizing. Ling Lan felt her heart wavering. She really wanted to tease this little beauty more. However, her thoughts were disrupted by an excruciating pain. She frowned. Li Lan Feng saw the scary wound on her back which was as deep as half his finger. Sword Monarch's last attack hit Ling Lan. However, Ling Lan changed into her element so Sword Monarch was unable to notice it before Ling Lan left. Sword Monarch had this misunderstanding because in both encounters, Ling Lan's force of presence felt like the presence of an Imperial Realm formidable warrior. Hence, Sword Monarch thought that she was an Imperial Realm formidable warrior. He wouldn't expect that Ling Lan would escape because she got hurt. He just felt that the other party left and got furious about it. Hence, he didn't search his surroundings carefully. If not, with his ability, he might be able to detect something amiss even if he couldn't find Ling Lan's exact position. The wound was deep but not much blood was oozing out. Ling Lan had contracted her muscles to block her arteries. But, the deep wound still made Li Lan Feng's heart ache. "Let me clean your wound." Before Ling Lan could reply, Li Lan Feng pushed Ling Lan on the bed and asked her to lie down. Ling Lan hesitated. Should she undress? Under Li Lan Feng's firm gaze, Ling Lan quickly revealed half of her back which was injured. "I am just revealing my shoulders, that should be fine, right? I'll just pretend that I'm wearing a backless top." Li Shiyu carefully cleaned Ling Lan's wound. Luckily, Li Shiyu prepared many agents for him after knowing that Li Lan Feng was going to Mailer FA. Some were prepared for him but some were prepared for Ling Lan. Li Lanfeng didn't tell Li Shiyu that he came to Meyer Fa to look for Ling Lan, but Li Shiyu just guessed he would disturb Ling Lan. Hence, he prepared some medicine that was good for her injuries. Other than Li Shiyu's agents, no other agents would work for Ling Lan. What's the situation now? Ling Lan revealed her shoulder decisively, but she still felt awkward. Thus, she decided to ask Li Lanfeng a question to relieve the awkward atmosphere. Meyer Fa is on alert. It's not easy to leave Mailer Fa now. The procedures to leave are now strict. Li Lanfeng knew what Ling Lan wanted to ask. They told the outside world that they were attacked by an unknown terrorist organization. It's okay. I'm able to hide my identity. However, your identity is a problem. Li Lanfeng's current face was fake. Once someone investigated him, they would notice something amiss. There is no problem. This disguise will last for just a day. Once the day ends, I go back to where I stayed. Li Lanfeng wasn't worried about himself. He was only worried about Li Lanfeng. I'm afraid that you might not be able to go back. Ling Lan frowned. Do you mean that my identity is exposed? Li Lanfeng quickly understood what Ling Lan meant. Since Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran were betrayed, the other party might have warned Mailer Fa about you, Ling Lan replied. I didn't use the fake identity that the military gave me. Li Lanfeng was here to look for Ling Lan. He didn't want to be discovered by the military, so he arranged another fake identity for himself. It wouldn't affect Mailer Fa's investigation. No matter what disguise you use, a fake is still a fake, Ling Lan said calmly. As there is a God-class hacker here. God-class? Li Lanfeng's hands froze in midair. His expression changed slightly. How is that possible? There were God-class hackers in this world. There were 2 God-class hackers in the Federation. However, God-class hackers were always controlled by powerful nations. How could a small nation like Meyer Fa have a God-class hacker? Li Lanfeng finally understood why Ling Lan said that his identity might be exposed. No matter how well he faked his identity, it wouldn't be able to fool a God-class hacker. When I was searching for information on the Magic Ace Mecha clan, the God-class hacker discovered me. Fortunately, I ran away in time. Little Four was the one who did this, but Little Four was part of her too. Hence, she wasn't lying. Li Lanfeng knew that Ling Lan was explaining why she thought that there was a God-class hacker in Meyer Fa. He nodded. I understand. I'll be careful. Wait, bring me back to Miss 7. With Li Yinfei and Miss 7 around, that place is the safest, Ling Lan said. It's the safest, but the surveillance around them will be strict. Mailer Fa wouldn't ignore these strangers. They would definitely make the necessary arrangements. Li Lanfeng didn't want to cause more troubles for Ling Lan. Ling Lan had a fake identity she could use to stay here. But, if he stayed beside Ling Lan, it would make things difficult. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Ling Lan replied. But I have to trouble you to disguise as a lady again. Li Lanfeng finally understood why Ling Lan said that with Li Yinfei around, that place was the safest. With Li Yinfei and Miss 7 around, the people from Meyer Fa could only search through the starship secretly. If he had to, he could disguise as Li Yinfei to deter them. I understand. Li Lanfeng agreed readily. Li Lanfeng didn't realize that he reviewed his bottom line again. In the past, he would be furious when someone said he was beautiful. Now, because of Ling Lan, he forced himself to dress like a lady for a long period of time, but he wasn't embarrassed or angry about it. The thing that he hated in the past meant nothing to him now. 1 week had passed. Is there still no signs of them? The department chief of the security department of Meyer Fa asked his secretary. No, although we found their fake identities, we still couldn't find them, the secretary replied nervously. They can only leave Meyer Fa either through public cruise ships or private starships. Have you inspected all the private starships? The chief frowned. He was unhappy. 1 week of tight security was the maximum time they could implement. If they stopped the tourists from leaving further, they might protest violently and this would cause the reputation of Meyer FA to drop. It was not something they could afford. We've searched all the starships except, the secretary wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. Who else is there? Didn't we order all the private starships to be searched? Whose starship didn't get search? Did they object to our search? There must be a problem with their starship if they objected to the search. The chief got excited. It's the starship Miss Li Yinfei is in, which is the private starship of the Beitang family too. They were invited by us. Without your approval, no one dared to search them, the secretary explained hurriedly. The department chief remained silent for a moment. After a while, he sighed. Search them. If nothing is found, we'll compensate them. If the 2 people from the Flying Dragon Special Forces went back to the Federation, there would be huge consequences. They couldn't risk that even if they had to compensate heavily for that. The secretary was about to leave but the chief suddenly thought of something. He shouted hurriedly, "Wait, bring some ladies along. Ask them to search for Miss Li and Miss Seven's room. Remember to explain to them nicely. Don't offend them." Yes. The secretary left instantly. Damn it, who suggested inviting Li Yinfei over? How troublesome. The chief saw that no one was around so he complained to himself. Li Yinfei didn't have a powerful background but she had many loyal fans so Meyer FA didn't dare to offend her. In the past, there was a popular singer who got humiliated by a faction from a certain nation. After this issue was exposed, the faction was wiped out. This was because one of the princesses from the nation was a loyal fan of the singer. The princess was furious when she found out so she ordered her army to destroy the faction. Li Yinfei was very beautiful. Even some of the workers in Meyer FA were her loyal fans. The chief didn't believe that his subordinates didn't dare to search Li Yinfei's starship because they didn't have his approval. They just didn't want to disturb their idol. He sent ladies to search the starship because he felt that ladies wouldn't get too enchanted by Li Yinfei. They would be able to maintain calm and search the ship carefully. Of course, this was to pacify Li Yinfei too. He didn't want to offend Li Yinfei and create trouble for Meyer FA. At that moment, Miss Seven was sitting on her sofa and frowning. She seemed worried. One of her maids rushed into her room and shouted, "Young miss, Mailer FA requested to search the starship. Grandfather, he is blocking them. He asked me to inform you. They're finally here." Miss Seven's eyes turned firm. "Nor, inform Miss Li. We'll go over and take a look together," Miss Seven ordered her maid. "Yes, young miss." Elder sister Noah hurriedly replied. "I hope elder sister Li will be useful." Miss Seven looked at the door of her closet. Then, she got up and left. The maid standing beside her followed her. Everyone in the living room had left. The door of the closet suddenly opened silently. 2 people walked out. One had a pale face and an evil smile while the other had a cold gaze and a serious expression. "If your sister is unable to stop those people, we'll leave. We'll run as far as we can," Mu Chaoran said softly. He was injured heavily so he didn't manage to recover much even though he rested for a period of time. He didn't want to implicate Tang Yingying but she insisted to protect them until the end. "Okay." Tang Mingyu replied immediately. They came to find Tang Yingying because they had no choice. Mu Chaoran was in a dire state. He must undergo treatment soon. Their identity was exposed so the only person who could help them was Tang Yingying. "Remember, no matter what happens, you can abandon me if you can leave," Mu Chaoran continued. With him around, both of them wouldn't be able to escape. "Okay," Tang Ningyu replied calmly. He was not cold-blooded. He just knew what was best for them. Mu Chaoran smiled. "Did I ever tell you that I'm happy to be your comrade?" The person he cursed in the past had become his trustworthy comrade now. Mu Chaoran never expected this to happen. Tang Ningyu replied indifferently, it's not too late to tell me now. I'm happy too. He never knew that he had a shadow. However, he felt fortunate that he had one. It allowed him to feel secure. Tang Yingying was nervous as she stood in the lobby of the starship. However, she maintained a calm look on her face. At that moment, Li Yinfei walked over slowly with a gentle smile on her face. She nodded at Miss Seven. She looked like a fairy when she nodded. Tang Yingying exclaimed in her heart. During this period of time, Elder Sister Li seemed to have become a real goddess. In front of Elder Sister Li, she felt embarrassed. This was a feeling she never had when they interacted in the past. She pushed this thought away quickly. This was not the time to be envious of her elder sister Li. She must think of a way to let her elder sister Li stop the search by the people from Mailer FA. Tang Yingying felt slightly guilty. To protect her family members, she could only use elder sister Li. Tang Yingying told herself that she would treat Li Yinfei better in the future. Tang Yingying wanted to grab Li Yinfei's arm, but Li Yinfei suddenly smiled and asked, "Sister, why are you looking for me?" Tang Yingying was mesmerized by the smile. Even as a lady, she couldn't help but get stunned by her elder sister Li. She forgot her plan and exclaimed, "Elder sister Li, your smile is so beautiful. When did you become so sweet?" Li Yinfei teased her, "Tell me, why did you ask me to come down?" "It's like this," Tang Yingying told Li Yinfei what was going to happen. Li Yinfei's face turned cold. "I see. Let's go down and see what they want to do." Li Yinfei and Tang Yingying went down to the entrance of the starship. They saw Captain Tang confronting the people from Mailer FA. The atmosphere seemed a little tense. The people heard the commotion behind them and turned around. Tang he saw Miss Seven and he hurried over. "Miss Seven, the people from Mailer FA want to search our starship. We can't let them in. What should we do now?" As the prominent Beitang family, they didn't want outsiders to intrude in their territory. However, they were on a foreign planet now. They had to consider the consequences of not cooperating with the other party. "Elder sister Li, look at them. How unreasonable. They're looking down on you." "Humph," Tang Yingying said angrily, trying to incite anger in Li Yinfei. Li Yinfei smiled at Tang Yingying's act. Tang Yingying looked at Li Yinfei petulantly. She seemed to be telling her that she was sincere. "Miss Li, Maier FA has a tighter security policy due to the terrorist attack a week ago. We're inspecting all the star ships in the port. This is to ensure your safety too. Please understand." The people from Maier FA saw Li Yinfei and they hurriedly explained to her sincerely. "I understand. You're working hard for the past few days." Li Yinfei wasn't angry. Instead, she appeared to be very understanding. The people from Maier FA felt comforted. They felt that their idol was a reasonable person. Tang Yingying's expression dimmed. Was she planning to let them in because this starship didn't belong to her? Li Yinfei continued, "But this is not my starship. It belongs to my best friend, Miss Tang. I think that Maier FA should respect the opinion of their guests. If the guests feel that there's nothing wrong, they should be responsible for their decision." Li Yinfei appeared apologetic. She looked at the people from Mailer FA to show that she couldn't make a decision. Tang Yingying's expression got better. "Grandpa He, tell them how safe our starship is." Tang Yingying raised her chin arrogantly and ordered Tang He. "Yes, young miss." Tang He appeared respectful towards Tang Yingying. He straightened his back and said, "The mainframe of this starship is very advanced. It has the ability to identify faces so it won't allow any outsiders to enter the starship. There will never be any intruders on our ship." He looked at Li Yinfei and continued, "Miss Li said that we should be responsible for our actions, and we will. There's no need for you to worry." The people from Mailer FA were angered when they heard that the owners of this starship didn't allow them to search the ship. The leader of the search them coldly said, I'm sorry. We received an order to search all suspicious starships. Your starship is on the list too. The workers of the Tang family's starship glared at the people from Mailer FA angrily. The two domain realm masters secretly activated their domain energy and protected Tang Yingying. They were guarding against any sudden attacks from the other party. The atmosphere got tense again. Tang Yingying shouted angrily, Mailer FA had always been a free planet. It's all a lie. Lie. You're as bad as a monarchy. I must reveal this dark side. Li Yinfei frowned when she saw this. Her gaze was sad. She sighed loudly. The people from Mailer FA felt their hearts stopping when Li Yinfei sighed sadly. They felt that they were the evil people. How could they make their goddess sad? The leader softened his tone and said, we don't want to force you. However, we received an order from our superiors. We must follow the order given. If not, we won't be able to answer to our superiors. Li Yinfei looked silently at the people from Mailer FA with a worried gaze. The people from Meyer FA felt their hearts ache. Goosebumps appeared on their bodies. Goddess, stop looking at us like that. We can't handle it anymore. Some people who were weaker wills lowered their heads. They didn't dare to look at Li Yinfei anymore. Their superiors ordered them to search the starship, so they had no choice but to do so. But, they didn't want to trouble their goddess and leave a bad impression on her. Cough. Li Yinfei sighed again. She said softly, I believe that Sister Tang's starship is safe. I know that this is your job too. What a dilemma. The people from Mailer FA heaved a sigh of relief when they knew that their goddess understood their difficulty. Li Yinfei turned and looked at Tang Yingying. She persuaded her lightly, Sister, if you don't let them search, there might be bad consequences. This is my starship. What right do they have to search my starship? Tang Yingying was stubborn. She wanted to maintain the dignity of her family. Sister, listen to me. Li Yinfei suddenly raised her voice. Li Yinfei had always been gentle and kind. Hence, when she suddenly raised her voice in anger, Tang Yingying regained her senses. I'm sorry, I was too impulsive. Please say what you were going to say, Tang Yingying said dejectedly. I know that you're angry, but we should try to make peace with people whenever we go out. Li Yinfei said calmly, if you're okay, let me handle this matter. I won't let you suffer. She emphasized the word won't. Tang Yingying looked at Li Yinfei intently. She saw the calmness in Li Yinfei's eyes. Tang Yingying nodded slowly. Okay, elder sister Li, I trust you. I'll let you handle everything. Li Yinfei smiled. Thank you, little sister. She turned around and walked towards the people from Mailer FA. She said, I'm sure you saw Miss Tang's attitude. She's willing to make things easy for you. However, you must promise me one thing. If not, I can't answer to Sister Tang. The people Meyer FA saw how Li Yinfei persuaded Tang Yingying. They knew that Li Yinfei was the one who helped them to get the chance to search the ship. Hence, when they heard this, the leader said hurriedly, please say it. If we can do it, we'll do it. There are some private areas. I hope that you won't enter those places, Li Yinfei said. The leader appeared hesitant when he heard this. Miss Li, we must search all the rooms. Elder sister, Tang Yingying shouted angrily. Li Yinfei turned around and raised her hand. Tang Yingying pouted and stopped talking. She was still furious, so she glared at the people from Meyer FA. The people from Mailer FA looked at her expression and felt a little guilty. How about this? I don't want to make things difficult for you, but you must take our feelings into consideration too. These private areas include my room and Sister Tang's room. It's not suitable for a bunch of men to enter our rooms, Li Yinfei continued. Of course. That is why we brought a few female investigators. We won't dare to offend you. The leader heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this, and he hurriedly explained their arrangement. I don't like people entering my room. I'm sure Sister Tang feels the same way too. However, if I don't let you in, you won't feel at ease too. Li Yinfei smiled at the leader. The leader felt cold sweat dripping down his forehead. The pressure when meeting his goddess was greater than meeting his superiors. I have a suggestion. I'll allow you to send one female investigator into our rooms. She will take a look at the room and leave quickly. If you can't fulfill this wish, I'm afraid that I can't let you search the starship. Li Yinfei sounded firm. There was no room for more discussion. The leader quickly discussed with his assistant. In the end, they agreed to Li Yinfei's request. Li Yinfei shifted her body to allow the people from Mailer FA to enter the starship. The maids and workers under Tang Yingying were unhappy that she was acting as the owner of the ship. But, since their young miss didn't say anything, they kept quiet too. They just glared at the people from Meyer FA. After the people from Meyer FA entered the starship, Li Yinfei asked Tang Yingying to follow them along with her. Tang Yingying walked behind Li Yinfei. She used hand gestures to ask Tang He to remain on his guard. If he noticed anything amiss, they would lock the starship down. She was ready to protect her brother-cousin all the way to the end. Soon, the people from Mailer FA searched through most of the starship. The only locations left were Tang Yingying and Li Yinfei's room. I'm sorry. These places are safe. However, there are 2 places we haven't searched yet. The people from Mailer FA wouldn't give up halfway. Hence, they reminded the people from Beitang when they noticed that they didn't plan to bring them to those 2 places. Tang Yingying's expression turned dark. She wanted to say something but Li Yinfei shot a glance at her. She was unable to speak. Tang Yingying was shocked. She wondered if Li Yinfei knew what she did, so she planned to give her cousin brother to Meyer FA to please them. She started to get agitated and helpless. She was just a young lady slightly above 20 years old. She never experienced such situations before, so it wasn't easy for her to remain calm until now. As Tang Yingying was getting agitated, Li Yinfei opened her mouth. If you keep your promise, I'll bring you to our rooms. Li Yinfei scanned the crowd as she said this. Everyone thought that she was looking at them. They started to lose focus, so no one noticed that little Yang had left. Of course. Don't worry. The leader of the search team made his promise. They sent a handsome-looking female inspector. If she didn't have the curves of a female, most might have mistaken her for a man. She was at the peak stage of Qi Jin. It was an outstanding achievement for a lady. Li Yinfei nodded. She asked everyone to remain on the spot and took the female investigator into her room. The female investigator scanned the room before walking in. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "What is that?" Li Yinfei followed behind her calmly. She said nonchalantly, "What are you pointing at?" The female investigator pointed to a hidden corner. "I saw a figure there." Li Yinfei smiled at the female investigator. The female investigator tensed up. Li Yinfei said, "Since you said that you saw a figure there, go and take a look carefully." Before the female inspector could reply, Li Yinfei walked over beside a shelf and started playing with a precious artifact. She pretended to mutter to herself, "She's still young, but why is her eyesight so bad? She can't even see properly." The female investigator felt awkward. However, she still walked to the hidden corner and inspected it carefully. Then, she turned and said awkwardly, "I must have seen wrong." Li Yinfei didn't turn around. She just continued playing with the artifact in her hand. "Look carefully next time. Don't miss anything. However, don't accuse randomly." The female investigator hurriedly replied, "I won't. I won't do it again." She walked past Li Yinfei and went to the other side of the room. She heaved a sigh of relief when she did so, as the pressure on her shoulders lessened. Soon, Li Yinfei walked back with the female investigator. The female investigator shook her head. Li Yinfei walked beside Tang Yingying and said in a low voice, "Sister, she is just a lady. It's okay to let her see your room. She doesn't have the ability to do anything to you. They'll feel at ease after looking around. Humph, don't forget what I did for you. Lin Fei glared at the people from Mailer FA when she said the last sentence. The people from Meyer FA wiped their cold sweat. Their actions still angered their goddess in the end. Tang Yingying calmed down after hearing what Lin Fei said. She looked at the lady who didn't have a strong force of presence. She remembered the abilities of her cousin brother and his comrade. She decided to take the risk. As the young miss of the elite Beitang family, Tang Yingying was decisive when she should. She nodded and said, "You're right. If I don't let them look around my room, they might think that I have some hidden secrets." She walked up to the female investigator voluntarily and said, "Follow me. However, I have to remind you that everything in my room is precious. You can't touch them. If you break anything, I won't let you off." The female investigator frowned when she detected the threatening tone. However, she knew that her mission was more important. She controlled her anger and replied, "Don't worry, Miss Tang. I won't touch anything in your room." "That's good." Tang Yingying raised her head arrogantly. She portrayed the image of an arrogant young miss from an elite family to prove that the dignity of the elite family was not something people could easily step on. Tang Yingying brought the female investigator into her room. She appeared calm, but in actual fact, she was extremely nervous. However, her heart was surprisingly beating at a steady pace. She was surprised that she was still able to maintain her cool at this moment. "Ah, what's that?" The female investigator reenacted the scene that happened in Lin Fei's room. Tang Yingying's heart skipped a beat. She thought that her heart would stop beating, but to her surprise, she managed to remain composed right after the shock she initially experienced. As her heart beat steadily, the agitated Tang Yingying calmed down. She glared at the female investigator and said, "Why did you shout so suddenly? What did you see? Don't you know what that is?" The female investigator looked at Tang Yingying coldly. "Miss Tang, you should think about how you'll explain to Meyer Fa." Compared to Lin Fei, Tang Yingying was much younger and inexperienced, so the female investigator wasn't afraid of her and was much more aggressive with her accusations. Tang Yingying was frustrated when she saw the confident and arrogant expression on the female investigator. She wanted to scream out loud and ask her cousin brother to kill this lady. At that moment, a refreshing aura suddenly flowed into Tang Yingying's head. She regained her composure and reacted quickly. She said furiously, "What do I need to explain? The person who should be explaining is you." Tang Yingying was angry but not nervous. The coldness on the female investigator's face disappeared. She said nonchalantly, "In that case, let's go over and see what's over there." Tang Yingying snorted. "I want to know what is over there too. If there's nothing, you better give me an explanation or else." Tang Yingying was worried, but her heart was extremely strong today. It was still able to beat steadily. This made her calm. Plus, she showed no loopholes in her expression. The female investigator walked into a walk-in closet. Tang Yingying was afraid that her cousin and his friend were inside, but she still encouraged herself and followed the female investigator in. Fortunately, there was no one inside. There were only clothes. The female investigator inspected the other corners of the room. She left no suspicious spots untouched, but she found nothing in the end. When she noticed that the female investigator didn't find anything, Tang Yingying got confident. She demanded an explanation for the sudden scare she received at the start. The female investigator had no choice but to apologize. Then, she left the room dejectedly. When she returned outside, the female investigator shook her head at the leader, expressing that she didn't find anything. The leader was dejected but relieved at the same time. The workers from Beitang and Tang Yingying were furious at their insolence, so they glared at the people from Meyer Fa. The people from Mailer Fa had to apologize to them profusely before running away from the starship. After the people from Meyer Fa left the starship, Tang Yingying could finally relax. She was too nervous just now, so when she suddenly relaxed, her legs gave way and she fell towards the ground. Suddenly, someone held her up and stabilized her body. The strangest thing was, even after so much shock and torment, her heart continued pounding stably without any fluctuations. Li Yinfei watched the people from Meyer Fa disappeared from her gaze. Then, she turned and said to Tang Yingying, "Sister, it's infuriating how Meyer Fa is stepping on us, but it also proved that something big had happened here. If we continued staying here, we might be in danger. Why don't we leave this place?" Tang Yingying agreed wholeheartedly with what Li Yinfei said. She appeared serious as she replied, "You're right. I don't want to stay in this stupid place anymore." She remembered the humiliation she suffered from the female investigator and said angrily, "However, this matter will not just end like this." She turned around instantly and shouted, "Grandpa send Mailer Fa a complaint and ask them to give me an explanation. Also, send them a request for us to leave this port. We're going home." "Yes, young miss." Tang He's calm voice sounded behind Tang Yingying. The dignity of the Beitang family couldn't be violated easily. Within the few minutes, the request to leave the port reached Meyer Fa. At the same time, their complaint was sent over too. Li Yinfei's letter, which was filled with hidden meaning, was also sent to the administration of Mailer Fa. At that moment, the search team was reporting their findings to their chief. "So there's no problem with Beitang family's starship, right?" The chief frowned. "Yes. The female investigator we send this time has a special innate talent. Although her physical skills is average, her innate talent is exceptional," the leader of the search team said in a low voice. "Oh." The chief was curious. "It's body inspection. She can hear heartbeats and detect hidden emotions of people around her. That way, she will be able to determine whether the person she's inspecting is speaking the truth or not." What the result? The chief was curious. "We went to inspect most areas together. The domain realm masters who specialize in investigation confirmed that these areas are safe. The only places they didn't go to was Miss Li and Miss Tang's room." The leader of the search team continued, "These two places are more sensitive, so Miss Li hoped that we will just send one female investigator in instead. We agreed to her request in the end. We sent the female investigator who had body inspection. Miss Li was very open. No matter how the female investigator tried to fool her, she gave no reaction." The leader gave a bitter smile. She even saw through the female investigator's scheme and gave her a warning. Either she's guilty or she prepared beforehand and isn't afraid of the search. The chief looked at the letter sent by Li Yinfei. He shook his head. If they were really guilty, Li Yinfei wouldn't act so rashly. She would lay low for a few days and leave secretly after some starships left the port. She would try to hide among the other starships and not be the first one to apply to leave, as this would catch all their attention. What about Miss Tang? Compared to Li Yinfei, the chief suspected Tang Yingying more. After all, from the information they received, one of the people they were pursuing was related to the Beitang family. There were fluctuations in Miss Tang's heart rate, but it coincides with the shock she got and her anger. Other than those times, her heartbeat was stable. She didn't show any signs of nervousness or frustration. She's probably innocent. The leader reported what the female investigator told him. They're all innocent. The chief felt a little worried. After the search, they voiced out their complaints and requested to leave the port. This is what a little girl who was bullied would do. The chief touched his chin. Do you think I should believe them? The leader pretended that he didn't hear anything. He gave a confused smile. He was not stupid. If his answer was wrong, all the blame would be pushed to him. By now, after a week of rest and treatment, Su Pei's injury had gotten better. He could walk on his own now. Xiao Ichio arranged for a starship to send him and Su Pei away from Meyer Fa. They needed to go back to the Huaxia Federation quickly, as there was not much time left until the assessment of the Flying Dragon Special Forces. Su Pei must go back and undergo more treatments to ensure that he would be able to recover before the assessment. Whether they would enter the Flying Dragon Special Forces or not depended on their performance. Coincidentally, Tang Yingying's starship left along with Xiao Ichio's starship. The chief couldn't find any evidence that they were hiding the culprits, so he had to let them leave. Of course, if there was only Miss Tang on the starship, they could force her to remain in Mailer FA. However, Li Yinfei was on board too, so Mailer FA didn't dare to go overboard with their request. They were the ones who invited Li Yinfei to star in their opening ceremony for the mecha tournament. If they suspected and forced their guests to stay behind, their reputation as the safest and most free gambling city would be gone down the drain. After Xiao Ichio and Tang Yingying left, the curfew on Mailer FA was lifted. More and more spacecraft started leaving Mailer FA. The battle between Ling Lan and Sword Monarch damaged the hosting venue of the mecha tournament. The main structure wasn't destroyed, but it would still take a month to reconstruct the building. Hence, the mecha tournament had to be paused for 3 months. Many gamblers who came specially for the mecha tournament had no choice but to leave with regret. Not everyone had the time or money to stay on Mailer FA for 3 months. This matter affected Mailer FA's reputation heavily. They made the necessary arrangements in time, but it still caused a huge impact on their reputation. Because of this sudden incident, a few hundred people died. This was the first incident that caused so many deaths within the past 100 years of the creation of Mailer FA. It was a stain in the history of Mailer FA, causing Mailer FA's reputation to decrease tremendously. Many factions that were eyeing on Mailer FA started becoming restless. However, peace resumed after a while. Mailer FA was busy handling the implications of the incident, but they didn't stop watching over their neighboring factions. The moment they noticed some suspicious actions from those factions, they acted immediately. The neighboring factions understood that Mailer FA was still the same Mailer FA. They didn't have any Imperial Realm formidable warriors, so they couldn't fight with Mailer FA. Why didn't they send Imperial mechas? An Imperial mecha may be as powerful as an Imperial Realm formidable warrior, but Mailer FA had Imperial mechas too. They had quite a few of them too. Mailer FA also had pieces of equipment that could affect mechas. These pieces of equipment were able to diminish the power of an Imperial mecha greatly. If they really sent an Imperial mecha, its power might only be able to reach the level of an advanced mecha, at most a special class mecha. Thus, sending an Imperial Realm formidable warrior made more sense. A mecha was huge, so it was impossible for it to sneak into Mailer FA. Before it could reach the port, it might already be discovered. An Imperial Realm formidable warrior could infiltrate Mailer FA secretly. As long as he retracted his force of presence, he would be able to merge with the normal crowd. For instance, if Ling Lan didn't have the fight, the people from Mailer FA wouldn't know that an Imperial Realm formidable warrior had sneaked into their planet. This was why there were powerful domain realm masters protecting the planet. This was to prevent the infiltration of other domain realm masters. If no physical skills master was able to handle the infiltrators, the nation would release their mechas. However, the destructive power of mechas was too frightening. Normal people wouldn't want to release this weapon. It could result in a mecha war and caused more harm to the nation. The nation might need more than 10 years to patch the damage caused by the mecha war. A few hours later, Tang Yingying's starship left the territory of Mailer FA. She heaved a sigh of relief. She could relax now. You all can go down. If there's nothing important, don't disturb me. Tang Yingying said to her maids. Yes, young miss. The maids answered respectfully and left. Only elder sister Noah was left behind. Noor, guard the door. Don't let anyone come in. Tang Yingying turned serious as she ordered elder sister Noah. Yes, young miss. Elder sister Noah nodded and stood by the door. Once someone tried to enter the room, she would know instantly. It could be seen that Tang Yingying trusted elder sister Noah the most. Of course, as her personal maid, it was impossible for Tang Yingying to hide anything from her too. Hence, Tang Yingying decided to let elder sister Noa know about her cousin so they could protect him together. Besides elder sister Noa, the only other person who knew that Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran were in her room was Grandpa He. Tang He looked like a normal old man, but he was actually a titled domain realm formidable warrior. As for whether the two domain realm masters who were protecting her knew about this, Tang Ningyu didn't know. However, she knew that Grandpa He would have reminded them what they should say and what they shouldn't. After making the necessary arrangements, Tang Yingying entered her bedroom. There was no one inside. However, she knew that her cousin and his friend were here. She closed the door and said softly, "Brother, elder brother." Two people walked out of the study room at the side. "Brother, we finally left Meyer Fa safely," Tang Yingying said excitedly. "Little Ling, you performed well. You were very calm." Tang Ningyu didn't hesitate to compliment his little cousin. Tang Yingying's performance was indeed perfect. When the female investigator suddenly shouted, even he couldn't help but get frightened. Fortunately, he managed to calm down in time and didn't reveal himself. As for his little cousin, she jumped in fright, but she managed to regain her composure almost immediately. Her reaction was also perfect, causing the female investigator to not find any loopholes. Tang Yingying always admired her brother cousin, so when he complimented her, she was elated. She was a little embarrassed too. There was another man beside her cousin, which made her a little shy. Mu Chaoran nodded in satisfaction when he saw Tang Yingying looking at him. "Miss Tang performed well. If I were in your position, I might not be able to remain as calm as you." In front of this unfamiliar lady, Mu Chaoran didn't show his naughty smile. He was afraid that she would misunderstand him. Instead, he wore a serious expression like Tang Ningyu. This made Tang Yingying feel like birds of a feather indeed flocked together. The friend of her cold-looking cousin should be cold-looking too. Tang Yingying glanced at Mu Chaoran's handsome and cold face. She blushed uncontrollably. Her heart pounded furiously. Mu Chaoran looked at Tang Ningyu helplessly. He had already tried his best to not tease his little cousin. Why did his little cousin still admire him? Tang Ningyu glared at Mu Chaoran. If Mu Chaoran didn't pretend to be like him, his little cousin, who had always admired him from young, wouldn't have developed good feelings for Mu Chaoran. Honestly, if Mu Chaoran revealed his true nature, his little cousin would dislike him instantly. Everything was caused by a misunderstanding. Tang Ningyu felt his teeth hurting. Tang Yingying controlled her fluttering heart and replied shyly, "I'm not as good as what you said. Actually, I was so frightened at that time, I was shivering all over. However, for some reason, my heart just continued to beat normally. The stable beating of my heart allowed me to calm down, so I didn't make any mistakes." Tang Yingying explained what had happened during that time. After the search, Grandpa He told her that the female investigator shouted suddenly because she wanted to fool her. The female investigator might have an ability that allowed her to hear other people's heartbeat or feel the flow of their blood. Her stable heartbeat and calm emotion allowed her to escape from this trap. Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran narrowed their eyes when they heard what she said. They exchanged glances with each other. They were excited but cautious. Tang Yingying didn't notice the change in their expressions. She continued, "Grandpa said that the gods are protecting me, so I'm able to evade this crisis. He wants me to be grateful." She appeared a little puzzled as she said, "But, didn't the Federation say that there are no gods? Why did Grandpa say that?" Tang Ningyu gave a bitter smile. He explained, "When you're strong enough, you might be as powerful as a god." Tang Yingying was enlightened. "Brother, are you saying that someone powerful had helped me?" "I think so. No wonder you performed so well. Thinking back, even I might not be able to perform as perfectly if I was you. You're just a little girl who never went through any training or experience. How were you able to do it?" Tang Ningyu patted Tang Yingying's head. He sighed. "It should be the Imperial Realm formidable warrior who helped us escape. He is the only person who could do it so secretly. Mu Chaoran agreed with Tang Ningyu. At first, he felt that Tang Yingying's performance was too perfect. So this could be the only explanation for her flawless performance. If Tang Yingying really did this all by herself, they should commit suicide if they were not able to perform better than a little girl who had never been through any training. Tang Yingying had been puzzled about her feelings, so she asked Tang He about it. Tang He might have realized the truth, but he was afraid that he might offend the Imperial Realm formidable warrior if he said too much. Hence, he just reminded Tang Yingying to be grateful. After listening to what her cousin said, Tang Yingying finally understood what had happened. Tang Yingying recalled the battle between the Imperial Realm formidable warrior and got excited. She wanted to see the Imperial Realm formidable warrior who helped her and her elder brother. She wanted to know what he looked like. However, she remained logical and controlled her emotions. She knew that meeting such people were extremely difficult. Since the Imperial Realm formidable warrior didn't reveal himself, it meant that he didn't want to be seen. If she persisted in finding him, she might anger him instead. Tang Ningyu patted her head in satisfaction when he saw her calming down. They could only wait and see what happened. If they gained the liking of the Imperial Realm formidable warrior, they would be able to meet him. Trying to find him might cause them to lose this opportunity instead. At that moment, Noor shouted agitatedly, "Young miss." Since there were no outsiders around, Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran appeared again. Their gaze was filled with vigilance and puzzlement. Tang Ningyu thought for a moment. Let's take a look first. As a soldier, he was unable to ignore the distress signal from a Federation starship. I understand. Tang Yingying quickly contacted Tang He and told him her decision. The starship changed its direction and moved towards the area where the distress signal was emitting. After flying for some time, they saw flames in the sky. A starship was being attacked. Close in carefully. Ask all the artillerymen to be in position. Prepare for battle. Tang He ordered calmly. Finally, they managed to get a clear view of the battle in front. Two starships from the military were being attacked by numerous small starships. The two starships were already badly damaged. They wouldn't be able to survive for long. Your Highness, another private starship had appeared. It seems to be from the Federation too. The adjutant that was commanding the attack noticed Tang Yingying's starship. He quickly reminded his excited master who was waiting for the two starships to explode. This master was Duke Edward. What? Duke Edward shouted furiously. He didn't expect such a huge private starship to appear at this moment. At first, he just wanted to destroy the Lin family's starship. However, another starship appeared and tried to help the Lin family, so he had to take much effort to suppress it too. Now, there was another huge starship that came to help them. What do we do now, Your Highness? The adjutant asked. The massive starship was more powerful than a normal private starship. Those massive starships were only slightly weaker than a military starship in terms of firepower. They were the most powerful starships among all private starships. Even if their starship had been modified to have their firepower be more powerful, they still need to consider twice before attacking such a huge starship. Tang He saw the foreign starships attacking the Federation starships and got furious. He shouted, "Activate the firearms. Prepare to attack." Based on the shape of the enemy starships, it was obvious that they were not from the Federation. No matter how much the people within the Federation fought among themselves, they wouldn't purchase a starship from another nation. This was the pride of the Federation citizens. Just as Edward was hesitating if he should attack the massive starship, Tang Yingying's starship started launching their missiles. Your Highness, the other party has launched their missiles. A worker in the control room exclaimed in surprise. Bastards! How dare they ignore the galaxy rules? Edward started cursing. He had forgotten that he was the one who broke the galaxy rules first by attacking the two starships. What do we do now? The adjutant asked him. What do we do? Edward's gaze turned vicious. Destroy those 2 starships first and then we'll destroy them too. Edward was a ruthless person. Even if they met a starship that was hard to deal with, he still wanted to kill that irritating young Master Lin. He gave his order. The attacks on the 2 Federation starship got even stronger. The mecha team that was supposed to protect the starships were stopped by their opponents' mechas so they couldn't offer any help. Attack! Tang He's gaze turned cold. The other party didn't stop. Instead, they attacked even more furiously. Boom! The missiles aimed at the starships that were attacking the 2 Federation starships. Evade! Evade! The alert sounded on the starships. The starships commanded by Edward started evading the missiles. However, since these were private starships, their agility was much lower than military vessels. Beitang family's starship was heavily modified so its missiles were as powerful as military missiles. Actually, they just bought military missiles. Hence, even though Edward's starship tried to evade the attacks, some missiles still hit the edge of their starship. Fireworks erupted in the sky. Damn it! Repair them immediately. The damaged starships had to quickly repair their ship. At the same time, they contacted Edward to ask for permission. Prepare for the second attack. Tang He ordered. The missiles were strong but the disadvantage was that they required quite some time to load. Hence, there was a large gap in between each round of attack. Even the best SSS rank starships of the Federation needed 5 seconds to load their side missiles. However, they needed 15 seconds to load their main missiles. This restriction in time hadn't been solved even until today. Private starships like Tang Yingying's starship would require more than 1 minute to load their missiles. Plus, the missiles on cruise ships were poorer in grade so it needed 3 minutes to load. That meant that there was more time for their opponents to attack them. Installing the missiles was just to let the passengers feel at ease. If there was really a battle, the missiles would be useless. That was why the 2 starships from the Federation were in such a dire state. Our opponent is preparing their second round. The adjutant could tell that the other party was loading their missiles. Attack them. As long as they attacked 2 more times, the 2 damaged starships from the Federation would be destroyed completely. Edward wanted to take the risk one more time. He guessed that the other party needed at least 2 minutes to load their missiles. Most private starships needed this amount of time. 2 minutes was enough for him to attack 2 more rounds. The missiles on Edward's starship were military missiles so he just needed 1 minute to load them. His starship was supposed to be a military vessel but the mainframe deemed it as unsuitable to be one. However, it was still more powerful than normal private starships. Attack! Almost simultaneously, Tang He and Edward gave their order. Edward was attacking the 2 badly damaged starships while Tang He targeted Edward's starship. The last attack allowed Tang He to see which was the main starship. Hence, he decided to attack their head first. Evade! Evade! After Edward launched his attack, the alert on the starship rang. His expression changed. The controller of the main starship was definitely the best among all the controllers. He gritted his teeth and forced the starship to tilt 90 degrees. He luckily managed to evade the attack from the main missile. However, he was unable to dodge the attacks from the side missiles. Boom! 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 The right side of the starship got hit 3 times. Flames and fireworks were seen. Damn it, we got hit. Edward slammed his hands on the handle of his chair. Your Highness, their loading time is the same as ours. We can't continue this fight anymore. The adjutant was afraid that Edward would lose his cool due to his anger so he quickly reminded him. Edward's gaze turned sinister. He blinked a few times before ordering, send the retreat signal. We'll retreat. Yes, Your Highness. Many of the workers of the starship already had thoughts of retreating. Hence, they happily typed the command into the system. The mecha operators that were fighting outside received the signal and retreated back to the starship. Soon, the starship and the mecha disappeared. Only the two badly damaged starships were left. "Captain, they're gone." The workers in Tang Yingying's starship started cheering when they saw the unknown faction starship retreating. "Don't care about them. Save the people first." Tang He frowned as he looked at the damaged starships. It looked like their starship would be full of people. Tang He believed that those two starships wouldn't be able to move anymore. As expected, the two starships requested to board Tang Ningning's starship. Tang He had to report the situation to Tang Yingying and let her make the decision. Tang Yingying knew what to do. After all, these people were from the Federation too. She wouldn't reject their request to board the ship. Very soon, the people from the two starships boarded. The mecha team protecting the starships entered too. When two people appeared, the people that were hiding in Tang Ningning's starship were surprised. "It's them." One of the starships belonged to the Lin family while the other belonged to Xiao Ichio and Su Pei. They received a distress signal from Lin family's starship first. They were very close to the Lin family's starship, so they came to help in time. This was why the Lin family's starship was able to last until now. If not, they wouldn't be able to survive until Tang Yingying's starship came. What a coincidence. Ling Lan smiled when she saw the two familiar faces. Who are they? Li Lanfeng felt uncomfortable. Why did Rabbit know so many people? He seemed to have a good relationship with everyone. As someone who wanted to become Ling Lan's most important comrade, friend, and confidant, Li Lanfeng felt a sense of crisis. Return. Hearing this, Ling Lan glanced at Li Lanfeng with a half-smile on her face. "During my mission on planet Azure. Those Central Scout Academy students. Did you forget?" Ling Lan's reminder triggered Li Lanfeng's memories to remember those students. He frowned slightly. "That's odd, how come they're on Meyer FA?" This was the same intergalactic route that was connected to one single destination, Meyer FA. It's also possible that they just left from Meyer FA. Ling Lan looked at the two familiar yet estranged individuals on the virtual screen and frowned as she went into deep thought. In the other room, the other two students were also surprised that Xiao Ichio and Su Pei had appeared. "It's them." Mu Chaoran still remembered them. After all, they had once suspected that those two were also assigned to their task. However, the reality of it proved that they were not. At that moment, Tang He appeared on the virtual screen and asked them where these people came from. Su Pei seemed to be not doing too well. His face was pale and he was shaking somewhat. Luckily, Xiao Ichio held on to him and helped him walk into the starship. After confirming their identities, Tang He asked sympathetically, "Is young Master Su hurt?" He saw through Su Pei's injuries. After hearing this, Xiao Ichio had angry expression his face. He began to talk about what had happened to them on the mecha arena and his reason for coming to Meyer FA. Mu Chaoran, who was watching this scene unfold, looked frustrated when he heard Xiao Ichio's recount of what had happened. "It's not your fault, Chaoran," Tang Ningyu suddenly spoke. "Plus, it's because of you that he is still alive." Mu Chaoran slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them once again, he had returned to his usual calmness. "I'm fine." Tang Ningyu let out a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Mu Chaoran would blame himself for that incident, which could cause his mind to become even more flawed. Now that he looked at him, he was worried for nothing. "Don't worry. In this world, only little brother Xiaoyun would make my heart waver. Other people don't have that qualification," Mu Chaoran said indifferently. Although Pei Xiaoyun had become a knot in his heart, Pei Xiaoyun still steeled Mu Chaoran's heart to not be wavered by others. "If you want to advance further, you must untie that knot." Tang Ningyu frowned. He was lecturing Mu Chaoran, but he was also saying that to himself as well. Mu Chaoran just smiled in response. "Then, I'll wait for you to untie the knot first." Although Tang Ningyu had fewer flaws in his heart, he still had them. However, during advancement, having fewer flaws didn't mean he wouldn't have doubts in his heart that would become obstacles for him in the future. After saving young Master Lin, and Xiao Ichio and Su Pei's group, Tang Yingying's starship didn't encounter any problems along the way to the Federation. After 1 month, they finally entered the galactic sector of the Federation. When they entered the sector, Tang Yingying finally let out a sigh of relief as she finally managed to safely bring her elder cousin and his friend back home. Once they reached planet Shanghai, people from the Xiao family and the Su family were already waiting at the spaceport. They were very grateful for the Beitang elite family's aid and quickly took Su Pei, who was badly injured, away along with Xiao Ichio. The people from the Lin family also came to pick up young Master Lin's group of people. In the end, young Master Lin looked towards Li Yinfei's rooms with regret and left with those who came to pick him up. Ever since he knew that the starship that had saved them had Li Yinfei on board, young Master Lin wanted to meet up with her by chance every day. However, ever since she knew that there were outsiders on the starship, Li Yinfei would only stay in her own room and would not leave it. This caused young Master Lin to not have any chance to meet her. It should be known that, during the time on the starship, young Master only heard Li Yinfei's name being tossed around, but did not meet her in person. Just being around her and not see her, young Master Lin could not eat or sleep, and was in a state of depression. Of course, Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran also left. As for how they were going to return to the Flying Dragon Special Forces, that wasn't something Tang Yingying needed to know. However, there was another person who got off Tang Yingying's starship, and that was Little Yang. When they boarded the spaceport, Little Yang got off the starship because he said there was something he needed to check up on, and when he returned he brought a young woman with him. Then, he and Tang Yingying said their goodbyes. It turns out, this young woman was Little Yang's younger sister. She had managed to get away from the massacre, adopted by someone, and then was sent to planet Shanghai. Little Yang wanted to stay on planet Shanghai to take care of his younger sister. Tang Yingying understood this feeling and agreed for him to stay. Elder sister Noah said her goodbyes to Little Yang reluctantly, but was also happy for him at the same time. That was because Little Yang would no longer be lonely anymore. Not long after, Tang Yingying's starship left the spaceport. Li Yinfei looked towards the spaceport that was moving further away and frowned. She felt it was odd that she had stayed in her room for all this time. Although she didn't want to see that young Master Lin, the Su family and the Xiao family were still families worth making a connection with. Moreover, that Su Pei and Xiao Ichio were the best direct descendants of this generation in the two elite families. Additionally, why would she offend Mailer Fa for a woman like Tang Yingying? She shouldn't have. What was she thinking all this time? Li Yinfei frustratingly knocked her head with her fist. All her idiotic actions began when she met Tang Yingying and entered this starship. Could it be that there was a force in this starship that was lowering her IQ and EQ? Li Yinfei began thinking about leaving Tang Yingying. Although it would be unfortunate that she wouldn't be able to tap into the powers of the Beitang family anymore, it would still clear her head of those random and dumb actions she had done. There were many planets that bordered the Huaxia Federation. Why would Tang Yingying choose to land on planet Shanghai? That was because planet Shanghai had a branch of the Flying Dragon Special Forces. Of course, this branch was disguised well and was advertised as something else to the public with zero connection to the Flying Dragon Special Forces. However, each member of the Flying Dragon Special Forces knew clearly where each of the branch of the Flying Dragon Special Forces were. If they wanted to return to the Flying Dragon Special Forces safely, then they must let everyone know that they have returned safely. That way, those working in the dark wouldn't dare to make a move recklessly. Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran knew better than anyone that they were still in danger. From afar, there were two people standing on the roof of a tall building. They were silently watching as Tang Ningyu and Mu Chaoran entered the branch of Flying Dragon Special Forces. "I thought you thought of a way to remind them," said one of the masked individuals. If they couldn't even remember this, then they shouldn't be leaders of the Flying Dragon Special Forces. Another person who had a clear scar on his face did not give people the feeling of fear. Instead, he had an odd charm to him. These people were Li Lanfeng and Ling Lan. Li Lanfeng had snuck out, while Ling Lan came here blatantly as Little Yan. Whenever Tang He arrived on a planet, he would send many staff members to enter the inner regions of the planet to replenish all the different types of supplies needed by the starship. Then, why are you following them here? If he didn't want to remind them of anything, then why would he follow them? Li Lanfeng didn't understand. Could it be that Rabbit was worried about them? I just want to know whether there would be people trying to kill the two of them. Ling Lan rubbed her forehead and frowned. Looks like I was worried about nothing. Was that really the case? So why did her profound insight give her a sense of danger? Whatever, the rain wets the bloom as the bride weds the groom. I'll just let it happen. Ling Lan thought for a long time but still couldn't understand it, so she just gave up. She turned towards Li Lanfeng and smirked. Oh right, I have to trouble you again. What? Li Lanfeng felt something bad was going to happen. Pretend to be a girl again. As expected, Ling Lan's words proved that something bad was going to happen. I don't want to. Li Lanfeng said with determination. On the starship, he had no choice but to impersonate Li Yinfei in order to not be discovered. However now, after getting out of danger, he definitely would never dress up as a woman again. Definitely won't. Even if Rabbit asked him to do it, he wouldn't agree to it. The rest, you understand. At the base of 250 Ace Mecha Clan, the atmosphere was very different. This 250 Ace Mecha Clan was not the same as the 250 Ace Mecha Clan from before. Many different factions had used different methods to stuff close to 100 powerful mecha operators into 250 Ace Mecha Clan. These people could all be regiment commanders if they wanted to. Some were even titled mecha operators who had their names recorded in the database of the military. However now, they were all normal soldiers in 250 Ace Mecha Clan. Why did this happen? This all started from the fact that the other factions wanted to snatch the mecha operators from 250 Ace Mecha Clan to their side. The battle on planet Haijiao caused the reputation of 250 Ace Mecha Clan to rise tremendously. The old mecha operators who used to be useless became treasures in the eyes of various factions. Everyone had their eyes on them. They used all kinds of methods to lure, entice, or force them over, but these mecha operators weren't moved. Wealth and power were no longer important to them. Besides some who went out of 250 Ace Mecha Clan due to their relationships with their past comrades, many people decided to stay in 250 Ace Mecha Clan until they grew old. The various factions felt frustrated by this result. They were unwilling to let Ling Xiao get all these powerful and experienced mecha operators, so they tried all methods to stuff their confidants into 250 Ace Mecha Clan to slowly infiltrate the clan and cause discord between them. Since they couldn't lure them out one by one, they would push all of them out at once. The battle of snatching people turned into a fight for the position of the regiment commander of 250 Ace Mecha Clan. In the command center of 250 Ace Mecha Clan, the 10 team leaders and the head of the logistics department and the medical department were having their weekly meeting. They discussed the problems they faced for the past week and looked for a solution to their problems. Since their resolve was not here, they needed to work together to get 250 Ace Mecha Clan out of this situation. Li Lanfeng had come back a few days ago. Of course, he had failed his mission. The other team leaders reported the new members that were added into their mecha clan and asked everyone to see if their arrangements were all right. No one had any opinions, so the arrangements of the new mecha operators were fixed. Li Shiyu continued, "There's no training for this period of time, so nothing happened in the medical department." It was Lin Zhongqing's turn to report. He frowned and said, "Around 100 mecha operators just came, so the logistics department might not be able to handle the sudden influx." The meeting room suddenly turned quiet. Everyone remembered the everlasting problem of 250 Ace Mecha Clan, logisticians. The regiment commander is not here, so we can't apply for more logisticians. Even if we can, we need to train the recruits for at least 1 month. We can't use them instantly. Han Jijian thought for a moment and said helplessly. The issue of the lack of logisticians couldn't be solved instantly. This has always been a problem for 250 Ace Mecha Clan, Yang Mingji said slowly. In the past, we can still make do with it, but now, there are 100 more mecha operators. We have to solve this problem immediately. I wonder what the higher authorities are thinking. Why haven't they decided on the merits of our regiment commander? Plus, why is the name of our regiment commander empty? Where is boss's name? The hot-tempered Luo Lang slammed the table furiously. He had bared his anger for many months now. This is so infuriating. Without a regiment commander, they were inhibited from functioning as a normal mecha clan. Luo Lang, don't be angry. The military took back our boss's regiment commander position using his health as the reason, Xia Yi hurriedly explained. The regiment commander cannot be someone who isn't a mecha operator. Before our boss regains his health, we're unable to submit any request to keep him there. Plus, the military didn't say that they won't give boss any merits. They just haven't confirmed it yet. Does it mean that the new operators are going to trample on the blood and sweat of boss? Luo Lang asked. Of course not, Qi Long, Han Jijian, Lin Zhongqing, and Zhao Jun replied instantly. Luo Lang calmed down. These were his true brothers. How could let other people enjoy the fruits of their boss's labor? Suddenly, he noticed something. He glared at Li Lanfeng and asked, Li Lanfeng, what do you mean? Besides the 3 veteran soldiers, Li Lanfeng was the only person who didn't reply to him. Li Lanfeng smiled. Nothing. Why didn't you say anything then? Luo Lang felt that this treacherous person had some thoughts on his mind. He just didn't know if he would harm their boss. Actually, whether we have a new regiment commander or not is not the main problem. We should think about the new mecha operators first as well as the lack of logisticians. Li Lanfeng used one sentence to bring the topic back to their main problems. He turned serious as he coldly said, these new mecha operators are the real threat to 250 Ace Mecha Clan. This is the information I found during this period of time. You can take a look at it. Li Lanfeng sent the information to everyone in the room. Everyone started looking through the information. They had prepared themselves beforehand, but they still felt a chill when they saw the information. Damn it! 2 people slammed their hands on the table. They were the hot-tempered Li Yingjie and Luo Lang. What do they think 250 Ace Mecha Clan is? How dare they turn 250 Ace Mecha Clan into the battlefield for their fight for power? This is outrageous, Luo Lang said in anger. Yes. If they want to fight for 250 Ace Mecha Clan, they can just do it at the headquarters. Why must they come to 250 Ace Mecha Clan? Li Yingjie was indignant too. F***K, he finally managed to become a team leader of a team. But before he could enjoy his moment, someone tried to snatch the position away from him. Are they looking for death? He must inform his grandfather and ask the Li family to help General Ling Xiao. He mustn't let any other factions enter 250 Ace Mecha Clan. Li Yingjie sincerely felt that Boss Lan was the best regiment commander for 250 Ace Mecha Clan. Although he was scary and ruthless, he still had strong points which most didn't have. He would never interfere with the matters of the teams. Team members only listened to their team leader. Li Yingjie forgot that every time he made a decision, he would ask for the opinion of his deputy as well as big leader Li. Li Lanfeng used his amazing communicative ability to gain Li Yingjie's trust. Li Yingjie honestly believed that Li Lanfeng was a good friend. This was what Li Yingjie thought. But based on Li Shiyu's words, he was working with a tiger. Well, he was thinking too highly of Li Yingjie. He couldn't even cooperate with Li Lanfeng. He could only get sold by Li Lanfeng. Before the regiment commander comes back, we need to protect 250 Ace Mecha Clan. As for the problem of logisticians, Li Lanfeng sneered. Since those mecha operators want to come to 250 Ace Mecha Clan, let them follow the tradition of our mecha clan. Qi Long and the others looked stunned for a moment. Then, they gave an evil smile. Only 2 people were still confused. What do you mean? Luo Lang and Li Yingjie were too lazy to use their brains. They didn't mind embarrassing themselves too, so they just asked what was happening. However, Li Lanfeng was not interested to explain to them. He continued, "We managed to overcome many challenges in the past, so these current problems are just nothing. After our regiment commander comes back, all these problems will be solved." Luo Lang and Li Yingjie got even more confused, but before they could ask what he meant again, they heard Li Lanfeng talking again. "If there are no other problems, shall we end the meeting?" Although Li Lanfeng was the acting regiment commander when Ling Lan was not around, he knew his position. He would still discuss with others whenever he made a decision. "Okay. We just need to wait for boss to come back." Qi Long stood up first and left. Everyone packed their things and left the meeting room. Luo Lang grabbed Xie Yi, who wanted to leave too. He asked in frustration, "Xie Yi, what did Li Lanfeng mean just now?" Li Yingjie heard Luo Lang asking, so he hopped over like a rabbit and listened to Xie Yi's answer. "Humph, even if you don't explain, I'm still able to find the answer." He forgot that he was planning to bribe his cousin, Li Shiyu, into giving him the answer. Xie Yi sighed helplessly. He said in a low voice, "He's telling us to let the mecha operators become our logisticians like we did it in the past." Li Yingjie and Luo Lang were enlightened and they gave an evil smile. Those new mecha operators were going to go through the torment they went through in the past. This good tradition must be carried forward. In a blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. The unhappy new mecha operators finally exploded in anger after they received another order asking them to report to the medical department for the medic training. When they first came to 250 Ace Mecha Clan, these powerful and smart mecha operators were tasked to find more information of 250 Ace Mecha Clan. Hence, even though they were furious that they were assigned to be logisticians, they controlled their emotions for the big picture. During the first month, they learned the basics of becoming an exceptional logistician. They understood how to maintain a mecha and where to place the weapons. What made them the most uncomfortable was, the requirements for logisticians in 250 Ace Mecha Clan were abnormally high. They needed to complete everything within a certain period of time. If they couldn't, their instructors would curse them out. These mecha operators were all clever people. They felt frustrated, but they still learned all the skills. Every one of them became an exceptional mecha engineer after a month of intense training and being cursed out. The veteran soldiers couldn't help but admire their passion of being cursed out and work ethic. This must be the difference in talent. After the mecha operators finished the mecha engineer training, they were sent to the kitchen to learn cooking and cook for the entire mecha clan. By this time, many of the new mecha operators were on the verge of exploding. However, they still remembered their mission and suppressed their anger. However, when they were informed to report to the medical department to have the medic training, they couldn't handle it anymore. Damn it, who do they think we are? If they don't welcome us, they can reject us. Why do they have to use this method to force us out? I refuse to accept this order, a senior colonel shouted in anger. Yes, we're mecha operators, not logisticians. We want to sue them for unfair treatment, another senior colonel started shouting. Most of the new mecha operators were senior colonels. A small portion of them were even lieutenant colonels. This was the rank of most regiment commanders. However, they were being humiliated by the lowest ranked soldiers. The anger they had been suppressing exploded out. Let's go to the command center and force them to give us an explanation. Yes, force them to give us an explanation. We must complain to the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee. Yes, complain. The screams of the 100 mecha operators caught the attention of the higher authorities in 250 Ace Mecha Clan. After 2 months, they finally couldn't stand it anymore. Qi Long crossed his arms in front of his chest and smiled as he looked at the indignant mecha operators. If they continue to bear with it, I don't have any more ideas to make them work for us. Li Lanfeng smiled too. He looked at the 2 senior colonels who started the riot. Then, he thought about something. They must have planned for this riot. Han Jijian analyzed calmly. Their trump card should be here soon. The moment he finished speaking, they received a notice that the people from the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee were right outside of their base. They wanted to enter the base for investigation. They're here. Han Jijian smiled coldly. He knew that these people wouldn't just start a riot for nothing. It's them again. Qi Long frowned. He remembered the investigation on their boss a few years ago. It looks like the higher authorities had not given up on 250 Ace Mecha Clan. Li Lanfeng smiled. Everyone looked at Li Lanfeng. Li Lanfeng pretended that he didn't understand their intentions. Why is everyone looking at me? Didn't boss ask you to take charge when he's not here? Han Jijian said coldly, what do you think? Li Lanfeng shrugged. If they want to investigate, let them investigate. Won't the situation get even messier if they come in? Luo Lang frowned. He didn't like the people from the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee at all. I'm only afraid that it won't be messy enough. Li Lanfeng seemed to have other plans. Luo Lang didn't want to see 250 Ace Mecha Clan in a mess. This was the base that their boss spent much effort to build. However, when he saw no objection from the smart people like Han Jijian and Qi Long, he kept his mouth shut. Luo Lang was really intelligent at that moment. He knew what he was lacking, so when he didn't understand some things, he chose to believe his comrades and not object rashly. The leader of the group of people from the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee was a middle-aged senior colonel. He looked at the familiar base in front of him and smiled bitterly. If he could, he didn't want to handle this hot potato. Yes, he was the person in charge of investigating Ling Lan a few years ago. He was the one who lost the case that year. It also caused him to lose his reputation in the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee. He was unable to raise his head proudly ever again because of that case. This time, the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee received a complaint from the new mecha operators of 250 Ace Mecha Clan. The people from the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee knew that this was a hard case. It was obvious that 250 Ace Mecha Clan was the battlefield of the various factions. One mistake and they would get implicated. In the end, the leader of the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee decided to send an unimportant person to handle this case. Leader, we can go in now. His assistant noticed that the leader was in a daze, so he quickly reminded him. Oh, let's go in. Forget it, he would just take whatever that comes along. He had fallen down from grace here before, so to be careful, he should try to understand the situation first before making a decision. Soon, they reached the command center. They saw close to 100 mecha operators surrounding the command center and shouting angrily. They should be the ones who lodged the complaint. The senior colonel lowered his voice and told his assistant. Yes, leader. 97 mecha operators complained that their superiors in 250 Ace Mecha Clan were deliberately suppressing them. They humiliated them purposely and forced them to undergo unethical amounts of training to learn the basic skills of a logistician. Based on our criteria, they're able to form a case as long as they get 10% of support, the assistant replied hurriedly. Don't form the case yet. Let's go in and investigate first. Don't offend the superiors of 250 Ace Mecha Clan. The senior colonel learned from his past experience, so he decided to take things slowly. I understand. The other members who were new to the team was a shock at their leader's mild attitude. Most of the time, the people who they were investigating would be subservient to them, not the other way around. The officers would get nervous and flustered when they saw them. They would be treated like princes. Yet now, their senior colonel asked them to not offend the superiors of 250 Ace Mecha Clan. This meant that there was someone they couldn't offend in there. The older members of the team who had come to 250 Ace Mecha Clan before knew what 250 Ace Mecha Clan was like. Those young but sly officers were hard to deal with. One mistake and they would fall into their trap. That's right, they were thinking that the officers from 250 Ace Mecha Clan were trying to use them to get rid of their enemies again. Ah! The people from the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee are here. The two senior colonels who started this riot shouted excitedly when they saw the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee. That's good. Since the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee is here, they would help me. The other mecha operators saw this and rushed over to the people from the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee. They started complaining about their situation to them. Calm down. We have received your complaint. We'll investigate this matter. The leader saw his path getting blocked, so he had no choice but to say, "Can you let us into the command center? When can you give us a reply?" One of the senior colonels shouted. "Yes. We've been humiliated for 2 months. You must give us an answer," the other mecha operators shouted angrily. They looked as though they were going to pester the people from the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee until they got a definite answer. If we don't investigate, how will we know the truth? The senior colonel's face turned cold. Will you solve the problem if you block our way? Hurry up and move aside. The mecha operators cleared a path for the people from the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee after they saw that the leader was angry. The people from the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee entered the command center. The leader saw a familiar person welcoming them. "Long time no see, Senior Colonel." "Long time no see, Major Lee." "Oh, it's Colonel Lee now." The senior colonel was shocked at how fast Ling Lan got promoted. "Senior Colonel, I didn't expect you to be the person in charge of this investigation again." Ling Lan smiled. He sounded as though he met an old friend. The atmosphere wasn't as tense as it was in the last meeting between the two of them. "I don't have a choice. 250 Ace Mecha Clan is just too famous. Other people don't want to handle you guys, so I came." The senior colonel quickly cleared the air by telling Ling Lan that he wasn't targeting them. He just didn't have the choice. I wouldn't welcome other people, but you, my friend, I welcome you." Ling Lan's words had a hidden meaning too. If he was their friend, he would welcome him. If not, he wouldn't. Whether he was welcomed or not depended on his attitude. The senior colonel smiled bitterly. "If there's nothing, I don't mind coming here for a visit. If there's something, I won't come even if you welcome me." If this complaint was not true, he would be their friend. If it was the truth, he couldn't be their friends. As a member of the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee, he couldn't go against his morals. Of course. However, our 250 Ace Mecha Clan is very peaceful, so there won't be any big issues. You're welcome to come anytime. Ling Lan smiled. Peaceful. The people from the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee looked at the mecha operators shouting outside. They didn't know how this shameless Lieutenant Colonel Lee was to be able to call this a peaceful place. "This way, please." Ling Lan pretended that he didn't see the change in expression on their faces and led everyone into the command center calmly. He's really shameless. Li Yingjie, who was sitting in the meeting room and watching this scene, couldn't help but exclaim out loud. He thought that he was shameless enough, but it seemed like there was someone better than him. He should learn how to be more shameless from Ling Lan. "They're here. Don't speak." Li Shiyu glared at Li Yingjie. Li Yingjie pretended to zip his mouth to show that he wouldn't say anything. Under the guidance of Boss Lan, his cousin had become scarier. He remembered how he was fed some weird tasting agents when he provoked his cousin unintentionally in the past. He shuddered at the thought of being fed with those agents again. The senior colonel walked into the meeting room. It was still the same meeting room. In his past experience, there were just 3 people. Now, there were 12 people. But, the Cold Regiment Commander Ling wasn't present. The two groups of people sat opposite each other. The people from the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee sat on one side. They were not as arrogant as before. Instead, they appeared attentive. The people from 250 Ace Mecha Clan went directly to the point too. They showed the people from the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee the 3 orders they gave. The senior colonel looked at the strange orders and asked, "Why did you do this?" This is the tradition of 250 Ace Mecha Clan. The 12 representatives from 250 Ace Mecha Clan gave the same answer simultaneously. Lin Zhongqing explained to them the tradition. The senior colonel finally understood what they meant. So, your mecha operators know all the back-end stuff. The senior colonel was stunned. He respected Regiment Commander Ling, who came up with this strange tradition. Regiment Commander Ling was challenging the rules of the entire military. If he continued like this, the entire mecha clan could operate on their own without logistician. The door to the command center opened again. The people from the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee appeared in front of the rioting mecha operators. Close to 100 pairs of hopeful eyes looked at them, anticipating the news of success. However, the people from the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee had a strange look on their face. They seemed to be looking at the 100 mecha operators pitifully. Pity. The mecha operators here were all experienced soldiers. They didn't miss the look of pity in their eyes. Their excitement died down and a bad thought formed in their minds. Kind of expectedly, the leader of the people from the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee coldly said, "Your complaint is voided." Voided? Why? The mecha operator's heart dropped. They couldn't understand why the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee would overlook such an obvious act of suppression and tyranny. Were the people from 250 Ace Mecha Clan really so powerful that they could force the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee to overlook their tyranny? Why? One of the two leading senior colonels shouted angrily. If the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee couldn't handle them, he would fight against them head-on. Because this is a tradition of 250 Ace Mecha Clan. Since you entered the 250 Ace Mecha Clan, you must follow their tradition. The leader looked at the mecha operators with pity. They could become regiment commanders of powerful mecha clans. Why did they choose to come here? Why were they so stupid? Regiment Commander Ling was already an unreasonable person, so how could his 250 Ace Mecha Clan be so easy to deal with? However, the leader was in a good mood. Watching other people getting into trouble was better than him getting into trouble. He thought that this would be a troublesome matter, but the perfect explanation 250 Ace Mecha Clan gave him allowed him to retreat from this case with ease. What tradition? The rioting mecha operators exchanged glances with one another. They didn't know what the leader was referring to. What did it have to do with their complaints? Anyone who enters 250 Ace Mecha Clan must learn all the skills of a logistician. A calm voice sounded behind the senior colonel. A man with a metal mask walked forward. It was from Li Lanfeng. Absurd. One of the senior colonels shouted furiously without any hint of respect in his tone. Although Li Lanfeng was a colonel, there were many colonels in 250 Ace Mecha Clan. There were many lieutenant colonels too. Hence, Li Lanfeng's status didn't command any respect in them. Li Lanfeng's aura suddenly turned cold. He stared at the furious senior colonel intently. If you're unable to do it, you can leave. If you want to stay here, you must follow the rules. The senior colonel couldn't reply to such a question under the sharp gaze. He was only one rank lower than Li Lanfeng, but the pressure Li Lanfeng gave him was as heavy as his past regiment commander. How could this happen? The other team leaders of 250 Ace Mecha Clan who had entered the domain stage smiled slightly. They exclaimed how shamelessly Lanfeng was once again. He secretly used his domain concept to increase his force of presence and suppress these arrogant senior colonels who looked down on them. If these mecha operators came to 250 Ace Mecha Clan the normal way, they would be angered by Li Lanfeng's words and might really leave the mecha clan. However, they came here with a mission. How could they leave without getting anything information? But, if they were to stay behind, they couldn't accept this humiliation too. The people from 250 must have realized their identity and intentions, but they couldn't stop them from infiltrating the clan. Hence, they decided to use this method to force them to leave. It had to be said that this bunch of mecha operators were all smart people. They got selected to infiltrate 250 Ace Mecha Clan because they were clever. But, smart people always like to think too much. They would think everything that was happening them was a scheme. Thus, they immediately felt that this was just a plan by the superiors of 250 Ace Mecha Clan to force them to voluntarily leave the Mecha Clan. If they could be forced out so easily, they wouldn't have been chosen to be sent here. Since they knew what the other party wanted to do, they could make the necessary comeback. The senior colonel scoffed and said, "Tradition? Have you learned all the skills of a logistician? Let me expose your despicable lie." "Yes, prove it to us." Another senior colonel added on. "Yes, prove it. Prove it." The other mecha operators started shouting. They didn't come to 250 Ace Mecha Clan to be an insignificant logistician. They were here to mess up the entire 250 Ace Mecha Clan, so doing this was like killing two birds with one stone. They were all excited. Li Lanfeng looked at the crowd coldly. The more serious he was, the more excited the crowd got. They felt as though they had caught onto the weakness of 250 Ace Mecha Clan. If they could drag this group of old guards down, 250 Ace Mecha Clan would internally collapse. Most of the mecha operators were focused on Li Lanfeng, but not everyone was doing the same thing. A few senior colonels at the back of the group looked at the other team leaders and heads of departments behind Li Lanfeng. They frowned. It might not be as simple as it seemed. These people standing behind Li Lanfeng were too calm. Some even looked as though they were enjoying a good show. This was not how a person should react when their lie was exposed. Unsurprisingly, a few seconds later, Li Lanfeng smiled slightly. It was a small smile, but it was enough to shock the crowd. They felt as though they had walked into a trap. "Sure." Li Lanfeng smiled. He raised his hands and clapped them. A light screen suddenly appeared beside him. The light screen was 4 meters tall and 6 meters wide. Everyone knew what this was. It was the virtual screen made by the mainframe. A sweet voice came out of the screen. "Colonel Li, please give your order." "Ling Lan, give me a list of all the mecha operators in 250 Ace Mecha Clan," Li Lanfeng said calmly. Ling Lan had always followed 250 Ace Mecha Clan wherever they went. Now that they were back at the base, Ling Lan returned with them and became the mainframe of this Lingtian's base. "Yes, Colonel Li," Ling Lan replied respectfully. Li Lanfeng was only taking over the control of Lingtian's base temporarily. He wasn't the real leader of Lingtian, so Ling Lan just addressed him by his rank. If it was Ling Lan, she would call her master. Almost instantly, less than 200 names appeared on the light screen. The battle on planet Haijiao caused many of their mecha operators to die on the battlefield. However, their names would forever be etched in the hero list of 250 Ace Mecha Clan. They would never be forgotten. These are currently all the mecha operators from 250 Ace Mecha Clan. You can choose a few people and test their logistician skills. Of course, if you don't believe that they are mecha operators, you can have a fight with them. "I have nothing against that too," Li Lanfeng added on. He did this so the mecha operators couldn't suspect the authenticity of this list. Their operators were all outstanding mecha operators from various backgrounds. Only real mecha operators were able to fight with them. Of course, this way of thinking would be broken in the future. However, that was the future. We won't talk about it now. Even if Li Lanfeng didn't say that, the mecha operators wouldn't question the authenticity of the list, as there were some familiar names on the list. These people used to have a glorious past. Everyone's heart dropped. Since the other party gave them the list and allowed them to choose their opponents, it meant that what they said might be true. But, they were unwilling to just give up like this. Maybe they were just putting up an act to trick them. They still hoped that the other party was trying to scheme against them. This might all just be an act from the start. They might not lose this bet. Should they take the bet? The mecha operators looked at each other. They were hesitant. The senior colonels at the back observed the team leaders' expressions carefully. They wanted to find a crack in their expressions, but there was none. Everyone was confident. The three people who looked as though they weren't good at disguising themselves looked confident too. They were the rash Xiao Jun, the humble Qi Long, and the hot-tempered Ling Jie. Were they speaking the truth? These mecha operators only joined for 2 months. Although they had tried to collect information about 250 Ace Mecha Clan, the people from 250 Ace Mecha Clan were already guarding against them from the moment they entered. Hence, they couldn't get any useful information. Obviously, the innocent Luo Lang was dragged off the scene by Li Lanfeng and others. They had to thank the face Luo Lang had. They were grateful that Luo Chao could put up an act, not like Luo Lang who would show everything he was feeling on his face. Then, they pushed Xiao Jun and Qi Long out into the open. These two people were actually really good at tricking people with their outer facade. Oh, what about Ling Jie? Actually, he was forgotten by everyone, including his 2 elder cousin brothers. Poor Ling Jie. He was ignored just like this. Fortunately, he didn't know this. He even felt good about himself. Only a stupid person like Luo Lang needs to hide. I'm a smart person. I don't need to hide. He thought as he puffed up his chest in front of the crowd with a confident expression on his face. Anyways, Qi Long, Xiao Jun, and Ling Jie were the 3 people whom the mecha operators felt they had complete grasp of. The people they were scared of were Li Lanfeng and Yang Mingji. One was an experienced sly old fox while the other was an unpredictable newbie who they knew nothing about. As for the other people, they didn't stand out like these 2 people. This impression was something Li Lanfeng and the others wanted to create. Since the senior colonels didn't see what they wanted to see, they started frowning. They lowered their heads and discussed among themselves. Why is everyone so quiet now? You don't dare to make a choice. Li Lanfeng's smile disappeared when he noticed the crowd turn silent. He said coldly, no one has any objections. If that's the case, go back to where you all come from. There were 2 meanings behind Li Lanfeng's words. The mecha operators' expressions changed. Some people were indignant. Colonel Li, we are just discussing who to choose. Aren't you a little impatient? One of the senior colonels at the back narrowed his eyes and said. Yes, we're discussing who to choose. Why are you in a hurry? The other mecha operators agreed with the senior colonel. Are you afraid? One of the colonels sneered at him. What is so difficult about choosing a person? Li Lanfeng smiled at the crowd. Then, he turned serious and said, our time is precious. It shouldn't be wasted here. He was telling the new mecha operators that they were just a waste of time. The mecha operators were furious. Even the calm senior colonels at the back felt like punching Li Lanfeng in the face, but they couldn't do it even if they wanted to as his position in the clan was higher than them even though they were 1 rank above him. They gritted their teeth in frustration. Sorry to trouble you then. The senior colonel at the back stared at Li Lanfeng. He wanted to embarrass this arrogant Colonel Li. He didn't believe that the 10 team leaders of 250 Ace Mecha Clan learned all the skills of a logistician. The senior colonel didn't stop after he chose Li Lanfeng. He looked at Yang Mingji and said respectfully, and, we would like Major General Yang to prove it too. That's right. After some discussion, they felt that the team members might have learned all the skills but the team leaders might not. The 2 team leaders they chose were the ones whom they thought had the least possibility of learning all the skills. Yang Mingji was the only major general of 250 Ace Mecha Clan. He used to be a member of the South Stars. Before he entered the 250 Ace Mecha Clan, he had enjoyed the same treatment as a Super Ace Mecha Master. They didn't believe that he was willing to lower his status and learn the skills of a logistician. Li Lanfeng was the advisor of 250 Ace Mecha Clan. He was the person Regiment Commander Lin trusted the most. After Regiment Commander Ling stopped being their regiment commander, he was put in charge of 250 Ace Mecha Clan. This was not true. If Li Lanfeng made a decision that harmed Ling Lan or 250 Ace Mecha Clan, the other team leaders and the heads of the various departments would stop him. They didn't believe that a person who had control of an entire mecha clan was willing to lower himself to learn the skills of a logistician. Since they chose these two people, there was no point in choosing other people too. The leader of the disciplinary and investigation committee looked at the senior colonel in surprise. His choice was made through educated guesses. These mecha operators didn't act rashly. They put many thoughts into their actions. It's going to be fun. Zhao Jun couldn't help but laugh. He didn't know if he should pity them. Why did they choose these two people? When Ling Lan gave the order that the mecha operators must learn the skills of a logistician to take care of themselves, Li Lanfeng was the one who pushed himself to learn the skills the most. As a person who wanted to get closer to Ling Lan, he would never drag Ling Lan down. Hence, he tried his best and was the best in everything. If Li Lanfeng claimed that he was number 2, no one would say that he was number 1. As for Yang Mingji, he was a strict person even to himself. He wouldn't allow himself to make any mistakes in this area. Plus, he felt that Ling Lan's decision was a reasonable one. He was used to giving his best in everything, so he almost perfected all the skills of a logistician too. If Li Lanfeng wasn't here, Yang Mingji would take the number 1 position. These two people were the top 2 mecha operators who grasped the skills of a logistician. Their opponent made the worst decision they could. Of course, they were still oblivious to that fact. Even worse was that, they felt that they had a high chance of winning this match. Li Lanfeng smiled when he heard the other party's decision. Was this the same as seeking death? Yang Mingji looked at the senior colonel weirdly. He asked, Senior Colonel Zhou, are you sure? Yang Mingji knew who this senior colonel was. His name was Zhou Yongnan. He was a titled mecha operator too. In the past, Yang Mingji had led his team and cooperated with Zhou Yongnan before. He didn't expect the other party to come to 250 Ace Mecha Clan at all. He even came as a normal mecha operator. The only difference was, Yang Mingji came because he gave up on himself while Zhou Yongnan came because he had a motive. I'm sorry, Major General Yang. We will have to trouble you. Zhou Yongnan's decision was firm. He chose Yang Mingji because he understood how proud he was in the past. He didn't think that such an arrogant person would lower himself to learn the skills of a logistician. Fine. I hope you won't regret your decision. Yang Mingji smiled lightly. Since he knew Senior Colonel Zhou, he decided to give him another chance to retract his decision, but since he didn't take it, he would just have to crush him in the upcoming match. This was the most he could do. Zhou Yongnan's expression changed. He suddenly felt that he might have made the wrong decision. Let's go to the mecha hold, Li Lanfeng smiled and suggested. Sure. Zhou Yongnan had to agree. He could only hope that his feelings were wrong. He hoped that the other party was making a last-ditch effort to trick them. The group of them came to the mecha hold. They saw that the mecha hold was already filled with people. Most of the mecha operators from 250 Ace Mecha Clan were there. There were even many logisticians too. Ling Lan had informed everyone about the battle of logistician skills between the old and new mecha operators in 250 Ace Mecha Clan. Ling Lan liked to have fun. We can only say that she followed the nature of the person who created her. When their leaders arrived, the old mecha operators shouted, "Leader, who are the ones competing? Hurry up and tell us." In front of these newbies who only learned the skills for 2 months, this bunch of veteran soldiers was not afraid at all. They had mastered their skills thoroughly for over so many years. They rubbed their hands in anticipation. They were looking forward to torturing this bunch of newbies. They didn't care if these newbies were actually as powerful as them or had the same rank as them. Without the scary regiment commander Ling, these veteran mecha operators started revealing their true nature. They were all ruffians by nature. They weren't afraid of creating troubles. If there wasn't Major General Yang Mingji and the frightening agents by Li Shiyu, they might have jumped on these newbies long ago and beat them up badly. Then, they would throw them out of their base. Hence, when they knew that they had a chance to compete with them, even though it was only on logistician skills, they were extremely excited. They hoped that they were the ones chosen so they could humiliate the other party as much as they wanted. Yang Mingji saw how excited his team members were. Some even started fighting with each other in the hopes of forcing their competitors away to increase their chances of getting chosen. He held his forehead in embarrassment. He was speechless. Control yourselves. It has nothing to do with you. Colonel Lee and I will be competing. How hungry were they to fight? Why weren't they so troublesome when Regiment Commander was around? When Regiment Commander Ling was around, they were all very obedient. Without him, everyone turned into a child. Yang Mingji felt his head starting to hurt. A few days ago when he was combing his hair, he realized that he grew many strands of white hair. He looked older too. Regiment Commander, when are you coming back? Yang Mingji looked at the roof of the mecha hold in great sadness. He couldn't help but recall his pure and innocent team members of the past. While Yang Mingji was feeling sorrowful, the other mecha operators started laughing after a moment of silence. Oh my God, what kind of luck do they have? Why did they choose Leader Yang and Big Leader Lee? Wow, I really pity them. I feel that the worst tragedy this year is going to happen soon. I hope that they still have to face to stay later. Many mecha operators started being schadenfreude. Zhou Yongnan's face turned pale when he heard all these conversations. Did he really make a mistake? No, they must be trying to fool them. Their decision was right. Zhou Yongnan clenched his fist tightly and forced himself to calm down. At that moment, one of the veteran mecha operators shouted at Zhou Yongnan, "Old Zhou, why did you choose these two monsters? Let me do it so that you won't lose too terribly." Yang Mingji wasn't the only one who knew Zhou Yongnan. A few other veteran mecha operators recognized him too. The person who shouted was really being kind. Leader Yang and Big Leader Lee were the best among them. If they were to compete against those newbies, he couldn't bear to see the result. Of course, the most important reason was, he wanted to be the one competing. Let him torture these newbies instead. Their aim is to swap Yang Mingji and Li Lanfeng out. My decision is right. Instead of accepting the kind offer, the offer instilled confidence in Zhou Yongnan's decision. There's no need for that. We'll compete with Major General Yang and Colonel Lee. We won't lose, Zhou Yongnan replied resolutely. He was speaking to the mecha operators from 250 Ace Mecha Clan as well as himself. They wouldn't lose. His statement caused the people from 250 Ace Mecha Clan to start laughing again. Zhou Yongnan wasn't affected. He turned around and asked Yang Mingji and Li Lanfeng, how shall we compete? Send the two people whom you think are the best. If not, you might not admit defeat willingly. Li Lanfeng replied calmly, if one of your people win against us, you'll win. Zhou Yongnan frowned. This rule was very beneficial to them. Were they so confident that they would definitely win? Zhou Yongnan's heart wavered again. Before he could say anything, a senior colonel behind him said, okay. This senior colonel thought that Zhou Yongnan hesitated because the rules were too beneficial towards them. He nudged Zhou Yongnan to remind him that they shouldn't be bothered with fairness now. They must choose what benefited them the most. Since the situation was set, Zhou Yongnan couldn't say anything more. He nodded at the senior colonel. He didn't dare to tell anyone his suspicion. He was afraid that he would affect their state of mind. Soon, their two competing representatives were chosen. Four mechas were pushed out. To ensure that the competition was fair, Li Lanfeng asked the people from the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee to board the mechas and enter a command for some changes and then hide the command. The competitors would find the command and make changes to the mecha according to the command. This was the debugging skill of a mecha engineer. Before the mecha operators boarded their mechas, the mecha engineers must debug the mecha so that the mecha was in optimal condition. Any mistakes in the system must be found and be deleted. Debugging was a common work done by the mecha engineers. The best way to assess how good a mecha logistician was to see how fast one could change the weapons and equipment of the mechas during a battle. Thus, finding the hidden command was just an appetizer. The main point of this assessment was to see how fast they changed the weapons and equipment on the mecha. This work needed to be done before the ejection of a mecha. The faster the mecha got equipped, the faster the mecha could be ejected. A 1-second difference might affect the result of a battle. Ling Lan had such a high expectation for her logisticians because she knew that a war was not just solely a battle of firearms. Logisticians played an important role too. She even felt that logisticians were more important than firearms. Li Lanfeng and Yang Mingji had changed into their logistician uniforms. They walked to the starting line. The other two representatives went to the starting line too. Zhou Yongnan suddenly volunteered to be the referee. The senior colonel of the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee looked at Yang Mingji and Li Lanfeng. He was waiting for their opinions. Both of them expressed that they didn't mind. 1. Start. Zhou Yongnan glanced at the two representatives from his side. He didn't follow the usual call of 1, 2, 3, he instead directly started the competition after saying the number 1. By now, Zhou Yongnan had totally disregarded his own reputation. He used such cheap tricks because he wanted to use all means to win this competition. The two representatives from Zhou Yongnan's side saw the look he gave them. They understood what he was going to do. After Zhou Yongnan shouted the first number, they immediately rushed out. However, Zhou Yongnan didn't appear relaxed. Instead, his expression was cold as he realized that his cheap tricks were useless. Yang Mingji and Li Lanfeng weren't prepared, but their reaction speed was much faster than a normal person. They rushed out of the starting line almost at the same time as their representatives. Did he think that he can win against Leader Yang and Big Leader Li using such cheap tricks? TSK, he is looking to be humiliated. If they couldn't even handle such cheap tricks, they should be punished with the month training by our regiment commander. Gasp. Can you not mention the month training? I don't want to recall that nightmare. The person beside him inhaled deeply and tried to stop himself from shivering. He rubbed his shoulders, attempting to calm his goosebumps down. There wasn't any month training for almost half a year. Most of the mecha operators had forgotten about this nightmare. When they heard their comrade referring to it, they felt uncomfortable all around their bodies. Zhou Yongnan noticed that none of the mecha operators or logisticians seemed angered by his action. They appeared nonchalant. His heart dropped. If they didn't care about his shameless act, there could be two reasons for that. 1. They didn't care about the two people that were participating in this competition. Second, they knew that such cheap tricks wouldn't affect the result of the competition. The first reason wasn't possible. From the enthusiastic welcome Yang Mingji and Li Lanfeng received when they entered the mecha hold, they knew that these two team leaders were well liked by everyone. That meant that it was the second reason. Everyone here, whether the mecha operators or the logisticians, knew that Yang Mingji and Li Lanfeng would win. That meant that what they say at the start was the truth. These two people were the best among all the mecha operators. They made the wrong choice. They picked the toughest opponents. Zhou Yongnan's expression turned dark. However, he couldn't do anything about it now. He could only watch as they get humiliated by their opponents. At that moment, the four contestants had already started debugging the mechas. They looked like they were equal, but Zhou Yongnan knew that they were already behind their opponents. Yang Mingji and Li Lanfeng's movements were smooth. Their fingers flew over the screen as they entered different commands into the mechas. The mainframe of the mechas gave them its responses. In a blink of an eye, they found the command that was hidden by the people from the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee. Easy searches like that couldn't stop our leaders. This is not even their fastest speed. I remember that time when our regiment commander entered a command into the system and asked the team leaders to find it within 10 minutes. All the team leaders were drenched with sweat when they tried to find it. In the last 2 minutes, their hand speed increased to a new level due to the immense pressure on them. I believe that they've never moved so fast even when operating their mecha. One of the people remembered that special assessment at that time. All the spectators were so anxious for their team leaders, their faces turned pale too. Oh, that assessment. I think I need to go to the washroom. Every time they recalled the scene, they would feel like going to the toilet. The mecha operator's face turned white. They remembered this assessment clearly because their regiment commander had a punishment for the team leaders who couldn't pass the test. The team leader, including his entire team as well as the logisticians that serviced them, would be punished together. How could they not be worried? However, even though all the 10 team leaders tried their best and even achieved a breakthrough in their hand speed, none of them passed the assessment. Stop mentioning that assessment. I don't want to recall it. The mecha operators wiped the cold sweat off their forehead and threw this memory away. After they found the command, Yang Mingji and Li Lanfeng followed the command and started equipping the mecha based on its requirements. The two representatives from Zhou Yongnan's side weren't slow too. After a month of training, they were very familiar with the works of a mecha engineer. Their speed was even faster than a normal logistician. They had reached the requirements of an outstanding logistician. But, their opponents were too abnormal. Just as they found the hidden command and were about to start equipping the mechas, Li Lanfeng and Yang Mingji shouted at the same time, "Done." The people from the disciplinary and investigation committee hurried over to their screen and looked at the ejection section. All the windows were green. It meant that their work was done properly and the mecha were properly equipped if it entered the ejection port. The leader from the disciplinary and investigation committee looked at the time on this communicator. They didn't take more than 20 seconds to complete everything from debugging to equipping the mecha with seemingly no errors. This time included the time they took to find the command. It was definitely a new record for mecha engineers. Was this the result of letting mecha operators be trained as logisticians? What did this represent? During a battle, their speed of preparation would be much faster than their opponents. The leader gasped when he thought of this. If this was possible to be replicated in every mecha operator, it would change the result of the entire war. The leader felt his heart pounding furiously. His face turned red as he had an ambitious thought in his mind. This was definitely a new discovery. If he reported this to the military and let them spread this training to the rest of the military, he would gain huge merit. However soon, the senior colonel calmed down. He thought about it carefully and then smiled bitterly. This was just his wishful thinking. He couldn't even think of a division which would have the courage to send an ace mecha clan to become the logisticians of another ace mecha clan. Only 1% of the mecha clans in the Federation were ace mecha clans. This meant that among 100 mecha clans, only one was an ace mecha clan. The Federation was situated in the center of the human world. It had ample resources and its land mass was huge. Hence, many surrounding nations were envious of them. If they could take over a part of the Federation's land, they would be able to increase the wealth and power of their nation tremendously. They had nothing to lose if they lose but everything to gain if they won. Hence, the borders of the Federation were always at a state of constant war. The endless war forced the military to treasure every single ace mecha clan they had. On the battlefield, an ace mecha clan was the most powerful unit. It could determine the result of the battle, so why would they want to waste an ace mecha clan to become logisticians for another ace mecha clan? Plus, no matter how fast an ace mecha clan prepared themselves, they were just a small part of the entire war. It wouldn't really affect the big picture. All in all, the loss of sending an ace mecha clan for logistician training outweigh the gains. If he brought up this suggestion, his superior might throw his papers back at him. It was just his whimsical thoughts, basically him just grasping for any straw that could help him gain the favor of his superiors again. The senior colonel calmed down again after he thought it through, and his conclusion was that he was being too hopeful for that idea to work in the real world. He gathered his thoughts and looked at Zhou Yongnan, who had a darkened expression. He said indifferently, Senior Colonel Zhou, you lost. Zhou Yongnan's expression kept changing. However, he was still unwilling to give up hope. He gritted his teeth and said, there are still other logistician skills we can compete in. We won't admit defeat until we are defeated in every single one of them. The mecha operators from 250 Ace Mecha Clan started jeering. Only the new mecha operators kept quiet. All their faces looked worse for wear. They were unwilling to give up. They were still hopeful that they could change the situation around. Li Lanfeng smiled as he raised his head to look at them. A cold light flashed past his eyes. Let's continue then. He didn't expect the other party to admit defeat with just one match. But, it won't take too long for them to be completely defeated. Plus, these new mecha operators only went through 2 sets of training, mecha engineer and a cook. From the instant they stepped foot onto their base, Li Lanfeng didn't even have the faintest thought of letting these new mecha operators enter 250 Ace Mecha Clan for real. What he needed to do now was to step on their faces so hard that they would feel too embarrassed to stay at 250 Ace Mecha Clan. Even if they did stay behind, they would act cautiously and listen to them, never to be able to raise their heads again. Everyone came to the clean and luxurious cafeteria of the 250 Ace Mecha Clan. The cooks had already prepared the ingredients and were already waiting for them at the front of the kitchen. Just like the last match, the people from the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee set the competition. It was to cook the best dish they could under a limited time. The 4 contestants would cook at the same time, and in the end the people from the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee would taste their dishes to see whose dish was more delicious. The result of the battle was decided from the start. Yang Mingji and Li Lanfeng's quick and agile knife skills and their smooth cooking skills amazed the people from the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee from the moment they started to cook. When a fragrant and beautiful dish appeared in front of them, they even thought that the 2 people in front of them were head chefs of a 5-star hotel instead of mecha operators. On the other hand, their opponents' performances were just horrible. Their dishes were either overcooked or burnt. The most they could do was to ensure that their food was cooked. They were unable to have any resemblance of taste in their dish. Zhou Yongnan and the people on his side went pale. Was this a mecha operator? Was this still a mecha operator from a mecha clan? They were already world-class chefs. Although they were their opponents, their stomachs started rumbling uncontrollably when they smelled the fragrance from their dishes. Yang Mingji and Li Lanfeng put down their ladle at the same time and looked at Zhou Yongnan. What do you think? Do you still want to continue? Li Lanfeng coldly asked. Yang Mingji took a towel from the side and wiped his hands slowly. He smiled and said, I haven't cooked in a long time. My cooking skills might have deteriorated. Hope you don't mind. Deteriorated? The people from the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee had already started devouring the dishes. They were crying in their hearts. Compared to these delicious dishes in front of them, their food in their cafeteria was basically pig feed. They must complain about their cooks when they went back. They would ask them to learn their cooking skills again. They couldn't help but get envious of the mecha operators of 250 Ace Mecha Clan. They were so fortunate to stay at this base. The mecha operators already cooked so well. This meant that the real cooks must be even better. Major General Yang and Senior Colonel Li won. The difference was too obvious. As the judge, the leader from the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee couldn't help Zhou Yongnan even if he wanted to. Li Lanfeng slowly walked towards Zhou Yongnan. He stopped in front of Zhou Yongnan and flicked his sleeve. He seemed to be dusting his clothes. Then, he said softly, I said that this is the tradition of 250 Ace Mecha Clan. If you want to stay here, you must follow it. No one is an exception, including us. If you can't do it, go back to where you came from. Stop embarrassing yourself here. Li Lanfeng didn't show any mercy to the other party this time. Li Lanfeng's attitude infuriated the senior colonel beside Zhou Yongnan. He exploded in anger. Go back. Go back my ass. What tradition is this? This is absurd. Only a crazy person would make such a weird tradition. Crazy. Lunatic. He must be a lunatic. The senior colonel felt that he was unjustly humiliated, so he didn't think about what he said. The entire cafeteria instantly turned silent. The soldiers from 250 Ace Mecha clan, who were still smiling a second ago, turned cold. Everyone glared at them. Their gaze was distant and there was even a hint of killing intent in it. Zhou Yongnan was shocked. His comrade must have touched their bottom line. I wanted to let you go freely, but I think I was being too kind. Li Lanfeng narrowed his eyes and slowly smiled. Zhou Yongnan's heart stopped beating when he saw the smile. An unprecedented sense of danger could be felt around him. The veteran mecha operators from 250 Ace Mecha clan took a step closer to Zhou Yongnan and the other new mecha operators. The logisticians, who were scattered among the mecha operators, gathered at the back. Very soon, the new mecha operators were surrounded by the veteran mecha operators. The atmosphere in the cafeteria was tense. A huge throwdown was imminent. The leader from the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee could feel cold sweat on his forehead. He shouted hurriedly, "Everyone, calm down." He knew that nothing good would come from coming to 250 Ace Mecha clan. If the 250 Ace Mecha clan really fought with the new mecha operators, his position as the leader in the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee would be gone. Senior Colonel, we're settling an internal affair. Please follow me to the meeting room to take a rest, Lin Zhongqing went up and said gently. The leader narrowed his eyes. It was obvious that 250 Ace Mecha clan wanted to do something to these disobedient new mecha operators. Since they asked him to go down and have a rest, it meant that they didn't want him to interfere in this matter. Should he interfere or not? His decision could result in two different results. At the same time, it also showed his stand on the matter. If he left, it meant that he stood on General Ling Zhao's side. Of course, he could pretend that he didn't know anything and appear neutral. But, if he continued staying here, he would definitely be going against General Ling Xiao. The leader didn't want to offend the popular General Ling Xiao. He thought for a moment and replied, "Sounds good. I'm feeling tired too." When Zhou Yongnan heard his reply, his expression changed for the worse. He knew that once the people from the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee left, they wouldn't have any chance of ever coming back on top of 250 Ace Mecha clan. Little Zhou, you followed me ever since you were young. I watched you grow up. I trust you a lot, so I can only give this mission to you. Only passing this mission to you would make me feel at ease. Don't worry. I won't let you suffer. The voice of his old chief seemed to appear beside him. His gaze quickly turned vicious. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "You want to punish us secretly? I won't allow you to succeed. Attack them." Then, he rushed out first and attacked Li Lanfeng, who was closest to him. Since they couldn't do it the legal way, they would use brute force. As long as 250 Ace Mecha clan turned into a mess, his old chief would have a chance to get what he wants. Creating a mutiny was his last resort. It was something he didn't want to do, but in the end, he still did it. Zhou Yongnan knew that whether this mutiny succeeded or not, he would have to spend many years in jail. Truthfully, he lodged a complaint to the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee not because he wanted them to help him. He just wanted the people from the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee to witness this mutiny to prove that 250 Ace Mecha clan was actually a mess, proving that the current leaders of 250 Ace Mecha clan were useless. He wasn't the only one with this mission. There were many people helping him. However, Zhou Yongnan didn't know who they were. But, after he shouted, he heard around 5 people shouting among the crowd, "Attack." Then, many people charged at the mecha operators of 250 Ace Mecha clan. The veteran mecha operators were furious when they noticed the newbies attacking them first, so they rushed towards the new mecha operators too. The other newbies, who were still hesitating on whether to fight or not, saw someone rushing at them, so they raised their fist and attacked too. Battle Royale was about to start. Suddenly, a cold voice rang beside everyone's ears. Humph. The voice sounded unhappy. The mecha operators from the two sides felt a heavy force of presence suppressing their actions. Sense. Boom boom boom. The people who were about to fight were smashed onto the ground. They were pushed onto the ground by a force so strong that they couldn't move. Some strong mecha operators were still able to stand, but their faces were all red and hideous. They were trying their best to resist the pressure that was forcing them to kneel down. It wasn't just the pressure on their bodies, as the pressure affected their minds too. Only the domain realm masters were able to stand properly. However, their faces were pale too. It wasn't easy resisting against this heavy force. Zhou Yongnan and some people from his side were standing too. Suddenly, they realized something, and their expressions darkened. The sudden pressure forced them to expose their true ability. Zhou Yongnan's face was very pale. He was worried about him exposing himself, and at the same time, he was frightened by the force from his opponent. How powerful must he be to control the entire situation instantly and basically stop the battle royale with a single snort? Soon, footsteps could be faintly heard. It came closer. The footsteps got louder and clearer as it got nearer. This was the sound of military boots stepping on the ground. The person that just came must be a soldier. His footsteps were slow, but it was firm and orderly. From the footsteps, it showed that the person was calm. It showed the person's confidence too. He was confident that no one would cause trouble under his control. The sound of this footstep was familiar to the veteran mecha operators from 250 Ace Mecha Clan. However, to Zhou Yongnan and the people on his side, it was unfamiliar. Everyone looked towards the main entrance of the cafeteria. The new soldiers were astounded and confused. However, the mecha operators from 250 Ace Mecha Clan had a different expression. Some were elated but frowning. Some looked excited but fearful at the same time. They had admiration in their eyes, but the despair was apparent too. If there was a phrase to describe it, it would be painful but happy. Soon, a cold-looking young man wearing a white cloak over the uniform of the 250 Ace Mecha Clan appeared in front of them. He had a white short whip in his hand, and the insignia on his chest showed that he was a major general. He might be injured as there were bandages wrapped around his hands. His face was covered with bandages too. He might be afraid of scaring people, so he wore a mask, revealing only his mouth and chin. When he appeared, the heavy pressure disappeared instantly. Everyone felt relaxed suddenly, and the people on the ground got up hurriedly. The young man scanned the cafeteria. His sharp gaze caused the people from Zhou Yongnan's side to look away. A cold voice sounded, "I only left for half a year. When did my mecha clan become a place for gang fights?" The voice sounded dangerous. The veteran mecha operators from 250 Ace Mecha Clan quickly woke up from their daze and stood up straight. They saluted. Regiment Commander. Yes, their regiment commander was back. The regiment commander of 250 Ace Mecha Clan was back. The powerful Lieutenant Colonel Ling Lan, wait, it was Major General Ling Lan now, was back. After 5 months of discussion, Ling Lan's merit finally came. She jumped up 3 ranks and became a Major General. She became the second Major General in 250 Ace Mecha Clan. That's right. The position of the regiment commander of 250 Ace Mecha Clan didn't land in other people's hands. Ling Lan was still the regiment commander. She was able to continue being the regiment commander because her father worked really hard to help her keep this position. Since Ling Lan didn't want to leave the military, Ling Xiao would get what Ling Lan wanted even if he had to offend everyone in the military. Plus, this position rightfully belonged to his daughter. Hence, when he fought for the position, he was very confident that he would give her what she wanted. His daughter risked her life to protect the people and the mecha clans, so how could he let other people take over what was rightfully hers? However, Ling Xiao didn't really win too. His actions caused the higher authorities to make the ultimate decision, which ended in both sides having to suffer losses. The higher authorities decided to remove 250 Ace Mecha Clan from the 23rd Division. They wouldn't be under Ling Xiao's control anymore. As for which division they would go to, there was no confirmation yet. Without General Ling Xiao protecting them, Ling Lan and her 250 Ace Mecha Clan would have an uncertain future. Someone with evil intentions could send them to a dangerous battlefield. Thus, the battle for the 250 Ace Mecha Clan hadn't ended yet. Ling Xiao was trying to let 250 Ace Mecha Clan get into a division under the First Marshal's faction. If he had no other choice, he didn't mind letting them into the 13th Division. Of course, the 13th Division was his last trump card. He wouldn't use it until the very last moment. Before the military gave their order, 250 Ace Mecha Clan still belonged to the 23rd Division. Once the order came, 250 Ace Mecha Clan would move to another division. Only the higher authorities knew of this decision. This was why Zhou Yongnan's old chief asked him to act within the next few days. Since they couldn't get the entire big fish, they would split it up so no one would be able to get it whole. But, they didn't expect Ling Lan to come back so quickly. They also underestimated her capabilities. Her appearance ended their scheme before it could start. Ling Lan walked into the cafeteria slowly. After walking past the mecha operators who were standing up straight, she came beside Li Lanfeng. Zhou Yongnan and the other people from his side were in front of her. Li Lanfeng controlled his excitement and said in a low voice, "Regiment Commander, you're back." With Ling Lan around, he didn't feel empty anymore. "Yes. What's the matter?" Ling Lan asked in reply. She held her short whip in her right hand and pointed it at Zhou Yongnan. Li Lanfeng smiled slightly. "New mecha operators. They didn't listen to your command." Ling Lan appeared nonchalant. She looked as though she wanted to end this problem immediately. Zhou Yongnan got agitated when he heard this. "Regiment Commander, it's not." Boom! Ling Lan waved her short whip. Zhou Yongnan flew out and slammed on the table at the side. He slid for a few meters before stopping. He vomited a mouthful of blood. He looked at the cold regiment commander with fear. He didn't expect this regiment commander to disregard the military rule and injure him before he could even say what he wanted to say. Ling Lan glanced at him and said calmly, "I didn't ask you." Zhou Yongnan's face turned pale. Although Ling Lan injured him, he didn't break any military rules. Ling Lan was a regiment commander and Li Lanfeng was a team leader. Although he was a regiment commander before he came to 250 Ace Mecha Clan, he was just a small little soldier now compared to the two people in front who were his superiors. When his superiors were talking, soldiers like him didn't have the right to express their opinion. If he opened his mouth, it was his mistake. Such a matter could be big or small depending on the officer. Most officers didn't like making a hassle over such a small matter, so they didn't enforce the rule. Hence, many soldiers forgot about this rule, even Zhou Yongnan forgot about it. However, with the help of Ling Lan's reminder, he managed to recall this rule clearly. Ling Lan disregarded Zhou Yongnan after she said this. She turned to look at Li Lanfeng. "Continue." Li Lanfeng wasn't as evil as Zhou Yongnan thought. He didn't hide the truth. Instead, he told Ling Lan exactly what had happened and the cause of their gang fight. So they didn't want to do it. Ling Lan scanned the new mecha operators. The indifference in her eyes caused a chill up the spines of the mecha operators. They recalled how Ling Lan attacked Zhou Yongnan. Everyone felt that they would be killed by this frightening regiment commander. One of the lieutenant colonels couldn't withstand the pressure anymore. He raised his hand and shouted, "I would like to leave the 250 Ace Mecha Clan." This statement formed a domino effect in everyone. Many other mecha operators raised their hands and followed suit. "I want to leave too." "Me too." "Me too." "I want to leave." These people had lost their confidence in front of this ruthless and powerful person whom they couldn't defeat. If they continued staying here, they wouldn't get what they wanted even if they schemed to the best of their abilities. In that case, why not leave? It was better than staying here and getting tortured. Ling Lan looked at the new mecha operators coldly. She listened to them until the last person finished saying his request to leave. The entire cafeteria turned silent. Everyone looked at Ling Lan as they waited for her reply. Ling Lan smiled slowly. Then, she gave a burst of cold laughter. She was mocking them. The expressions of the new mecha operators changed drastically. When Li Lanfeng asked them to leave, they didn't want to leave. Now, they couldn't leave even if they wanted to. Since you came, there's no need to leave. Ling Lan gave her final verdict. She was going to imprison these people in 250 Ace Mecha Clan. The moment she finished speaking, she moved. The sounds of objects hitting each other were heard. In a blink of an eye, all the new mecha operators fell on the ground. They were all vomiting blood. Regiment Commander Ling, aren't you being a little overboard? When Ling Lan appeared beside Li Lanfeng again, the leader from the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee opened his mouth and said helplessly. I know that you don't care about military rules, but you can't ignore us like that, right? How can you act right in front of us? Do you have to disregard us so blatantly? Who are you? The senior colonel went speechless when he heard Ling Lan's reply. Fortunately, Lin Zhongqing quickly introduced him, and Ling Lan finally remembered who he was. It was the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee who always liked to create problems out of nothing. Oh, long time no see. What have you been busy with? What have I been busy with? I'm busy with your affairs. The senior colonel felt frustrated. Once again, he confirmed that 250 Ace Mecha Clan was his natural enemy. He would never come to 250 Ace Mecha Clan for any investigation ever again. Senior Colonel Wen received another blow from Ling Lan, so he left 250 Ace Mecha Clan decisively. Leader, are we really going to ignore this matter? When they came out, one of the newer members of his team asked Senior Colonel Wen. Major General Ling had broken the military rules so blatantly in front of them. Why did they ignore it? They were from the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee. Young people were naive with their ideals. They thought that they could maintain justice and save the world. What do you plan to do? Senior Colonel Wen looked at the newer member of his team with pity. He had never experienced any setbacks before, so he was still innocent and naive. The least we could do was to support those mecha operators who wanted to leave and help them leave successfully. The new member felt something was amiss with his leader's expression, so he kept his answer short and only said the things they could do. Senior Colonel Wen's unhappiness dissipated a little when he noticed the newer member of his team speaking cautiously. This new member was a smart person he could groom, so he decided to enlighten the young man and teach him some things. This matter is not as simple as you think. Why? The new member was puzzled. At first, Colonel Li wanted to let them leave, right? Why can't they leave after Major General Ling came? Some things can be done by the people below but not by the person himself, Senior Colonel Wen answered. Huh? The new member didn't understand. Colonel Li can allow these people to leave because he wasn't the real regiment commander. However, if Regiment Commander Ling allowed them to leave, it meant that he is useless. Senior Colonel Wen noticed that some older members also looked confused, so he explained to them too. Everyone finally understood their leader. But, Major General Ling beat his soldiers right in front of us. Aren't we going to report this? The new member still didn't want to neglect his duty. Report? What evidence do we have? Senior Colonel Wen looked at him blankly. There are so many people there and there must be recordings of the incident. I recorded the scene too. The new member seemed excited. This was a valid piece of evidence. With this evidence in hand, the guilty party couldn't deny what he did, no matter how powerful he was. You should take a look at your recording first, One of the older members noticed that his leader was getting angry, so he quickly reminded the new member. The new member was confused, but he still checked his communicator. He wasn't able to find the video that he recorded. What happened to it? The new member looked up in shock. The moment we entered 250 Ace Mecha Clan, all our communication and recording devices become useless. They looked as though they worked perfectly, but in actual fact, they couldn't be used. The older member sighed. The last time they came to 250 Ace Mecha Clan, they recorded some video evidence too. However, when they tried to use the videos as evidence, they realized that it couldn't be found. But, we saw it. The new member didn't give up. Idiot. So what if we saw it? How many people do we have? How many people do they have? Senior Colonel Wen scolded in a low voice, since you came to the Disciplinary and Investigation Committee, you must understand that we speak based on evidence. Without solid evidence, nothing can be concluded. Don't embarrass yourself. The new member blushed and lowered his head. I understand, leader. Alright, let's go. Senior Colonel Wen didn't have the heart to talk to these dumb-witted people anymore. He left the base with a cold face. The new member sat quickly in the hover car. He looked back at the entrance of the base and made a promise to himself. I will find evidence one day. Once all the outsiders had left, the tense atmosphere disappeared. Boss! Luo Lang rushed over and wanted to hug Ling Lan. Just as he was about to reach Ling Lan, a frightening gust of wind struck at him. Luo Lang held his arms in front of him and stopped the vicious kick. Li Lanfeng, what are you doing? Li Lanfeng shouted angrily. Li Lanfeng was the one who kicked Luo Lang. This was a sneak attack. If Luo Lang didn't react in time, he would have been kicked. Li Lanfeng placed his right leg back on the ground and said calmly, Regiment Commander is still injured. Don't be so reckless. Luo Lang's face turned red in shame as he regretted his actions. He was too excited, so he forgot about his boss's injury. If Li Lanfeng didn't stop him, he might have injured his boss even further. His anger disappeared and he looked at Li Lanfeng gratefully. Ling Lan shook her head as she sighed at Luo Lang's innocence. So what if he really hugged her? With her capabilities, she wouldn't be hurt no matter how hard Luo Lang hugged her. Luo Lang got fooled by Li Lanfeng again. Many people knew this, but since Li Lanfeng was doing it for the sake of their boss, they didn't say anything. Xie Yi moved his mouth but chose to keep quiet in the end. Forget it. Let Luo Lang remain so naive. It's good to live without any worries too. The calm personality was thinking the same way too. Hence, everyone allowed Luo Lang to continue being an innocent and naive person. Boss, welcome back. Qi Long coughed and welcomed their boss on behalf of Ling Tian. Regiment Commander, welcome back. Yang Mingji smiled. He represented all the veteran soldiers of 250 Ace Mecha Clan. Yes, I'm back, Ling Lan looked at everyone and said. Yay! Everyone shouted to the sky happily. Although they believed that their regiment commander would come back, the past 5 months was still torture to them. They could finally relax now. Ling Lan was touched. After experiencing war, these mecha operators finally treated her as their regiment commander sincerely. She felt that her decision to come back was right. If she left, how could she answer to all these mecha operators who believed in her? Since you trust me, I won't leave you. After everyone calmed down, Ling Lan turned her attention to the new mecha operators who were badly injured. Everyone knew that their regiment commander was going to make arrangements for these new mecha operators. Hence, they regained their composure and the cafeteria turned quiet again. Everyone, including the new mecha operators, waited for Ling Lan's decision. Ling Lan played with her short whip and looked at the people on the floor quietly as she thought about what to do with them. Leader Yang, it seems like you have become more relaxed over the past 5 months, Ling Lan looked up at Yang Mingji suddenly and said. Although Li Lanfeng was the person everyone listened to when Ling Lan wasn't around, the team leader of Team 01, Yang Mingji, was the real person who should control of the entire 250 Ace Mecha clan when Ling Lan was absent. Hence, Ling Lan looked for Yang Mingji first. Yang Mingji felt touched by the gesture. He knew that as someone who entered halfway in, Ling Lan's comrades wouldn't trust him completely. It was normal for people to believe someone close to them. Some people might even suppress others in order to allow their confidants to gain a higher position. However, Ling Lan wasn't like this. He would help him to protect his position in front of the 250 Ace Mecha clan. Like just now, Ling Lan didn't ask Li Lanfeng about the situation in 250 Ace Mecha clan, instead she chose to ask him first. This was a form of protection and trust. Yang Mingji was an experienced and smart soldier. He managed to calm down quickly and replied in a serious tone, "Regiment Commander, we have been following your training regimens without fail. Leader Yang, you must catch up with the times." Ling Lan looked at the veteran soldiers. These veteran mecha operators had regained their past strength. Some were even more powerful than they used to be. How was this intensity of training enough to push them? Wasn't he going to talk about the new mecha operators? Why did their regiment commander suddenly talk about them? The veteran soldiers looked at the cold gaze of the regiment commander and shivered in fear. They could almost see the light at the end of the tunnel. Everyone knew that Ling Lan was going to punish them for what had happened just now. The veteran soldiers also participated in the gang fight, so none of them were able to escape. Well, since you have the energy to fight, it means that the training is not tough enough. Ling Lan smiled coldly. From now on, you'll double your training every day. Double? We're dead. Help, I don't want to do it. Regiment Commander, please spare us. Everyone started groaning and pleading their regiment commander. Unfortunately, Ling Lan was heartless. 3 times. Ling Lan's cold voice entered everyone's ears again. No. We can't do it. We'll die. 4 times. Ling Lan didn't change her expression as she increased the intensity of the training again. F***K. Qi Long finally regained his senses. He jumped up quickly and shouted, "Team 03, gather." If he continued to keep quiet, the intensity would continue increasing. Qi Long knew that if there were any more objections, their boss would increase the intensity to 5 times or 6 times. If that happened, they would really be dead. The other team leaders reacted quickly and gathered their teams too. 4 times sounded like a lot, but with their ability now, and with the help of Li Shiyu's agent, there was still some hope of completing it. If they reacted slower, it would really be hopeless. Soon, all the mecha operators left with their leaders. If they didn't start their training now, they wouldn't be able to complete 4 times the training before midnight. The cafeteria got emptier. Many logisticians shrunk back in fear as they tried to make themselves invisible. They were afraid that they would alert their regiment commander and he would punish them too. By now, everyone knew that their regiment commander was very angry about the gang fight. He was really angry. They had spurred the mecha operators to start fighting too, so they weren't innocent. The new mecha operators looked at Ling Lan with fear and curiosity in their eyes. They didn't know why he didn't take care of them first, but instead he punished the veteran soldiers first. Was he afraid of the factions behind them? If that was the case, it was good news. Before they could breathe a sigh of relief, they noticed that Ling Lan was looking at them with dead eyes. She knocked her whip on her left palm light, seemingly contemplating something. Suddenly, she looked up and shouted, "Shiyu." A young man wearing a white gown over his military uniform replied with a smile, "Regiment Commander, what's your order? Do you still need people for your experiments?" Ling Lan replied calmly. Li Shiyu had always terrified people, even Ling Lan sometimes. He quickly answered without any hesitation, "The last batch has been used too many times. It's good to have fresh people to experiment with." Li Shiyu didn't just cooperate with Ling Lan verbally. He even went forward and squatted beside a new mecha operator. He put on some surgical gloves and started pressing the mecha operator's neck. Then, he grabbed the mecha operator's arm and squeezed it before giving a satisfied smile. He stood up and walked back to Ling Lan as he took off his gloves. When he walked past a rubbish bin, he threw the gloves inside. He came beside Ling Lan and said, "These people are muscular and energetic. Not bad. They can last for a while." The logisticians at the side suddenly remembered a rumor they heard regarding the head of the medical department. He was able to remain in his position and control the entire medical department because he was using humans for his experiments to satisfy regiment commanders' sadistic urges. So, the rumor was true. At first, no one believed it. Headley had a gentle smile and a gentle aura around him. He didn't look like someone who would do this. But after seeing his actions, you really can't judge a book by its cover. The logisticians looked at Li Shiyu in fear. That gentle smile seemed like the smile of a devil now. The new mecha operators saw the fearful expressions of the logisticians, so they started shivering too. Were they going to die during experiments instead of dying on the battlefield? This is illegal. One of the mecha operators couldn't control his fear and started shouting. Ling Lan glanced at him. The mecha operator suddenly felt something banging his head. He lost consciousness. "Bastard, go and die." A few people among the crowd suddenly jumped up and charged at Ling Lan furiously. One of them was Zhou Yongnan. "Get down." Ling Lan pushed her hand down. The people in mid-air slammed onto the ground vertically. The hard ground cracked. The cracks looked like a series of spiderwebs. The ground only stopped cracking when it was 1 meter away from the bodies of these people. "I was wondering how long you can keep quiet." Ling Lan smiled coldly. "It seems like I have overestimated you. You will go to hell." Zhou Yongnan gritted his teeth. His eyes were bloodshot. Anyone with even the slightest hint of humanity in them would hate Ling Lan's ruthless behavior. "Go to hell." "That's right. I wish you good luck," Ling Lan said with pity. She looked sympathetic, but she still treated Zhou Yongnan and the others as if they were worthless. The medics from the medical department quickly rushed over. They were all fully covered in protective gear that covered every single part of their body. They put down the medic box in their hands carefully and opened it slowly. They took out syringes and a bottle of green agent. They extracted the agent into the syringes and then carefully placed the bottles back into the medic box. Then, they walked to the mecha operators that were suppressed by Ling Lan and started wiping alcohol on their arms to prepare for an injection. "What are you trying to do? Get away from me. Get away." Obviously, this scene had scared all the new mecha operators. They felt that this agent was definitely not a good thing. If not, why were these people so careful? They couldn't keep their cool anymore. They disregarded their pride and started struggling furiously. They screamed and shouted as they tried to escape their sorrowful fate. "Don't be nervous. This is a new agent I just invented. You are the first people to try it." Li Shiyu was afraid that they wouldn't break down mentally, so he scared them even more. The logistician who were watching at the side gasped in shock. Sob, Headley looked so scary now. "Head Lin, please save us." Thus, under the looks of fear and despair, the new mecha operators were injected with the agents. Within a few seconds, everyone turned quiet. They first shuddered, then they stopped moving completely. Ling Lan glanced at Li Shiyu in surprise. What was this scary new agent? Why was it so powerful that these powerful mecha operators fainted almost instantly? Li Shiyu smiled and moved his mouth. He mouthed out the words, "top-class anesthesia." The agent that Li Shiyu injected into the mecha operators was not a new agent he just invented. It was just anesthesia. After experimenting it, 1 syringe of this anesthesia was enough to knock out a person as powerful as Ling Xiao. However, the time they remained unconscious depends individually. Ling Lan was speechless. Wasn't it just anesthesia? Why did he have to make it seem like some biohazard? She even got nervous for a moment. She was afraid that Li Shiyu would accidentally kill these mecha operators that came to her mecha clan voluntarily. Actually, Ling Lan was really happy when she knew that close to 100 powerful mecha operators had come to her mecha clan. Before she came, she had already decided to keep these people here no matter what it takes. She wouldn't let them have any chance of escaping. Ling Lan wanted to keep these mecha operators because 250 Ace Mecha Clan was lacking in people. As a mecha clan, 250 Ace Mecha Clan didn't have enough people. This problem could be solved by randomly adding some mecha operator, but Ling Lan had very high requirements. She didn't want normal mecha operators unless it was a highly talented young Ace Mecha Master. Those that Ling Lan liked were famous Ace Mecha Masters who had made a name for themselves already. However, these people already hold high positions and wouldn't join a new mecha clan as a normal member. Even if someone was stupid enough to ask for a transfer, their superiors wouldn't let them. This kind of Ace Mecha Masters were treasures wherever they went. No mecha clans were like the 250 Ace Mecha Clan where almost everyone was an Ace Mecha Master. The other mecha clans were quite envious of 250 Ace Mecha Clan because of this. These highly talented and young Ace Mecha Masters were eyed on by the other mecha clans too. After all, the current powerful Ace Mecha Masters represent the present while these potential of these new mecha operators represented the future. They were the hopes of the mecha clans. Hence, all the mecha clans would accept these new mecha operators if they were willing to come. They would groom them specially by giving them the position of a leader of a team. There were even luxurious grooming packages in some mecha clans. Ultimately, these young mecha operators enjoyed many benefits. However, 250 Ace Mecha Clan was unable to give them any of these. There were 200 mecha operators in 250 Ace Mecha Clan. All of them had the ability to become team leaders. These new mecha operators couldn't be compared with them. Thus, if a new mecha operator entered 250 Ace Mecha Clan, he wouldn't be able to enjoy any benefits at all. He could only start as a normal member and climb his way up slowly. This was a result of Ling Lan's benevolence. If not, based on the requirements of 250 Ace Mecha Clan, the new mecha operators might not have the chance to board a mecha at all. They could only spend their days training. Thus, no sane mecha operators were willing to go there. Anyone with a sound mind would choose a mecha clan that could give them better benefits. This was why 250 Ace Mecha Clan couldn't increase the size of their mecha operator team. Even Chief he cursed uncontrollably when he saw the requirements for mecha operators given by 250 Ace Mecha Clan. The two people from the Ling family always looked for him whenever they needed something. Hence, he was tasked to find more mecha operators for 250 Ace Mecha Clan. This was a difficult matter given the circumstances he was under. He grew more white hair in this period of time. The 23rd Division was a new division. They didn't have much foundation so they couldn't force mecha clans give out their powerful mecha operators. This cruel reality forced Chief He to look at the entire military instead of just his division. Damn it! If he couldn't draw his own blood, he would draw other people's blood. Chief He was a smart person. He focused his attention on the factions that wanted to stuff their men into 250 Ace Mecha Clan. Well, you want to go there? Fine, I only want the best mecha operators. The other factions were able to stuff so many powerful mecha operators into 250 Ace Mecha Clan because Chief He helped them to ease their way into the clan. After interacting with those two people from the Ling family, Chief He had no choice but to learn to scheme. Thus, another righteous person had fallen under the hands of the Ling family. As for whether Ling Lan was able to make all these mecha operators listen to her, it was not his concern. In actual fact, Ling Lan was satisfied with what Chief He did. After she got back and heard from her father that close 100 powerful mecha operators came to 250 Ace Mecha Clan, she smiled. Why were her father's opponents so cute? They gave her just what she needed. As for the faction behind these mecha masters, Ling Lan didn't care. Since they came to the 250 Ace Mecha clan, they would remain as mecha operators of 250 Ace Mecha clan. Even if they die, they would become the ghost of 250 Ace Mecha clan. Sometimes, Ling Lan was quite stubborn and domineering. However, Ling Lan didn't realize this as she had always felt like she was a reasonable person. Anyway, when did her military doctor become so evil? Who taught him all those bad things? Ling Lan thought about this question carefully. She missed the kind and easily fooled Li Shiyu of the past. For some reason, the image of Li Lanfeng smiling brightly appeared in her mind. It must be that bastard. Ling Lan quickly pushed the blame to Li Lanfeng. The unconscious mecha operators in the cafeteria were sent to the medical center. For a period of time, they would be tortured by Li Shiyu's agents. They would visit to hell and come back to life again. It couldn't be helped. These mecha operators were elite ace mecha masters, but after experiencing many battles and life-or-death situations, their bodies were badly damaged. If they didn't come to 250 Ace Mecha clan, their health would deteriorate as they aged. They were at their peak health now, but once they grew old, they could only retire with a body full of injuries. If you looked at it in some way, they were very lucky to have come to 250 Ace Mecha clan. At the same time, they were unfortunate too. If they wanted to be acknowledged by Ling Lan and become a real member of 250 Ace Mecha clan, they needed to go through much torment. In the future, there were more torments waiting for them. The logisticians hiding at the back didn't escape their punishments too. However, their situation was better. Their training was only 2 times more intense than the training the mecha operators had to undergo. All the logisticians felt grateful. They were glad that their regiment commander showed them some mercy. They didn't know that the intensity of their training was greater than the intensity of the mecha operators' training in other mecha clans. Hence, their happiness was gotten through comparison. After they finished training, they would lay on the ground tiredly. But, when they saw the torture the mecha operators had to go through and their looks of despair, they felt happier. After 1 week of torment, their regiment commander finally gave them a day off. Maybe Ling Lan felt that their performance was not bad. That day, the entire 250 Ace Mecha clan was quiet. Oh wait, snores could be heard in all corners of the dormitory district. The people at the bottom were able to sleep for the day to replenish their energy, but the 10 team leaders and the heads of the various departments couldn't enjoy this privilege. They were thrown out of the base by their regiment commander so that they could welcome the new mecha operators and the new logisticians. As the team leaders of the mecha clans, they had to go to the spaceport to recruit some cadets. As for Lin Zhongqing and Li Shiyu, they went to the logistics department of the 23rd Division to ask for some logisticians before the department finished their arrangements. They were in a hurry because Ling Lan knew that she didn't have much time. Before the order from the military headquarters came, she must make sure that the number of people in the mecha clan reached the minimum requirement. If not, when they go to other divisions, their superiors might try to place their men into her mecha clan. This wasn't the same as the 100 new mecha operators. These mecha operators were from different factions, so they were guarded against one another and were unable to work together. Ling Lan was confident that she could control them. However, if many people from the same faction were sent in, it would be a different problem. 250 Ace Mecha clan was lacking close to 1,000 mecha operators. This meant that her 250 Ace Mecha clan would not be hers anymore if the 1,000 empty slots were filled with by an opposing faction. Ling Xiao knew this too. However, there were people watching over him, so he couldn't act freely. He was able to give 250 Ace Mecha clan what they deserved, but Ling Lan had to rely on herself for other things. Hence, she had to send all the leaders of the 250 Ace Mecha clan to recruit some cadets. Plus, Ling Lan needed to go somewhere. This was an idea from Chief He. If she succeeded, she would be able to fill up half of the empty slots for mecha operators. In the spaceport, multiple military vessels had landed there. Besides war times, the spaceport would be really busy during this time of the year. The recruits from the military academies who managed to enter the 23rd Division successfully would be sent here at this time every year. They would then be distributed accordingly. This was the day when every mecha clan would send a representative over to assess new recruits too. The quiet spaceport turned lively today. Compared to the past few years, there were more representatives from the various mecha clans this year. There were quite a few exceptional recruits this year too. The total number of recruits were more than the total number in the past few years too. A military vessel slowly moved towards the spaceport of planet Southcrest. 6 young people sat around a round table in the lounge area of the starship. They were waiting for the JMCs on the starship to notify them to get out of the starship. The image of planet Southcrest was displayed on a huge screen. Wow, leader! Is this planet Southcrest? It's really beautiful. A cute young man shouted excitedly when he saw the image. Little Tao, you're so childish. This is the headquarters of the 23rd Division. How can you use beautiful to describe it? A handsome young man teased him. Yen Wuyo, I'm not talking to you. I'm asking our leader. The cute young man glared at the person. This bad person always liked to tease him. The leader he was referring to was the stern-looking young man on the other side of the table. The leader got attracted by little Tao's words and was also looking intently at the screen. There was excitement in his eyes which were calm most of the time. After 2 years, he finally came here. He was very close to the person he admired. The cold young man noticed his unstable emotions, so he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Ling Yi, you can't be excited now. You haven't entered his mecha clan yet. You still have to work hard. That's right. This person was Ling Yi. He had always wanted to follow Ling Lan. In order to catch up with Ling Lan, he trained with all his might and finally managed to enter the 23rd Division in his 5th year. Other people might still be lost, but Ling Yi knew what he wanted. He wouldn't go anywhere else besides 250 Ace Mecha Clan. Ling Lan's actions on planet Haijiao were made known to everyone. Hence, Ling Yi, who had always been following Ling Lan, knew where he went. His only choice was 250 Ace Mecha Clan. No one could change his mind. Ling Yi was just a cadet, so he didn't know the battle for power between the higher authorities. He also didn't know that the young Master Lan he respected almost couldn't return to 250 Ace Mecha Clan. The military vessel entered the spaceport. Ling Yi and his team members followed the crowd and alighted the military vessel. The spaceport on planet Southcrest was a military spaceport. This meant that it wasn't as lively and messy as other public spaceports. In the spaceport, many military vessels were parked in an orderly manner. There were guards on duty in all the important locations. Along the way, they met some soldiers who hurried along with their missions in hand. They admired the tidy and handsome blue-white uniform on these soldiers. Of course, most of the people they saw were cadets who just entered the 23rd Division. It was obvious that they were cadets. The cadets were wearing the green uniform which only recruits would wear. Whether it was the design or the material, it couldn't be compared to the military uniform for the official soldiers of the 23rd Division. If they wanted to wear those uniforms, they needed to survive their recruit training. Ling Yi and his group followed the instructions of the soldiers on duty and came to the resting hall. There were already many people in the hall, but they quickly found a row of seats and sat down. Most of the people in the hall were recruits. There were some veteran soldiers in blue-white uniforms too. Most of them were first lieutenants and captains. They would look up at the recruits occasionally and then write something down on their virtual screens. Leader, are these the invigilators for the first round of assessment? Our teacher has always mentioned them. Rong Zirua leaned close to Ling Yi and asked in a soft voice. You should be right. Ling Yi nodded. They had prepared beforehand. Their teacher wanted them to have a better stage to show off their talent, so he reminded them before they left, to be mindful of their actions the moment they entered the military vessel of the 23rd Division. The assessments of the various mecha clans might have started without them realizing. Of course, this kind of assessment was held secretly due to the fact that the military headquarters wouldn't allow such assessments to be held publicly, so this was just held based on the agreement between mecha clans. The military headquarters banned these kinds of assessment because they didn't want the strength of the mecha clans to vary too much. However, Ling Yi and his team members weren't sure about the assessment criteria. They only knew that once they finished their recruit training, the mecha clans would start inviting them in. They would only know which mecha clan had their eyes on them during that time. There might even be a fight for them. Of course, they were the outstanding ones among the crowd. They were considered geniuses in their academy. Tao Xiaotao always felt that his leader was a genius, so he looked at Ling Yi with admiration. He lowered his voice and said, "Leader, there'll be a lot of mecha clans that will invite you." Tao Xiaotao thought about himself. He was good at nothing. He had only managed to barely pass the selection criteria, so no one would pick him. His eyes dimmed. "I wonder where I'll go to. Leader, do we have to be separated?" Everyone got demoralized by Tao Xiaotao's words. This was something all the battle clans had to go through when they entered the military. Unless a miracle happened, such as forming a battle team the moment they came out of the recruit training camp, they would have to be separated. "Don't worry. We'll be together," Ling Yi said seriously. "Yes. Based on our leader's capabilities, you should be able to stand firmly in your mecha clan soon. After that, you can find someone to bring you over." Hua Qingxin noticed everyone's low morale, so he quickly cheered everyone up. Everyone's mood got better when they heard this. Only Yi Qingge continued to give a serious expression. He wasn't moved. Everyone turned solemn again. "Qingge, did I say something wrong?" Hua Qingxin asked awkwardly. Yi Qingge shook his head. "No." Hua Qingxin wanted to heave a sigh of relief, but Yi Qingge continued, "However, our leader has to go to a normal mecha clan for that to happen." He looked at Ling Yi. His eyes were glistening. He understood his leader. "But, our leader will never go to a normal mecha clan." From the moment he chose to apply for the 23rd Division, Yi Qingge knew that Ling Yi had chosen the hardest path. Everyone remembered what Ling Yi said a few years ago. Tao Xiaotao swallowed his saliva and smacked his lips a few times before saying, "Leader, do you really want to go to 250 Ace Mecha Clan? But, you don't meet the requirements." 250 Ace Mecha Clan was a place where legends gathered. It wasn't a place recruits like them could enter. Based on the news they received, 250 Ace Mecha Clan only accepted experienced and powerful elite Ace Mecha Masters. Besides Ling Yi and Yi Qingge, who were middle-stage Ace Mecha Masters, the other 4 people were just special class operators. They didn't even hit the lowest requirements. How were they able to enter 250 Ace Mecha Clan? "I know. That's why I will apply to become a logistician." Ling Yi had made his decision long ago. However, he felt sorry for the comrades who followed him for so many years. "Logistician?" Tao Xiaotao exclaimed. He wanted to vomit blood. Ling Yi had a bright future ahead of himself. Yet, for the sake of Ling Lan, he gave up all the honor, merits, power and status he could get. This was something Tao Xiaotao would never wrap his head around. Tao Xiaotao's exclamation disturbed the other cadets around them. They looked over at him curiously, but some glared at him. Tao Xiaotao quickly stood up and apologized. Then, he sat down and took a few deep breaths to calm down. He wasn't the only one that was shocked. The other 4 people in the group were astounded too. They just didn't act it out. Yi Qingge stared at Ling Yi's eyes intently. Ling Yi didn't look away from his stare. He was firm with his decision. After a few seconds, Yi Qingge said in a low voice, "Have you really decided?" "Yes," Ling Yi only replied with a word, but Yi Qingge understood him. "I understand." Yi Qingge took a deep breath. "In that case, we might not have to split up anymore." Everyone's eyes lit up. Only Tao Xiaotao remained confused. Let's all go into 250 Ace Mecha Clan as logisticians. Chenga felt that no matter how powerful a mecha clan was, they wouldn't reject 2 Ace Mecha Masters and 4 Special Class Operators as their logisticians. If Chenga knew that there were close to 100 Special Class Operators as logisticians in 250 Ace Mecha Clan, he might not be so confident anymore. The resting hall was soon filled with cadets. By right, they should be sent to the recruit training camp after everyone had gathered. However, the spaceport didn't seem to have made any arrangements for it. Not only that, the officers that were sitting among the cadets received some notification and seemed surprised by it. They stood up and walked out of the hall. Half an hour later, more and more people gathered in the hall. Those that came later had no seats and had to stand by the walls. They were waiting for their next orders. "Leader, did something happen?" Yen Wuyo frowned and asked. "Something must have happened," Chenga replied calmly. At this moment, the voice of a JMC of the spaceport sounded. "Cadets, please take notice. Due to sudden circumstances, you will be assigned to your mecha clans now. Cadets, please take notice." The JMC repeated the announcement 3 times. All the cadets were shocked. They didn't know if this was a good or bad thing. The adaptive ability of the people at the spaceport was strong. Within a short time, all the recruits were sent to the registration hall. Many officers who just received the notification had arrived at the registration hall. Officers from all ranks could be seen. It was very messy. This was because the snatching of recruits, which was supposed to happen 3 months later, was pushed to today forcibly. Many mecha clans were caught off guard. The team leaders of many battle teams couldn't come in time, so they could only ask the officers that came to assess the recruits to replace them. At that moment, in the staff officer department, all the staff officers were busy with work. The busiest person was, of course, our Chief of Staff. "Chief of Staff, the military is asking why we pushed the time for the recruitment of recruits forward. How should we reply to them?" One of the staff officers ran over and wiped the sweat off his forehead. He was asking He Shuyang, who was sitting calmly behind his office desk. He Shuyang was the one who gave the order to distribute the recruits before their training camp. He was the one who started this tsunami. "Tell them that the training camp is destroyed by an earthquake, so we can't hold the training camp now. We have no choice but to distribute the recruits first," He Shuyang replied with a straight face. "Chief of Staff, you're shameless." The staff officer knew that the recruit camp was perfectly fine. When the 23rd Division built the camp, they considered all possibilities and evaded the areas where earthquakes could happen. Was it all right to reply to the military headquarters with such an obvious lie? The staff officer was worried about his superior. However, He Shuyang didn't need his concern. When he saw his officer standing still, he raised his eyebrows and looked at him. "Why are you still here?" The staff officer had no choice but to leave. He replied to the military headquarters with what He Shuyang said. He Shuyang didn't care whether the military headquarters believed him. His most important task was to fill up empty slots in 250 Ace Mecha Clan. He Shuyang felt stressed. He looked out of the window and recalled the news he got from General Ling Xiao just now. He started frowning again. "There's no time now." Ling Xiao looked at the information he just received and said the same thing. "We can't wait anymore." The moment Ling Yi entered the registration hall, many officers took notice of him. "You're recruit Ling Yi from the 1st Men's Military Academy, right?" Everyone was stunned by the sudden change of events, so they didn't act like they normally would. In the past, they would carefully observe their targets before inviting them. Now, they didn't wait at all and acted directly. Everyone wanted to get the people they wanted as soon as possible in case something unexpected happened again. "Yes." Ling Yi nodded. "I'm from the XX Mecha Clan. I would like to invite you to our Mecha Clan." One of the majors went directly into the topic. The other officers that were interested in Ling Yi came forward too. They all invited Ling Yi. They weren't as calm as they used to be. I'm sorry. I already have a mecha clan I want. Many mecha clans invited Ling Yi. One of them was even a titled Super Mecha Clan. If he entered that mecha clan, he would have a bright future ahead of himself. However, all these benefits and offers didn't waver Ling Yi's decision. May I know which mecha clan you want to go to? The officers continued asking. They didn't want to give up. If Ling Yi's target was just a normal mecha clan, they were confident that they could persuade him over. I want to go to 250 Ace Mecha Clan, Ling Yi said proudly. That was the mecha clan his family head had created, a mecha clan that created many miracles. The expressions of the officers turned strange. Some even looked at Ling Yi with pity. 250 Ace Mecha Clan was the hero of the entire federation. However, in the 23rd Division, 250 Ace Mecha Clan was in a weird position. Many people were envious of the people inside, but no one wanted to get into the mecha clan. They didn't want to die yet. A few regiment commanders who had the honor of witnessing the training of 250 Ace Mecha Clan got frightened. The intensity of the training was not something a normal person could handle. Everyone in 250 Ace Mecha Clan was a lunatic. The officer realized his breach of etiquette, so he coughed and said calmly, "Your goal is good, but the 250 Ace Mecha Clan is not a mecha clan anyone can enter. If you're not an experienced elite Ace Mecha Master, they wouldn't want you." Ling Yi, don't be overambitious. Someone reminded Ling Yi with concern. I understand. That's why I applied to be a logistician, Ling Yi answered seriously. What? Almost all the officers wanted to vomit blood. They persuaded him nicely and even promised that they would groom him personally, but he still wanted to enter the 250 Ace Mecha Clan as a logistician. You're giving up on yourself. How can you go there and be a logistician? One of the officers couldn't control his emotions anymore. Why? Do you have a problem with us? A clear voice rang through the hall. The expressions of the furious officers suddenly changed. The 250 Ace Mecha Clan. The 250 Ace Mecha Clan had appeared. Two young people appeared at the entrance. One was bright and cheerful while the other was beautiful. Ling Yi looked at the two people who just came and a rare smile appeared on his face. It's them. The 6 people from the Ling Yi battle clan thought of the same thing. 2 team leaders of the 250 Ace Mecha Clan, Xie Yi and Luo Lang, walked into the hall. Senior Xie. Senior Luo. All the recruits from the 1st Men's Military Academy stood up in unplanned unison as they greeted their seniors excitedly. They didn't greet at the same time, so it was really noisy and messy, but it was obvious that they were greeting Xie Yi and Luo Lang. They gave nicknames to the 8 men under the king of the 1st Men's Military Academy, Ling Lan. They were known as the 8 Lords. Luo Lang and Xie Yi were 2 of the lords. Of course, their names became famous after they left the military academy, so Ling Lan and her comrades didn't know that they had become a legend in the military academy. Ling Lan was the invincible and mighty domineering King Lan. The 8 lords were Loyal Lord, Qi Long. He had a humble face, so all his juniors felt that he was the most loyal to Ling Lan. Thus, they gave him this nickname. Beauty Lord, Luo Lang. Just like what the name meant, it was given based on Luo Lang's beauty. Friendly Lord, Xie Yi. Xie Yi was a bright and cheerful person. He could make friends with anyone. At the start, everyone had different nicknames for him. In the end, Friendly Lord got the most votes and this nickname was given to Xie Yi. Tactic Lord, Han Jijian. When Ling Lan reigned over the military academy, Li Lanfeng had already left. Hence, their juniors didn't know that Ling Lan had 2 advisors. They always saw Han Jijian making schemes for Ling Lan, so they gave him this nickname. Logistics Lord, Lin Zhongqing. Lin Zhongqing's nickname was the first to be confirmed by everyone. His presence meant quality logisticians. They used Lin Zhongqing's nickname as a template to confirm the nicknames of the other people. Manager Lord, Wu Jiong. Whether it was before Ling Lan reigned over the military academy or after, she was never the one who managed her team. It was Wu Jiong. His outstanding management ability gained everyone's acknowledgement, so they gave him this nickname. Violent Lord, Li Yingjie. Fine, every time there was trouble, Li Yingjie could be seen lurking around in the scene. The teachers and students of the First Men's Military Academy knew that there had to be a bad man in a team, and Li Yingjie was the bad man. Actually, many people wanted to call Li Yingjie the Evil Lord or the Devil Lord. However, as the legend of the school, the names of the 8 lords would be recorded in the history of their school. If they gave such a lousy nickname to their lord, they would be embarrassed too. To maintain their dignity, everyone decided to give a neutral nickname. Pioneer Lord, Yi Su. If Li Yingjie was an irritating person, Yi Su was a likable person. He represented righteousness. He would always appear in areas where there were trouble. He was always the one in the lead, so he was given this nickname. Although Wu Jiong and Yi Su didn't stay with Ling Lan after they entered the military, their contribution to Ling Lan's reign couldn't be overlooked. Hence, the 2 of them were included inside the 8 lords. Luo Lang looked at Xie Yi in a questioning manner when he heard the people shouting his name. He was puzzled. Who were these people? In the military academy, Luo Lang only paid attention to his boss. He didn't care about anything else. Besides his boss, the only other things he did was practice and more practice. He didn't know anyone here. Oh, he knew one person. He knew Ling Yi. He remembered Ling Yi because this person was very durable. He could find him to practice his physical skills. Xie Yi understood Luo Lang well. Hence, when he saw Luo Lang's gaze, he lowered his head and explained that these were all their juniors from the First Men's Military Academy. Luo Lang finally knew what was happening. He quickly put on a gentle and amiable to show everyone that he didn't forget about his juniors. Xie Yi couldn't bear to look at him. He turned his head slowly. Luo Lang felt that he had shown his friendliness to his juniors, so he turned and looked at one of the majors coldly. Do you have anything against our 250 Ace Mecha clan? His domineering attitude made the major furious. The major's comrade saw this and pulled his sleeve quickly to remind him to stay calm. Ling Lan was unable to recover, so he was removed from the position as the regiment commander of 250 Ace Mecha clan. The military hadn't announced that Ling Lan had resumed her position. Only a few higher authorities in the 23rd Division knew about this, making the future of 250 Ace Mecha clan uncertain. However, this Mecha clan was still created by Lieutenant Colonel Ling, so General Ling Xiao would take extra care of 250 Ace Mecha clan. After all, Ling Lan was Ling Xiao's son. Hence, it was useless to offend the 250 Ace Mecha clan now. They should control their emotions and wait to see what would happen. If the 250 Ace Mecha clan was really forsaken, they would be able to take their revenge then. Anyone who was able to become a high-ranking officer wasn't stupid. The major got reminded by his comrade and calmed down almost instantly. He squeezed out a smile and softened his attitude. Why would I have anything against you? Lieutenant Colonel Luo, you misunderstood me. The major softened his attitude because Luo Lang's rank was higher than him. Plus, Luo Lang had real power too. He was a team leader. Although the number of his team members was fewer than most teams in the military, the 250 Ace Mecha clan could fill up their empty slots at any time. Luo Lang would then become a real team leader. As for him, he needed to work hard for many years before he could reach Luo Lang's level. It might take him 20 years or more. The major was already more than 40 years old. He looked at the 2 young soldiers who had only been in the military for 2 years. He was green with envy. That's good. Luo Lang was satisfied. Then, he turned around and walked towards Ling Yi and his team members. Luo Lang didn't want to know if the major meant what he said. He just needed an answer he wanted. Luo Lang was a straightforward person. He was unconcerned about everything other than what he wanted, but this meant that his actions normally wouldn't cause any huge commotion. When Luo Lang left, the frightened major finally heaved a sigh of relief. He thought that Luo Lang would continue probing him. He didn't expect him to let him go so easily. He looked at Luo Lang. Did Luo Lang accept his explanation, or was he just unwilling to create more trouble, so he gave him an easy way out? He should be giving him an easy way out. The major wasn't angry anymore. No matter what, he owed Luo Lang a favor for doing that for him, because if this issue became huge, he would be at a disadvantage. Without Ling Lan, General Ling Xiao would still treat 250 Ace Mecha clan differently within this short period of time. Luo Lang walked towards Ling Yi. He asked curiously, "Did you say that you want to join the 250 Ace Mecha clan as a logistician?" Ling Yi nodded. "Yes, Senior Luo." This was the only way he could enter 250 Ace Mecha clan. This was the only way he would be able to stay beside his young master who took care of him for more than 10 years. It was time for him to repay his kindness. Ling Yi knew that if it wasn't for his young master, he wouldn't be able to enter the military academy and learn so many useful skills. Without help from his young master, Qi Long and his other seniors wouldn't have taught him so carefully. His young master seemed heartless, but he was a very kind person. Only people like him, who had been taken care of by his young master, could understand this point. Luo Lang gave a satisfied smile. Actually, when he and Xie Yi came to recruit people into their mecha clan, they weren't so confident. To prevent people from stuffing their men into their mecha clan through connections, their regiment commander announced that they would only accept elite ace mecha masters and above. If all the mecha clans were in their position to snatch the recruits, they couldn't do anything more too. They had high standards but no benefits attached along with those high standards. Most mecha operators wouldn't want to become a soldier with no power. No ace mecha masters would cry and plead to come to 250 ace mecha clan. Hence, they didn't even have the chance to pretend that they were moved by them. But, there is always a way out. Ling Yi actually thought of a perfect way to enter their mecha clan without offending anyone. No one was able to say anything about it too. Logisticians. There were no requirements for logisticians. Luo Lang clenched his fist. His boss trusted him and passed this mission to him, so he must finish it perfectly. Calm personality, help me. Luo Lang looked for his advisor. What results do you want? The calm personality asked indifferently. By now, the other personalities wouldn't disturb the primary personality if the primary personality didn't call for them. Of course, they might think that the primary personality had grown up, so it was time for them to let go of their reins. Try to fool as many people to come to 250 Ace Mecha Clan as logisticians. Luo Lang's eyes lit up. He could almost see his boss looking at him with approval. Yes, he must take everyone here away with him.